10. The Beacon Stone. James waited until the goblins finished disassembling the handmade camera equipment, loaded the pieces onto a rough cart, and wheeled it away, talking the entire time in a strange goblin language. When they were gone, and the rotunda was empty, James jumped up. He peered into the silver-framed mirror, wondering why anyone would hang a mirror behind a statue. The mirror showed merely the shadowy backsides of the statues and James' own face, which was rather wildered. His glasses were askew. He whipped them off and stuffed them into his pajama pocket. For a moment, he was filled with a horrible panic. The mirror portal had closed. How would he ever get back? But then, as he placed his hands on the surface of the mirror glass, the reflection changed. Merlin's office leapt into view, as if summoned by James' touch. Candles had been lit, and Merlin stood at his desk, his back to the mirror. He was turning the pages in the focusing book. He seemed to sense James' gaze, for he suddenly turned his head, peering back at the mirror, his eyes sharp. James leapt aside, throwing himself against the stone wall next to the mirror. The moment his fingers left its surface, however, the reflection changed back to normal. The headmaster's office winked away, replaced by the reflection of the enormous statue in the rotunda. James breathed a huge sigh of relief. All he needed to do was to wait until Merlin left his office again. Then, James could simply touch the mirror on this side and wish to go back to his own time. Hopefully, he'd be sent back through the Amsorous Earth again. Once he got back, he'd still have to escape the headmaster's office undetected, but he'd work that out when the time came. Quietly, James hunkered down behind the statue plinth and leaned against the wall. Now that he had calmed down a bit, James began to notice the noises and smells of this ancient version of Hogwarts. The rotunda itself was empty, but the rest of the castle sounded like a hive of activity. Voices echoed, overlapping, and busy. There was the sound of footsteps and even the clatter of hoods on stone. Clanks and hisses indicated a nearby kitchen. The smells were a mingled potpourri of stew and plowed earth, sawdust, and animal dung. James found that he was curious. If he had to wait anyway, was there any reason he shouldn't explore the original Hogwarts a little? Rose would probably punch him if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. James climbed up and peered between the enormous feet of the statue of Helga Hufflepuff. The rotunda remained completely still and empty. Cautiously, James crept out from behind the statue and crossed the room. It was just like the old rotunda in the Hogwarts he knew, except that it wasn't old. Every block in the wall was straight and sharp-edged, perfectly fitted in its place. At the archway, James turned back and looked at the statue. He'd often wondered what it had looked like before it was broken. The stone figures of the founders were each 20 feet tall, all smiling, except for the statue of Salazar Slytherin, which seemed to smirk slightly, the eyes narrowed. On the wall behind them, above the silver-framed mirror, was a gigantic Hogwarts crest fashioned from wood and painted brightly. The overall look was quite imposing. "Boy!" someone cried nearby. James jumped, wheeling so fast that he nearly fell on the floor. A man in a long fur cloak was standing in the doorway of the rotunda entrance. His bushy eyebrows were furrowed over bright, deep-set eyes. He held the reins of a regal white horse. "Stable the pack horse and send word to your lord that his guests are arrived. We can find our own quarters if none can be bothered to greet us." James was completely flummoxed. Not knowing what else to do, he ran over to the man and tentatively reached for the reins. The man looked him up and down suspiciously, and James remembered that he was dressed in blue and white striped pajamas. "Not the steed, boy," the man growled. "No one handles this beast but myself. Your charge is yonder, pack horse." He pointed out over the portico to a huge pack horse laden with canvas burdens. Hitched to it was a cart with thick, wooden wheels. The man leaned toward James threateningly. "Are you a stable boy or a jester? What manner of reception is this?" Sorry sir, no problem, James stammered. I can handle your horse, up, sire. Master. Your Highness. The man's face suddenly spread into a toothy grin, as if he thought James was mocking him and was pleased to plan his comeuppance. Amusing, boy. Your lord will surely enjoy the joke as much as I do. See to it that our baggage is brought to our quarters, and I'll personally strop the porter who proves careless. Spread the word. With that, the man flung the reins of his steed over the nearby hitching post and strode into the dimness of the castle, his fur swaying. He left a strange, spicy scent behind him. James turned back to the enormous pack horse and the wagon. He considered simply running away now that no one was watching, but then thought better of it. Surely, he could at least lead the horse to the stables. All he'd have to do was follow his nose. Besides, the task would allow him a view of the original castle without looking too conspicuous. First though, he needed something else to wear. He looked around, quickly. Instead of the weighty hilltop of James' time, the rotunda entrance overlooked a carefully cropped courtyard surrounded by a low fieldstone wall. Running across the center of the courtyard was a babbling stream, fed through stone gates on either side. There, sitting on a large boulder near the stream, were 3 baskets of clothing. James ran over, hoping whoever was doing the washing would stay away a bit longer. The contents of the baskets were very rough robes, much larger than James could comfortably wear. He struggled into one anyway, trying to roll up the enormous sleeves. The bottom of the robe pulled around his feet comically. The robe was better than his stripy pajamas, but not by much. Perhaps he'd find something better later. He turned and ran back to the pack horse, holding up the robe to avoid stumbling over it. He took the reins of the horse, which was easily twice his height. The horse continued to crop the grass of the courtyard, chewing methodically, but it followed amiably as James tugged the reins. The wheels of the wagon creaked as the horse pulled it. James didn't know where he was going, but he assumed if he walked around the castle, he'd eventually come to the stables. He took the opportunity to look around. Hogwarts Castle was much smaller than he knew it in his time. It huddled around the rotunda entrance, which was festooned with a great iron portcullis, currently raised. The turrets gleamed in the sunset, their conical roofs looking sharp enough to prick James' finger. Much higher than the turrets was the Sylvan Tower, which James knew well. It looked exactly the way he remembered it, although in this time it dominated the silhouette of the entire castle. As James circled the castle, leading the horse through a rough stone gate, he noticed that the land around the castle was dotted with farms and cottages. James was a little surprised. In his time, Hogwarts Castle stood alone in a large, forested wilderness, secluded and hidden. Here, however, the castle overlooked a bustling community. People moved busily all around, obviously consumed with the business of peasant life. As James led the horse and cart, trying to look like he knew where he was going, he passed people carrying baskets and pots, herding sheep and cows, or pushing wooden handcarts laden with vegetables. Several people shot James careful looks, and at least one woman laughed, but at least no one was accosting him or demanding to know what he was doing. Finally, James caught the scent of fresh animal dung on the shifting breeze. He looked and saw a huge stone barn. He grinned, recognizing it. It was the same barn that Hagrid, in James' time, was currently holding care of magical creatures in. The roof was different, and there was something like a blacksmith's shed attached to the side, but it was otherwise unchanged. As James approached, he heard the stamp and whicker of horses and the clang and hiss of the smith. "What's all this?" Then, a burly man with bare arms called, stepping out of the main barn door and eyeing James. This pack horse needs stabled," James replied, holding up the reins. "The owner sent me here. I'm not really a stable boy." "That I can tell," the man said gruffly, scowling, "seeing as you've brought me yonder horse without even releasing its cart. Perhaps you expect me to stable it as well?" No. James replied. It's supposed to be unloaded and taken to the owner's quarters. He said he'd strop anyone who wasn't careful with his stuff. Don't tell me how to do porter work, boy, the man said, rolling his eyes wearily. I'd strop you myself if I had the time. Thomas, send for the page. We need this card returned to the valet before Lord Martin gets frisky. The man looked down at James again, sighing. You're either a thief or you're the youngest cleric I've ever seen. Your mistress will lash you good when she sees what you've done to that robe. What's your name? James' heart jumped, but he couldn't think of a lie fast enough. James, Sir James Potter. The Potter's boy, eh? Well, then, you had best run along back to the market. And tell your da that the pestle for which we traded him has got a crack on the rim. I'll send the wife down with it at the morrow. The man seemed to dismiss James. He turned and walked back into the shadow of the barn, calling again for Thomas. James sighed in relief. Obviously, the man thought James was the son of the village pot maker. He turned and looked back the way he'd come. The landscape between the castle and the barn was completely different in this time. James could only see the flat top of the sylvan tower poking over a stand of birches. He began to make his way back, ducking through the carts and farm animals. A sort of marketplace was erected around the back of the castle. Wooden stalls, benches, and carts were arranged haphazardly, each decked with all manner of goods. People thronged near the stalls, shouting and waving, bartering, and arguing. Livestock mingled with the peasants, adding their own voice and smell to the scene. James darted through the fracas, trying to stay out of people's way and avoid stepping in animal dung. Bits of conversation drifted over him as he moved, and James began to sense that these were mostly muggles, although they seemed aware of the magical nature of the castle and its inhabitants. This here's an authentic enchanted fork, it is, a man was saying to a skeptical-looking peasant woman. Makes any meal taste like it is fit for a king. My Lars found it in the grass after some of the magical folk had a picnic. Only 2 chickens, and it can be yours. The woman scoffed and turned away. The man seemed unperturbed. He saw James looking. What think ye, lad? Fancy a bit, though, real magic. Tell your man to stop on by, will ye not? James shrugged and backed away. As he entered the shadow of the castle, James spied a broad doorway. Clanks and hisses emanated from the space beyond, and James guessed by the smells that it was the kitchen. He remembered hearing the kitchen from the rotunda and decided this entrance was probably his best option for getting back to the statue and the mirror. He sauntered toward the door, trying to look inconspicuous. It occurred to him that he'd look more appropriate if he was carrying something. Near the door, a stack of copper pots sat next to a huge cauldron boiling over a fire. James glanced around, assuring that no one was looking, and then grabbed the pot on top. As he turned, cradling the pot in his arms, he heard a rattling crash. He glanced back. The rest of the pots had fallen over, the topmost one spilling water onto the fire, which hissed and sputtered. What's this? A woman's voice cried, stridently. Making off with the wares, are ye? That's the coppersmith's lot. Thief. James dropped the pot and ran. He heard the ruckus behind him as the woman screamed and gave chase, but he didn't look back. He plunged into the darkness of the kitchen, weaving past a man in a leather vest and knocking over a woman carrying a platter. The kitchen was very dark but for the blaze of the brick oven. James aimed for it, and saw another doorway. Thief, another voice called, joining the chorus from outside. Stop him. A burly man with no shirt and a stained apron hanging from his middle stepped in front of James, grinning wickedly under his huge black mustache. He held a butcher knife in his hand, fingering it like it was a cutlass. James tried to stop, but he was moving too fast and the stone floor was wet. He slipped, fell on his behind, and slid right between the man's spread legs. The man looked down as James passed beneath him. "Stand fast," the man cried, spinning. James struck the wall on the opposite side of the corridor and scrambled up. Keeping as low as he could, he bolted down the corridor. The man roared and raised the knife, but someone else grabbed his wrist from behind. "Calm yourself, Larkin. He's just a lad. Drop the pot outside, even," a voice admonished. "Planning to split his skull for makin' you look a fool. If that was a killin' offense, you'd have to execute the entire kitchen." James sensed the pursuit had ended, but he couldn't make himself stop running. He came to an intersection in the corridor and was pounding straight through it when a hand snagged his wrist like a vice. James spun, momentum carrying him around, and tumbled to the floor, looking up at the figure that had stopped him. "We do not approve of running in the halls," Salazar Slytherin said, staring down his nose at James. His fingers were still clamped on James' wrist. They were very cold. "What manner of revolt is this? A single boy?" "I'm not part of a revolt," James said, panting. "I was just." "Er. You are indeed revolting," Slytherin growled, slitting his eyes, "but only because of your dirty blood. How dare you cross into these halls, Muggle?" James felt an angry response welling up in him, but with an effort of will, he quelled it. "Sorry, sir, I was lost." Slytherin leaned toward James, using the grip on his wrist to pull him close. "You dare look me in the eye as if you believed me an equal?" Slytherin hissed. "The soft hearts of my fellows have bred insolence in your kind, but I will not have it. You will address me as Master, and you will avert your eyes, or I will have them for my collection. Is that clear, son of dirt?" James used Slytherin's grip as leverage, pulling himself to his feet. When he was upright, he yanked as hard as he could, wrenching his wrist from the wizard's grasp. "Blimey," James said angrily, "the history books sure got it right about you." Slytherin's eyes blazed and his expression turned wary. He reached for his wand with one lightning-quick movement. James scrambled to find his own, but it was too buried under the ridiculous robe. "Salazar," a voice suddenly called. Slytherin froze. James whirled around, thankful for the interruption. The woman James recognized as Rowena Ravenclaw had just walked around a bend in the hall. Her eyes were suspicious as she glared over James' head at Slytherin. "We've been waiting for you. The audience with Lord Martin is begun. How much longer do you intend to palaver with this, young cleric?" Rowena dropped her eyes to James and winked, unsmiling. James turned back to Slytherin, who glared at him furiously. Then, suddenly, his face changed. He smiled indulgently and patted James lightly on the head. "Run along, lad," he said in a sing-song voice. "I'm sure we'll have a chance to finish our palaver soon enough." James stared up at Slytherin, thinking that the wizard might simply curse James in the back as soon as he turned away. Slytherin's expression didn't change, but his eyes hardened. "Go now or face the consequences," the eyes seemed to say. James risked it. He turned and walked as quickly as he could, taking a corridor at right angles to the one Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw occupied. It curved to the right and met a short flight of stairs. When James reached them, he looked back. Slytherin was no longer visible. Breathing yet another sigh of relief, James took the stairs two at a time. As he navigated the corridors, he could still hear the echoing clatter of the kitchens. He had to be very near the rotunda. Nothing looked familiar, however. Torches flickered and sizzled in great iron wall brackets, making shadows leap on the walls, disorienting James. He passed more people, some of them no older than he was, and assumed he was encountering some of Hogwarts' original students. They turned as he passed, their eyes curious or outright suspicious. He began to panic. Finally, As James passed a pair of older boys in green tunics, he turned, meeting their stares. "Sorry, I'm new here," he ventured, trying to keep his voice even. "Do either of you know where the rotunda is?" "What might you need in the rotunda, boy?" the taller one replied, showing his teeth in a parody of a charming smile. "You must know that it's time for alchemy class." "Perchance he doesn't know," the second boy said, his brow lowering. "His garb tells me he is a Muggle interloper." "Lost, are you?" "Or perhaps not," the darker boy suggested, advancing on James. "Perhaps you are up to something a bit more nefarious? Methinks the head of house shall be the judge." "No, no," James cried, throwing up his hands. "I think I've already met him. He, says hello." James spun on his heels, tripping over the oversized robe. The two boys advanced on him. One of them reached for the hood of the robe, but James finally got his footing. He lunged away, yanking away from the boy's grasp. "Capture him," the darker boy ordered, giving chase. James bolted down the corridor, his heart pounding. He turned at random hallways, leaping up short stairways and ducking into doorways. After one turn, he encountered an alcove with a statue in it. To James' amazement, it was the statue of Lochimagus the Perpetually Productive. Without thinking, James shimmied into the alcove and hid behind the stooped statue. His pursuers' footsteps echoed closer. They clattered to a halt directly in front of the statue. "He can't have gotten far," the darker boy barked. "You go on ahead. I'll double back and make sure we didn't miss him. That Muggle brat will pay for crossing the path of Slytherin House." James held his breath until he was sure they were gone. Finally, he clambered out from behind the statue. He checked both directions, and then darted out into the corridor again. He hoped desperately that he wouldn't encounter any more students. If he got caught now, he might never make it back to the magic mirror. He'd be trapped in ancient Hogwarts forever. James crept around a large archway and gasped. There, across a broad marble floor, were the gigantic statues of the founders. He'd made it back to the rotunda. He could see the glint of the silver-framed mirror behind the statues. James trotted across the floor as lightly as possible, determining to go back through the mirror now even if Merlin was still in his office. He'd have to take his chances with an angry headmaster and hope he'd give James a chance to explain himself. This ancient world was just too dangerous to muck about in. Even as James was thinking this, however, something began to move from behind the statues. Someone had been standing in their shadow and was now coming out as if to meet him. James tried to stop, to duck into another hiding place, but there was nowhere to go. It was already too late. Salazar Slytherin grinned wickedly at James, triumphant. He had his wand in his right hand and carried something under his left arm. It was covered in thick black fabric. "Imagine meeting you here, my young friend," Slytherin said smoothly. "You know, I'm beginning to think you aren't a Muggle at all. I'm beginning to think you are a spy. Very tricky of you, traveling via mirror. I had made the mistake of believing that was impossible." James shook his head. "It's not what you think. I just need to." Slytherin's voice turned icy. He held his wand up but didn't point it at James. "I can promise you one thing, though, my young friend," he said, turning. "I will not make that same mistake twice." A bolt of white light shot from Slytherin's wand. It struck the silver-framed mirror, which exploded into sparkling bits. The pieces flew between the stone legs of the statues and pattered to the floor. "No!" James cried, dropping to his knees. He reached for one of the shards, but it was no use. The tiny fragment showed nothing meaningful. The portal was destroyed. "They say it's 7 years bad luck to break a mirror," Slytherin commented lightly. His footsteps crunched on the bits of broken glass as he walked toward James. He grinned maliciously. "I guess that just shows what they know," doesn't it? James scrambled away from Slytherin, struggling to extricate his wand from the oversized robe. Slytherin stepped casually after James, shaking his head in amusement. As James finally found his wand and pointed it, the bald wizard was already flicking his. There was a sharp crack and James' wand flew out of his hand. It clattered several feet away. "I'd thought that I was one of but two men in the earth who knew the ways of the mirrors," Slytherin said, still advancing on James. With a deft flourish, he pulled the black cloth off the object he'd been holding under his arm. It was another mirror, small and oval-shaped, its golden frame fashioned into the shape of a coiled snake. "This one is particularly interesting, especially to someone in your predicament." "No, I'm sorry to say it isn't a portal. It's a bit more one way." Slytherin held the mirror so that James saw himself in it. The reflection showed a boy in a pathetically oversized robe, his eyes wild and fearful. "Have you ever heard of the old Muggle superstition that if you stare into a reflection for too long, you'll become the reflection?" Slytherin asked smoothly, still holding the mirror toward James. "They fear that if they then walk away from the reflection, they will simply disappear." James had been inching slowly toward his wand, which was lying on the floor a few feet away. Now he steeled his nerve and lunged for it. An instant later, pain roared up his arm, crippling him. He fell to the floor, screaming. Desperately, he looked to see what had caused the damage, and then gasped in shock. His entire right arm had vanished up to the shoulder. He stared at the place where it should have been, unable to resist trying to grab at it with his left hand. Slytherin was laughing happily. He approached James again, and as he did, James' arm faded back into existence. The pain receded. "There's nothing so instructive as a practical example, is there, my young friend?" Slytherin said, holding the mirror so that James could see himself in it once more. "As you've just illustrated, if you choose to stay within the reflection, you will be perfectly safe. If, however, you attempt to leave it, well, I really do not need to say any more, do I?" Slytherin flicked his wand again. James' wand lofted into the air, turning end over end. The bald wizard caught it deftly and held it up. Curious, this. Such a beautifully fashioned wand in the hand of a boy who barely knows how to use it. "You are not a student of this establishment, and yet you seem to know us. So very many questions do I have for you. And do you know what, my friend?" Slytherin pocketed James' wand and his eyes turned narrow and icy. "I have every confidence that you will answer them." Several minutes later, James found himself in a darkened room in Slytherin's personal chambers. The room was quite low, stone-walled, and surrounded by tapestries depicting rather unpleasant scenes of dancing skeletons and flaming mountains. Tables on both sides of the room gave James the impression that this was Slytherin's personal magical laboratory. The table on the right was laden with gigantic books, parchments, quills, and paints. The one on the left was arrayed with a mind-boggling collection of vials, jars, and pots, all arranged on stacked shelves surrounding a large cauldron. Only one candle burned in the room, blood red and embedded in the top of a human skull. James had the distinct and unsettling impression that very few people had ever seen this room. He sat against the rear wall in a very straight chair with a high ladder back. It was rather uncomfortable, but it was the only chair from which he could see himself in the oval-shaped mirror. Slytherin had positioned the mirror on an easel in front of the double doors, assuring that James could not approach the doors without leaving his reflection. "As much as I would enjoy interviewing you immediately," Slytherin had explained, "I am a very busy wizard, and you've caught me at a rather bad time. Let me assure you, though, as soon as I complete my evening's appointment, you will have my full and undivided attention." With that, Slytherin had pulled the doors mostly closed, but not completely. Through the gap, James could see a tiny portion of Slytherin's main office. As James waited, he could hear the bald wizard moving about, shuffling parchments and muttering darkly. Finally, there came a single, loud knock on the outer office door. "How quaint of you to pretend you are not already in the room, my friend," Slytherin's voice said. "I sensed your arrival minutes ago, but I assumed it rude to say so. Please do make yourself comfortable." Through the crack in the double doors, James saw a shadow move. A figure passed in front of the crack. There was the creak of a heavy footstep, and then a deep sigh. "I despise the very stone of this place," a deep, rumbling voice said. "The cobbles of its floors are like knives to my feet. I'd call up the fires of the earth's belly to consume it if I could, and damn your miserable college." In the darkness of the laboratory, James gasped. He recognized the voice of Slytherin's visitor. It was incredible, and yet it seemed to fit all too well. How could he not have made this connection before? His heart pounded, and he strained his ears to listen. "I sympathize, Mayor Linus," Slytherin said. "This must be a very disquieting homecoming for you. Still, you cannot imagine that we'd have allowed this castle to go unoccupied. As you may guess, not a single Muggle lord wished to claim it after Lord Hayden's unfortunate accident. Ironically, they believe the castle is cursed rather than magically fortified. I join you, however, in despising much of what this place has become. My fellow founders are increasingly double-minded. They coddle the unmagicked and the dirty half-bloods. They plot against me as we speak. I fear that my time here is near an end." "What a pitiful shame," Merlin said, his voice oozing contempt. "And you had once believed this college would be the dawn of your pure-blood utopia. You must be positively heartbroken." "My pure-blood utopia, as you call it, will be a reality whether I assist it or not, my friend," Slytherin said. "It is the nature of things. The rulers of this world will only live among the cattle for so long before they rise up. My role in the process is insignificant, although I admit I wish to live to see the day. And do not pretend disgust at my words, Mayor Linus. You are the greatest proof of my claims, even if you deign to ignore it. You believe that I detest the unmagicked, as you do, but I am not so simple-minded," Merlin said dismissively. "One rabid wolf doesn't justify killing the pack. Domination is your only aim, not justice. Is it wrong to dominate those unworthy of equality?" Slytherin replied, as if he and Merlin had had this argument many times before. "One can make the claim that it is a kindness to govern those who are unable to govern themselves. Besides, here," Slytherin's voice became silky, "it was more than one rabid wolf, wasn't it?" There was a long silence, and then Merlin said, "I'll not speak of such things with you." "So, but you do not need to," Slytherin replied. "Everyone knows the truth of what happened now, don't they? After all, it happened right here, 4 moons past. It is the gossip, even of the Muggle peasants, how the great Mayor Linus was humiliated by the Lord Hayden and his accomplice. How it must boil your blood to know your name has become a paean to foolish love." "I'll not speak of such things with you," Merlin repeated slowly, his voice low and dangerous. "I'll be friend enough not to remind you that you were warned from entangling yourself with the Muggle woman," Slytherin went on, ignoring Merlin's words. "Judith, I believe her name was, known jokingly among the peasants as the Lady of the Lake. Even I implored you not to lower yourself to her affections. Love makes a fool of any man who indulges it, and the greater the man, the greater the fool he must become. You were a very great man, Mayor Linus. And yet, even you were not immune. Love blinded you when your wits should have been at their sharpest. Perhaps, had you not been so enamored, you might have seen the truth. Hayden gave me her corpse," Merlin growled menacingly. "He promised to return her to me. It was the bargain he agreed to if I doubled his lands and fortified this very castle. But how was I to guess that the man would dare cheat me so gravely while still maintaining the letter of his bargain?" "He gave you a corpse," Slytherin said sorrowfully. But you might have known it was not hers. The body was spoiled beyond recognition, but you were the great Merlin. You could have divined the truth had you tried. But you chose not to. She was to have been my wife, Merlin said, and his voice was like distant thunder. It rumbled the floor beneath James' feet. I could not bear it. I could not bear even to look at that decimated body. And Hayden knew such would be the case. Otherwise, how could he have dared attempt such obvious trickery? He knew you would be too stricken to verify the body was truly your Judith. And finally, when you planned your revenge, when you tracked his coach through the forest, you could have divined the truth even then. You could have used the birds and the trees to look into the coach, to assure yourself of who was inside, but you didn't. Your rage, fueled by your love for the poor Muggle woman, blinded you, didn't it? If you had but looked, you could have known the truth. You could have saved her. For, as everyone now knows, Lord Hayden loved Judith as well. He claimed her as his own, and she allowed him to. He gave you the body of a dead servant woman and kept Judith for himself. She betrayed you. She had no choice. Merlin cried, his voice cracking. There's always a choice, Slytherin insisted. She could have died for your love, couldn't she? But no, she chose to be with him instead. She chose to be with him that very day, in his coach. She was only human. She believed I would come for her. She was only human, Slytherin agreed. A flawed, weak, unmagicked human, despite your own pathetic attempts to teach her the arts. And then, in the name of your love-blind revenge, she was a dead human. Lost, along with her new husband, Hayden, in a mysteriously tragic coach accident. Drowned, wasn't it? They say the storm came up with the force of Jupiter himself, washing the coach right off the bridge. It was carried quite some way, they say, and smashed to sticks. Along with every person inside. I will not speak of such things with you. Merlin suddenly roared, shaking the very walls. There was a flash of angry light as every candle and every flame in the fireplace suddenly exploded into a blue torch. The flame on the red candle in the laboratory erupted upwards, brightly illuminating the room for one terrifying moment. Then, as suddenly as it had happened, the moment passed. The room plunged back into darkness. In the silence that followed, Slytherin's voice was quiet and silky. Forgive me, my friend. I've decided it is my duty to remind you of what was taken from you, and who took it. I warned you not to trust the Muggles. They are beasts, incapable of nobility. Their only role is servitude. We are their masters. It is not only our right to rule them, it is our duty. For their sake, as well as ours. You are a lying snake, Salazar Slytherin, Merlin seethed. Snake I may be, Slytherin chuckled, but liar I am not. You are here because you agree with me, although your foolish conscience bids you not to admit it. Merlin said, in fact, I am only here because you have something I need. Slytherin sighed. Yes, I know. I have already spoken to your apprentice, Austen, and for once, I agree with him. Your plan is for the best. This world is no longer yours, Merlinus. The kingdoms advance their civilizations. They parse the land and plow it, they tear down the forests and turn them into hovels. They are taming the earth, rendering it mute to you. I alone know what that does to your powers, for you are unlike other wizards, my friend. You are not a wizard at all. You are a sorcerer, perhaps the very last and best of your kind. I am glad you have accepted my suggestion to step out of this plane of existence. You will return to a better time. Austen will watch for it. There may never again be such a time, Merlin said gravely. But it matters not. You are right about one thing, this world is no longer fit for me, nor I for it. The days are darkened before my very eyes, and by my own bloody hands. I have chosen to remove myself from the realm of men, but for my own reasons, Slytherin. You would not understand them. Your heart is as dark as pitch. And yet it is of something dark that you've come to speak, my friend, Slytherin replied without missing a beat. I have divined it. The stone knows when it is wanted. Don't mock me, Slytherin. I know you desire me to break the boundary of worlds without the stone, for you would then control that which returned with me. You speak of the legend of the gatekeeper's curse. You mustn't take such things seriously. What dreams and fancies idle men imagine, don't they? I am not fooled by your guile. You have the stone, and the dark bag, for you are a lover of such dark trinkets. If I am to do what no other man on this world is capable of doing, I will do it with the tools no other man on this world could possibly need. Tell me, Merlinus, Slytherin said conversationally, what do you know of these trinkets? As if the stories of them were not plain enough for a child, Merlin sighed. The dark bag contains the last remnant of pure nothingness left from the dawn of time. Its uses are myriad and unique. The stone, however, is the only relic from pre-time. It is a single black onyx, whose origin is the void between the worlds. It is immune to time, thus, it is the beacon of the gatekeeper. The holder of the stone may be granted visions of those who've passed unto death. But more importantly, he who possesses the stone is the gatekeeper's ambassador, should that creature ever cross into the realm of men. Surely you do not believe in such things, Slytherin teased, and yet James could tell that Slytherin himself believed them fully. I believe that none have ever dared to test the legends, Merlin stated flatly. But that is only because none have ever been capable of it. It is pure speculation that he who breaks the boundary between the worlds for any length of time will attract the gatekeeper of the void, possibly bringing it back with him. If I do it, and if I return, I wish to be the charge of anything that returns with me. But why? Slytherin suddenly rasped, his voice eager and dripping with hate. Let the destroyer be loosed upon the earth. If man is the scourge of this world, reducing your power bit by bit, eating it up like locusts, then let the gatekeeper be descended upon them. It is their due. If my prediction is accurate, then the realm of the wizards will have overcome the muggles by that day. The magical kingdom will be able to defend itself against the gatekeeper, and possibly even ally with it. Only the muggle insects and the impure will be destroyed by its hand, and good riddance. The legend says that the curse of the gatekeeper will hearken a new age. An age of purity. Of crystalline perfection. So let it be, Merlinus. Be the harbinger of the curse. What more fitting way to reclaim your title as king of all wizards? If I am to be the harbinger of the curse, I wish to control it, Merlin replied calmly. I would have it no other way, Slytherin answered. Without the beacon stone, you might not even gain the attention of the gatekeeper. However, Merlin waited silently, but James, still sitting in the dark of the laboratory, could sense the great wizard simmering, his rage all but smoking off his skin. Slytherin went on. The stone is far too powerful to be removed from the earth entirely. Knowing this day might come, however, I have arranged for it to be split into 2 equal pieces. The halves have been set into 2 rings. 1 ring will go with you, the other will stay with me. You cannot deceive me, Slytherin, Merlin rumbled. You wish to maintain control of the gatekeeper upon hope of its descent. You wish to use it to exact revenge upon your enemies. You and they will be long dead by that time. Slytherin laughed lightly. It isn't of any consequence to you, my friend. My half of the stone will remain, regardless of my own short time upon this earth. It will be passed on. When and if you do return, signaling the descent of the curse, the stone will find its way into the hands of my descendants. I merely wish for them to be prepared. It is only fair, don't you agree? Besides, Slytherin went on, his voice dropping, If you do decide to abandon your course and thwart the gatekeeper, well, are you not Merlinus the Terrible? The last of the line of Mordred? Are you not the greatest sorcerer of all the ages? Surely, such a creature as you does not require the use of a mere dark trinket. Merlin was silent again, and James sensed him simmering. Finally, he said, "As you wish, Slytherin. Provide me my half of the stone, and I will take my leave of this place." There came the sound of a drawer opening, and then the clunk of a small box. A long silence followed. "I could simply take both halves of the stone from you, my friend," Merlin said quietly. "After all, am I not Merlinus the Terrible?" "You forget the conditions of your lamentable bargain with Hayden," Slytherin replied. There was the clunk of a box closing. "You are unable to touch the hair of anyone residing within this castle. Your threats are formidable, but fortunately, they are to no effect here. I do, however, appreciate the sentiment of it. You may consider it returned." The floor creaked as Merlin stood. James saw the shadows change in the room as Merlin prepared to leave. A figure suddenly blocked the view through the opening in the double doors. It was Slytherin. He opened the doors slightly and peered in at James. A thoughtful look crossed his face. His eyes narrowed. "And by the way, Merlinus," he said, not taking his eyes off of James, "if you do return in a future age, beware of enemies. Your disappearance will certainly be legend. Some will be looking for you, and not all will intend to welcome you." "I am quite accustomed to dealing with enemies," Merlin's voice replied, echoing from the depths of the room beyond. "Nevertheless, if you should come across a certain young man, brown-eyed, with short, unkempt raven hair and a look of constant insolence, beware of him. He is your enemy. I have divined it. You must dispose of him." "I dispose of no one without just cause," Merlin growled. "Regardless of your divinations. And even those who deserve such disposal occasionally slip through my grasp. Whereas some who don't deserve it still fall under its judgment," Slytherin declared coldly, as if twisting a knife. "But suit yourself, Merlinus. Watch for the boy. Or ignore him at your peril. I care not which." A moment later, there came a burst of warm air and a smell of dirt and growing things. Merlin was gone. Slytherin bared his teeth at James. "You said history had gotten it right about me," he said, grinning viciously. "Somehow, I don't believe history will even know your name, my young friend." 11. The Circle of Nine. With a deft flourish, Slytherin threw a black cloth over the oval mirror on the easel. James cringed, fearing he'd vanish the moment his reflection was hidden. Slytherin gave him a disdainful look. Obviously, the mirror would be useless as a prison if the inmate could not be released by the jailer. "You fool," he said. "Had you attempted it yourself, your fears would have come true, but if the mirror is covered by someone else, you are safe. You see? Even now, I am the consummate teacher, and you the reluctant pupil. Come to me, my friend." James shook his head, pressing his lips together stubbornly. Slytherin sighed wearily. "I'm not going to hurt you, boy. I merely require you to stand with me so that we may disapparate together." "You can't disapparate inside Hogwarts," James replied. "Everybody knows that." "I don't know who this everybody is that you speak of, but I am beginning to suspect that the Hogwarts you believe you know is not the Hogwarts we currently occupy. Now come here." James tightened his grip on the arms of the ladder-back chair. "I'm not going anywhere with you. You wish to get to the bottom of this misunderstanding, do you not?" Slytherin asked. "We both want the same thing, my young friend. Now come." As Slytherin said the last word, he flipped his wand. The ladder-back chair leapt off the floor, taking James with it. It soared towards Slytherin, and then dumped James onto the floor in front of him. James scrambled to his feet, staring angrily up at the bald wizard. "Why don't you just imperial me, you big bully?" James spat. "That is an unforgivable curse," Slytherin said, tilting his head in mock dismay. "I am a teacher at this fine establishment. As such, I obey the law of the land. I may not always agree with those laws, but nonetheless." Slytherin held out his hand. James stared at it, frowning furiously. He knew that if he didn't obey Slytherin, the man would just force him to comply somehow. Something inside James determined that he'd rather walk into whatever awaited him than be carried to it. With that, he looked up into the wizard's cold eyes, and then took the proffered hand. There was a sudden, dizzying sense of speed and darkness. The floor seemed to fall away from James' feet. A split second later, another surface materialized beneath him. James stumbled on it, and Slytherin let him go with a shove, driving him to his knees. "No disapparition," Slytherin said scornfully, stalking away. "No useful spells, no understanding of cunning or resourcefulness. I know not where you come from or who you are, my young friend, but whoever sent you must have been truly desperate." James collected himself and stood, struggling with a sort of residual dizziness. Wherever Slytherin had taken him, it was very dark and cool. Wind blew fretfully, pushing a rafter of clouds overhead. The moon seemed unusually close. Its frosty glow illuminated the round, recessed floor of this strange place. James glanced around. The space was circular, with stone terraces leading down to a central wooden floor. On either side of this, two marble thrones faced each other. James' heart sank. He'd been here once before, in his own time. "You seem to know much about us," Slytherin said, raising his voice over the moan of the wind. "Therefore, you must know the purpose of the Sylvan Tower. Its height, they say, places it outside the realm of the laws of men. Here, there is no such thing as an unforgivable curse. Here, my young friend, anything can happen." As if to emphasize Slytherin's point, there was a sudden hiss and swirl of black smoke. It seemed to stream onto the tower, coalescing on a point to Slytherin's right. It formed the shape of a man in a black cloak. He was hoodless, with sharp features and cruel eyes. Slytherin smiled, not taking his gaze from James. More swirls appeared, hissing into shape, forming figures all around the circumference of the tower's top terrace. Every figure wore a black cloak, their heads uncovered. Each newcomer turned to look at James, their faces cold and calculating. "Meet my circle of 9. Slytherin cried, throwing his arms wide. "Fellow wizards who, like myself, recognize the inevitable future of the magical world, and who join me in fomenting it. Consider yourself honored to witness this, boy, for few alive know of us, or could guess at the counsels we keep. And now, let the summit begin. I have convened us this night because we have very important business to attend to." Shockingly, Slytherin suddenly flitted across the top of the tower, soaring, his feet not touching the ground and his robes flapping like leathery wings. He stopped directly in front of James, towering over him, his eyes fierce and intent. "You are that business," he rasped gleefully. He studied James' face triumphantly, almost lovingly. Then, suddenly, he turned away. His feet touched the ground again, and he walked casually out onto the wooden floor of the center of the tower. James saw that the trapdoor in the center of the floor was closed and locked. There'd be no escape that way. "A moment ago, down in my quarters, I was the teacher and you were the pupil, boy," Slytherin said, looking out over the low wall that surrounded the tower. "Let us now reverse those roles, my friends, and I wish to learn much from you tonight. You have the honorable task of teaching us. Let us start with something simple. What is your name?" James felt a strong urge not to answer. If he answered even the most basic question, he feared he would answer all of them. some latent idea of braveness and nobility, insisted he remain silent no matter what Slytherin or his cronies did to him. "You are thinking it is courageous to remain silent, my boy," Slytherin said slyly, looking back at James over his shoulder. "You are thinking we will not merely kill you and use our arts to extract what we wish from the meat of your dead brain. You are thinking that such things do not happen to brave little boys. And this proves to me, my young friend, that you are indeed unfamiliar with this age. I know not what happens in the time from which you come, but here, terrible things happen to little boys every single day. Moreover, you are unknown here. You are a stranger. No one knows who you are, or even that you exist. If you disappeared, none would look for you. None would so much as notice your absence. Knowing that, do you really wish to stake your life on the hope that I, Salazar Slytherin, might be too soft-hearted to execute you this very night?" James met Slytherin's eyes. They glittered in the moonlight like coins. There was no soul in them. In them, James could very well see his own death. James swallowed, and then stood up straight. "My name is James," he declared, trying very hard not to betray his fear. "See how easy that was, James?" Slytherin asked, gesturing grandly. James saw that the wizard had his wand in his hand. He flipped it, almost casually, and a bolt of stunning, excruciating pain rammed down James' spine. He arched his back and stumbled backwards, landing on the stone terrace. The agony was monumental. In it, James forgot where he was. His vision went white and hazy. All that mattered was that the pain should stop. It seemed to last hours and days. Then, suddenly, it was gone, and James knew that it had been mere seconds. His eyes cleared and he saw Slytherin standing over him, smiling with interest. "I did not do that because you only answered the question partially," Slytherin said. "I did that because you hesitated. I trust you won't let it happen again." Slytherin spun, as if to address everyone present. "And now, loud enough for us all to hear, what is your full name?" James struggled up, grunting. His knees felt watery and very weak, but he got them beneath him. "James Sirius Potter," he answered, hating himself for it. The thought of that pain striking him again was horrid. He'd do almost anything to avoid it. And besides, he thought, what did it matter? What could Slytherin do with any information James might give him? It was 1,000 years in the past, wasn't it? But the future is built on the foundation of the past, a voice seemed to whisper in James' ear. He thought it was the voice of his father. "Be careful, James. Be shrewd." "James Sirius Potter," Slytherin said. "Such an innocent-sounding name. Where are you from, Master Potter? When is your time? What can you tell us of it? Pray, leave nothing out." "I'm from the future," James said grimly. 1,000 years from now. I am a student at this school in that time." "Amazing," Slytherin said, his voice eager. "And yet this is obviously a lie. I credit your boldness, but it will not serve you well. Answer me truthfully this moment or face the Cruciatus curse again. What say you?" "It is the truth," James replied, raising his voice. "If you want me to make up something to suit what you want to hear, just let me know. I will be happy to tell you whatever story you want. Do not tempt us, James Sirius Potter. If, indeed, Hogwarts College exists 1,000 years from now, then it exists in a day when the magical realm has finally subjugated the Muggle horde. There would be no room in such a college for a student like yourself, a boy of obviously dull abilities and mental weakness. Such a college would put you out where you belong, with the Muggle cattle and half-blood dogs. Tell us the truth now, or die with your lies." "I'm not lying," James said, growing bold. "Your predictions don't come true. In my time, the Muggles live alongside the magical world. They don't even know about us. The wizarding world has lived in secrecy among them for centuries. There are laws that make sure no witch or wizard tells any muggle about us. Not only am I a student at Hogwarts, some of my classmates are the children of muggles. In my time, any witch or wizard can attend Hogwarts, no matter who their parents are. Your stupid plans are going to come to nothing. In fact, in my time, you're best known for getting kicked out of the school because you were a mad, power-hungry loon. You lied. Slytherin roared, wheeling on James and raising his wand. You have come here to sow deceit and doubt, but you were found out. You have not the slightest shred of evidence that this time you speak of is true, and the evidence of our very beings proves you false. The wizarding realm could never sink into the shadows of the muggle world. It would be a blasphemy and a mockery. If this age that you describe were a reality, it would collapse under the weight of its own absurdity. Slytherin turned again, his robes flapping in the wind as he raised his arms. My friends, we are confronted with a mystery. If the world this James Sirius Potter describes is, in some version of the shifting mists of the future, and against all logic, a reality, then it must be prevented at all costs. And if, as I strongly suspect, this boy is a fraud and a liar, flying in the face of our every attempt to consort with him as gentlemen, then he is our mortal enemy. Either way, our course is clear. Here, Slytherin whipped around again and glared at James. The boy must die, he said, grinning viciously. He raised his wand. Without thinking, James ducked and leapt as Slytherin called the words of the killing curse. The bolt of green sizzled over James' head. He scrambled down to the lowest terrace and hid behind one of the two stone chairs. Stay your wands, Slytherin called to his associates, unperturbed. I can manage the boy. None of you need bother yourselves. James wished desperately that he still had his wand. An idea occurred to him, and he called out. Hey! You call yourself a gentleman? Not much nobility in cursing a kid, is there? At least give me my wand. Slytherin laughed in delight. Finally, the boy shows some spirit, he cried. As you wish, Master Potter. Let us duel. Come forth and collect your wand. James peered cautiously around the side of the throne. Slytherin saw him, and his grin widened. He produced James' wand from his robes and held it out. James steeled himself and climbed to his feet again. He began to cross the wooden floor towards Slytherin, carefully and quickly, his heart pounding. Suddenly, surprisingly, there was a loud thump from directly beneath James' feet. He jumped, startled, and looked down. He was standing on the trapdoor. They come, Salazar, one of the cloaked wizards said. They have sensed our summit. We must depart. Deal with the boy elsewhere. No, Slytherin said, still grinning. They cannot reach us. The tower cannot be breached from outside by any means until the summit is ended. It is the magical law of the Sylvan Tower. Let us finish our work first, and then deal with my fellow founders. It is high time they realized the error they have made in plotting against me. Voices emanated from below, and there was another thump on the thick wood of the trapdoor. The magical lock rattled, but held firm. Take your wand, James Potter, Slytherin said. Let us finish this, as wizards. James firmed his resolve and stepped off the trapdoor. He'd heard the stories of how his father had faced off against Voldemort in very similar fashion. But as James had thought so many times before, he was not his father. James had no chance against the sheer malevolent power of Salazar Slytherin. Worse, there was no place to run or hide. The tower was too high to escape from. James didn't even know how to disapparate. Shakily, he reached up for his wand. Slytherin released it, still smiling. James cleared his throat as he backed away, holding his wand in front of him. Do we bow first? He asked. I bow to equals, Slytherin said, baring his teeth. You may bow when you're dead. He swept his arm forward. Avada Kedavra. James leapt again and the spell struck the throne with a blast of green sparks. A small, detached part of James' mind realized that he was making very good use of the physical techniques he'd learned in Professor DeBellow's defense against the dark arts class. He almost groaned aloud. Use magic, not acrobatics, boy. Slytherin taunted, shaking his sleeve back. Let your corpse be the first thing my fellow founders see when they join us here. Face me and die with a shred of honor. James was terrified. He rolled on the wooden floor and scrambled up, waving his wand wildly. He pointed it, desperately trying to remember the incantation. It was one of the first he'd ever learned, but his mind was a complete blank. That's more like it. Slytherin rasped, striding forward, coming to meet James. He held his wand casually before him, teasing James with it. Do your worst, boy. Show me what they teach you in this fantasy time of yours. Do it, now. James blurted the spell the moment it came into his head. Slytherin spoke his curse at exactly the same time. Both bolts exploded over the wooden floor, lighting it. Slytherin's green bolt pierced James' oversized robe, passing right through it and under James' outstretched arm, barely missing his body. James' yellow bolt struck the lock on the trapdoor. It unlocked with a burst of sparks, and the door flew open, releasing a beam of light and the sound of voices. It's open, someone cried. Someone unlocked it from above. Beware a trap. Protego. Slytherin roared in fury. He pointed his own wand at the door, but it was too late. Figures ran up the stairs from below, wands at the ready. Spells exploded in all directions, illuminating the tower's peak like fireworks. James took the opportunity to dive behind the marble throne again. The air was suddenly full of the hiss and swirl of Slytherin's circle of 9 disapparating from the top of the tower. One of them remained long enough to approach James, flourishing his wand. He had a black goatee, which bristled as the man grinned. Nice trick, boy, he growled, but we detest unfinished business. James' reflexes had been sharpened by his duel with Slytherin. Even as the man finished speaking, James whipped his wand around and shouted, Expelliarmus. There was a sharp crack, and the man's wand shot from his hand, spinning into the darkness beyond the tower wall. The force of the spell pushed the man backwards. He stumbled and tripped on one of the terraces. With a roar of anger, he spun to see where his wand had gone. Realizing it was lost, he turned back, his hands hooked into claws and his face contorted with rage. Stupefy! James cried, scrambling backwards, but his aim was off. The spell struck the stone floor to the man's right. You'll die for that, boy, the man roared, pouncing like a beast. There was a flash of purple light and the man screamed in mid-pounce. He landed hard in front of James' feet, bringing his face down hard enough to break his nose. James heard the crunch and grimaced. He scrambled to his feet, eyes wild, waving his wand crazily. Halt, boy, a voice commanded. A hand suddenly grabbed James' wrist, bringing it up. James struggled against it for a moment, and then looked to see whose hand it was. Godric Gryffindor's stern, narrow features looked down at him. The battle is over, my friend, he said, releasing James' wrist. Whoever you are one extremely fortunate young wizard. He's not just a wizard, a woman's voice said, and there was a hint of an amused smile in it. James looked and saw Rowena Ravenclaw throw back the hood of her blue cloak. He's the youngest cleric in the realm. And he's tussled with Salazar before. Where's he gone? James suddenly asked, looking around the top of the tower. Vanished, Ravenclaw answered gravely. Escaped. Assumed his true form and flown off. What's his true form? James asked, shuddering as his adrenaline wore off. Rowena speaks facetiously, Helga Hufflepuff replied, approaching the tower's low wall and peering out into the darkness beyond. Slytherin is an animagus. She speaks of his animal self as his true form, since she believes him unworthy of the title of human. Is he a snake? James asked, joining Hufflepuff by the wall and peering down. Curiously, no, Gryffindor answered. Salazar's true form is perhaps even more fitting, for he has proven himself to be similarly blind, nocturnal, and bloodthirsty. Salazar's animagus is, in fact, a bat. A groan reminded the assembly of the stricken man with the goatee. He rolled onto his back and struggled to sit up, one hand clapped over his nose. This man is no danger without his wand, Gryffindor said, thanks to our quick-thinking friend here. To the man, he said, I'd not attempt to disapparate if I were you, Lord Morcant. That was more than a bone lock hex I cast on you. It was also a lanyard charm. You'd get no further than a stone's throw before being leashed, and I am told it can be rather painful. You broke my nose, Morcant cried, showing them the palm of his hand. It was slick with blood. I'll kill the lot of you. Return me my wand this instant. I think not, my lord, Ravenclaw replied. I suspect you won't hold a wand for quite some time. We have many questions for you, and it'd be best if you answered them. You'll torture me, will you? Morcant spat, climbing to his feet. I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me. I'll never speak. Do your worst. We won't need to torture you, Hufflepuff said reasonably. If you choose not to answer our interrogations, we shall simply let you go. Morcant narrowed his eyes. How dare you mock me? I know you're kind. Your lies do not deceive me. You know you're kind, Morcant, Ravenclaw corrected politely, and you assume everyone else is of like mind. We shall indeed release you if you refuse our questions, and we shall not harm a single hair on that fetching beard of yours. You should beware, however, your release might result in some people getting the wrong impression. Some observers might interpret your unscathed release as a sign that you told us absolutely everything you know. Gryffindor arched an eyebrow meaningfully. Your associate, Salazar Slytherin, would not appreciate that, would he? He has been known to deal rather harshly with those who betrayed him. He would not believe such lies, Morcant scoffed. He knows I am trustworthy. Besides, I am not afraid of him. Gryffindor approached Morcant and leaned toward him. In a conspiratorial tone of voice he said, I hear rumors that Salazar's been developing a curse that turns his enemies inside out. Technically, I'd say that was impossible, but Salazar is quite the genius when it comes to such things. Knowing him, he'll simply continue practicing it until he gets it right. He's probably hoping you'll betray him, just so he has an excuse to use you as another test subject. He'll trust me. Morcant insisted again. He knows I would never betray him. Ravenclaw shrugged. Salazar never struck me as the trusting type, she said, but perhaps you know him better than we do. On the other hand, Hufflepuff mused, if you do decide to assist us, we could protect you from any potential reprisals. Morcant scoffed, and James heard desperation in the man's voice. You? Slytherin has twice the power of the rest of you combined. Gryffindor smiled. I'm certain he has convinced even himself of that. But why, then, did he transform into a flying rodent the moment he witnessed our approach? Why did he flee rather than face us wand-to-wand? Slytherin does not ask himself such questions, but it behooves you, Lord Morcant, to think about it very carefully. Morcant scowled furiously. Finally, through gritted teeth, he said, he means to overthrow the lot of you. He wishes to control the school entirely, and use it as the seat of a magical empire. He knows you have been plotting against him. His intent is to strike first. How instructive, Gryffindor said grimly. He believes we have been plotting against him. But do let us continue this elsewhere. Rowena, Helga, Perhaps you might escort our mysterious young friend back down to the main castle. I will accompany Lord Morcant to a safe place. We can palaver there at our leisure." Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw agreed. A moment later, there was a loud crack as Gryffindor disapparated from the tower with Lord Morcant in tow. "Let us retire to the Great Hall," Ravenclaw said, turning to James and Hufflepuff. "It should be deserted at this time of night. Perhaps our friend would like something to eat as we discuss." Hufflepuff nodded. "Indeed. We must determine who you are, young man, and how to return you from whence you came." "I can't imagine how we'll do that," James replied, remembering the shattered portal mirror. "My only way home was smashed to bits by Slytherin. I'm stuck here." "Surely this is not the case," Ravenclaw said cheerfully. "It may not be immediately apparent, but the solution shall present itself." Hufflepuff smiled at James. "The answer is almost always simple, young man, but rarely is it easy." James had begun to walk toward the open trapdoor, but he stopped when Hufflepuff said that. Where had he heard that before? A moment later, he remembered. Merlin had said something like it in the cave when they'd gone to get his cash. "Doing what is right is nearly always simple," Merlin had said, "but it is never easy." And then, connected to that, James remembered something else the big wizard had said, later, when they'd all been in the headmaster's office, examining his unpacked devices and curiosities. James turned on the spot, his eyes wide, wondering. It couldn't be that simple, could it? He had to find out, and quickly. "No," James said excitedly, "not the Great Hall. We have to go back to Slytherin's quarters. Right away, before he comes back." Ravenclaw furrowed her brow. "Why in the earth should we go there? And what makes you think he shall return?" Hufflepuff added, studying James' face. "Because he'd never leave all his stuff," James answered quickly. "His dark trinkets. They're too important to him. He'll come back for them, probably right away, before anyone moves any of it. We have to get there first. If I'm right, he has something really important. It may be my only chance of getting back to my own time." Ravenclaw merely studied James, her eyes serious and thoughtful. Helga Hufflepuff, however, nodded curtly. She stepped forward and held out her hand. "In that case, dear boy, let us forego the stairs. Rowena, wand at the ready. If we intend to hurry, then let us hurry like witches, and hope that Salazar has not already outwitted us this night. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. James felt the disorienting jolt of disapparition again as Hufflepuff took him away from the Sylvan Tower. A moment later, a dim hallway appeared around him and his feet hit the stone floor. Almost instantly, there was a second loud crack and Rowena Ravenclaw appeared next to James and Hufflepuff. Both women had their wands out. They scanned the hall in both directions. Without a word, Hufflepuff pointed. James looked. He recognized this hall as the one that led to Slytherin's quarters. Now, with a shiver, he saw that the door to the wizard's office was ajar. Light spilled from it, and there was the clunk of stealthy movement. "What is your name, young man?" Hufflepuff whispered, not taking her eyes from the door. "James Potter," James replied as quietly as he could. Hufflepuff whispered, "You were right, James. Salazar is here, returned for his cash, as bold as brass. He knows his time is ended here. Rowena and I will face him and attempt to reason with him. If we prevail, we will help you seek what you need. If we are bested, then I am glad to die knowing the name of our mysterious benefactor." "You may reason with him if you wish, Helga," Ravenclaw said quietly, obviously anxious for a fight. "But I will be negotiating with my wand alone." The sheer bravado of his returning this night, beneath our very noses. "I want to come with you," James whispered, raising his wand. "This is my fight too. He tried to kill me." Ravenclaw narrowed her eyes at James, smiling thinly. "He may well finish what he started if you accompany us, James Potter. But it is your choice." James had expected a bit more resistance than that. He smiled a little nervously. Honestly, he thought, what was the worst that could happen? History proved that all 4 founders survived this night. Of course, as Slytherin had implied earlier, history didn't say anything whatsoever about a dark-haired boy who might have been along for the ride. "I'll lead," Hufflepuff whispered, pointing towards Slytherin's door. "Rowena, to my left. James, you follow. Stupefy Salazar, if necessary, but no more. Remember that he is still one of the founders of this college, and deserving of respect." "Respect be damned the moment he raises his wand," Ravenclaw muttered as they inched down the hall. "He sure wasn't using stunning spells on the tower," James whispered. "Just watch for..." A bolt of green seared the floor next to Ravenclaw's foot. "Stupefy!" Hufflepuff shouted, aiming her wand at the open door. A shadow leapt aside as her spell struck the lintel, exploding into red sparks. "He's wary of us. We must charge him. We're too vulnerable here." James struggled to catch up as Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff ran towards Slytherin's doorway, heads down and wands firing. Red bolts peppered the doorway, forcing Slytherin back. "Cease this, Salazar," Hufflepuff shouted. "It is not yet too late to abandon this course of action." James still had seen nothing of his former captor. As they drove through the door of his office, ducking for cover behind chairs and a bookcase, a shadow escaped into a dark doorway, hissing angrily. "Wear his form," Ravenclaw cried. "He can be small and winged. He may hide." Hufflepuff peered from around the bookcase, her wand ahead of her. "He is not in sight." To the inner chamber. James followed the witches as they moved across the room. He was amazed at their movement. It was graceful and flitting, remarkably quick but utterly controlled. Their wand hands preceded them, steady as stone. James' heart slammed in his chest, making his own wand shake in his hand. He glanced aside as he passed the double doors of the laboratory. They were still slightly open, but the space beyond was dark. "Sweep the room," Ravenclaw said as she moved into Slytherin's inner sanctum. "Revelio." A beam of soft lavender light spread from the tip of Ravenclaw's wand, lighting the wall. Slowly, she moved it all around the room, letting the light touch every surface. Finally, she lowered her wand, extinguishing the lavender light. "He is not hidden here," she said, obviously disappointed. "He has fled once again, methinks." James finally took a moment to look around. This was obviously Slytherin's sleeping quarters. It was surprisingly small and cluttered, with Gothic pillars and buttresses all round it. A single window was securely closed and locked. "Let us take advantage of the moment, then," Hufflepuff said, turning to James. "What is it that you believe Salazar might have in his possession? What tool might prove helpful to you?" James tried to explain the age he'd come from, and how he'd arrived in this century by accidentally wishing himself through the magic mirror in the headmaster's office. He described appearing through the smaller silver-framed mirror hung behind the Rotunda statue and its subsequent destruction by Slytherin. "I assumed that had been a magic mirror as well," James said. "But now I don't think so. Slytherin loves things like that. He'd never destroy something really magical just to keep me here. I think the Amcerous Earth mirror can see through any mirror, maybe even anything that reflects. So the mirror behind the statue was just a normal mirror, after all." "That mirror was a remnant from Hayden's occupation," Ravenclaw nodded. "There'd be nothing magical about it." "But Slytherin knew all about traveling through mirrors," James went on. "He said that he thought he was only one of 2 men on Earth who knew about that. And then, Just now, when we were up on the Sylvan Tower, I remembered the headmaster saying something like that. He said that his magic mirror was one of only 2 ever made, and that the other one had belonged to somebody he knew. But now I know who that person must have been. Slytherin has the other magic mirror. The twin of the one that brought me here. Ravenclaw's eyes had grown very sharp and wary. She glanced meaningfully aside at Hufflepuff. "Let us search," Hufflepuff said quietly. "Then we shall know for sure." Ravenclaw raised her wand and said the same incantation as before. The lavender light appeared at the end of her wand again. She turned slowly. "In my last pass," she muttered, "I was merely searching for sign of Salazar, either as man or bat. Now..." Hufflepuff paced around the room, watching the lavender light play on the walls. "There," she announced, pointing. Ravenclaw paused, resting the beam on a very large painting. It was a full-length portrait of a narrow-faced wizard in burgundy robes, and it was very nearly life-sized. The portrait slid its eyes at the men scowled. James saw that as the beam passed over the portrait, it illuminated the faint outline of a hidden doorway. Ravenclaw pocketed her wand and stalked across the floor. She grasped the frame of the painting and pulled, but it was stuck tight to the wall. Hufflepuff joined her, but they could not move the painting, even with all 3 of them pulling it. "No more kid gloves," Ravenclaw said angrily. She stood back, motioning the others away. She pointed her wand at the portrait. "Rowena Ravenclaw," the portrait sneered, "you know not what you are doing." "Convulsus!" Rowena cried, interrupting the portrait. There was a blinding burst of white light and the portrait seemed to vaporize. A moment later, once James' eyes had readjusted to the relative dimness of the room, he saw that the portrait had not, in fact, been completely obliterated. The frame had been destroyed, and the painting had been slashed straight down the middle, leaving a gaping hole. The wooden back of the painting had been entirely blasted away, lost in the dark space beyond. James, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw approached the slashed portrait carefully. James, between the 2 women, could see a sliver of light winking back at him from the depths beyond the torn canvas. In the dimness of the hidden chamber, James' own face looked back at him. "It's there," James breathed, both elated and frightened. "I can see my reflection. It's the magic mirror." Hufflepuff illuminated her wand and held it out. Very carefully, she crept through the shredded painting into the dimness of the chamber behind it. Her wand lit the space and shone on the mirror's frame. As James entered the chamber and peered around Hufflepuff, he could see that this mirror was nearly identical to the one in Merlin's office, except that it stood upright rather than on its side. Also, there were words engraved on the golden frame of Slytherin's mirror. The inscription didn't make any sense to James, but the first word, carved in beautiful, flowing script, was Arist. "The mirror," Hufflepuff said simply, her voice odd. "It wasn't destroyed after all. He had it this whole time." Ravenclaw's face was flushed with anger. "We should have known. But what of its focusing book? Without it, the mirror's power is uncontrollable and capricious, reduced only to its most basic and illusory functions. We must search for the book." "Indeed, and search for it we shall, once we have told Godric of this discovery," Hufflepuff said. "For now, other matters demand our attention. James has done us a second great service. I suspect he'd prefer to take his leave if he can." "I would, if you don't mind," James agreed. "It's been really cool to meet all of you. Well, most of you. But I'm really anxious to see if I can get back." "James Potter," Hufflepuff said, smiling. "We'd have a myriad of questions for you, not the least of which would be what becomes of us, and what is this school like in your time? But I strongly suspect that the less we know of such things, the better." "There is one question we should ask though, Helga," Ravenclaw said. She turned to James, her face grim and thoughtful. If this tale you have told us is true, and I have no reason to doubt that it is, then the headmaster of this college, some 1,000 years hence, has had collusion in this time with Salazar Slytherin. James, answer me this one question as truly as you can. Do you know the real name of this headmaster of yours? Sure, James said, frowning quizzically. I thought I'd mentioned him already. It's Merlin. You'd probably know him as Merlinus Ambrosius. He came to our time last year, on the night of the alignment of the planets. I guess you'd call it the Hall of Elders Crossing. I saw him just this evening. Well, heard him, actually, when I was trapped in the laboratory. He was right out there, in Slytherin's office. Ravenclaw's face had gone very pale. She studied James, and then turned to look at Hufflepuff. He was here, this very night, she said quietly. It is all true. We scarce believed it. And this boy is proof that he succeeded. It is far worse than we expected. The legend. Hush, Helga, Rowena said gravely. James needn't hear of the details of that. The two women looked at James. In the wandlight, their faces were very pale and deadly serious. Hear me now, James Potter, beware Merlinus, Ravenclaw said, speaking with great emphasis. The sorcerer has a glamour that bewitches those who wish to trust him. If he has achieved the position of headmaster, then he has already fooled many. It may even now be too late for your world. But you may have been sent here this night for a great purpose. Perhaps you go back to serve as a warning. That which Merlinus bodes upon your world is an evil like nothing the earth has ever known. The gatekeeper of the void may even now be unleashed, and Merlinus is its ambassador. There is no battling the gatekeeper, but if you can find a way to destroy the ambassador, James Potter, you must take it. Do not let him put his glamour upon you. If the moment comes, it will not be the time for discourse or hesitation. It will be the time for action. Do you understand? James looked intently at Rowena Ravenclaw's earnest, pale face. Even here, 1,000 years away from the events she was describing, she was clearly terrified. Slowly, James nodded. How dare you? A voice shrieked suddenly, furiously, making them all jump. My chambers. My cash. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw both spun in the confined space of the hidden chamber. They pointed their wands as a dark figure tore the decimated portrait away. The voice screamed, and it was chillingly inhuman. James suddenly remembered the slightly open doors of Slytherin's laboratory, remembered thinking he should warn Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw to check there. Slytherin had fooled them with a shadow, and then hidden there, probably in his bot form. And now, enraged that they had discovered his greatest secret, he seemed trapped halfway between his forms, half bat and half man. His voice buzzed hideously. Great, leathery wings flapped from his hunched back. Go, James! Hufflepuff cried, pointing her wand at Slytherin's grotesque shape. In his blind rage, he beat his enormous bat wings, flailing them against the wall, preventing him from entering. He slavered monstrously, lunging and snapping his fanged mouth at the women. No! James yelled. I mean, I don't know how. I can't think. A bolt of red seared the air, striking Slytherin's wing. He screamed and the wing flailed limply. Get away from that mirror, he screamed, the words sounding alien in that strange, half-bat mouth. Touch it and die. Just go. Ravenclaw urged desperately. Just as you did before. Slytherin lunged again, finally forcing his way through the decimated portrait hole. Both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shot him with stunning spells, but in his mutated form, they only slightly weakened him. He snapped and roared at them. James turned away and flung himself against the mirror. The moment he touched it, the reflection sank away, revealing the familiar silvery smoke. It swirled dizzyingly before James' face. Go, James. Hufflepuff cried. There was a whoosh and a horrid slashing sound. One of the witches screamed, but James couldn't tell which. I wish I was anywhere else, James said aloud. Then, panicked, he amended that. I wish I was home. I wish I was in my own time. Right now. Directly behind him, Slytherin roared, his voice both human and beastly. James felt the air of Slytherin's beating wings and sensed the coming slash of the bat-like talons. And then, all of it was gone. The hidden chamber winked away, sucked into the swirling silvery mists. James felt the same odd sensation of flipping, as if he was being reversed through the mirror. There was a rush of noise and speed, and then he was falling. He tumbled forward, catching himself on his hands and knees, and his wand clattered to the ground in front of him. James looked up. He was in a small dim room. It seemed to be full of dusty trunks and stacked crates. He scrambled around, looking back in the direction from which he'd stumbled. There, looking exactly the same but for a thick coating of dust, was Slytherin's magic mirror. The first word of the now ancient inscription was still plainly visible, Erist. James, a girl's voice asked, startling him. Is it you? It is. Wake up, you two. It happened. Rose? James asked, completely perplexed. She appeared from the shadows near the door, disheveled and covered with cobwebs. James blinked at her. What are you doing here? Where am I? Ralph was climbing sleepily to his feet. It's the middle of the bloody night. What else matters? He knew. Rose said, almost hopping with excitement. He said you'd turn back up here if we made the mirror ready, and you did. The three of us have been waiting here ever since dinner. We've been worried sick. James, what happened? Where have you been? Wait a minute, James said, climbing to his feet. How'd Ralph know I would be showing up here? Nobody could possibly have known that. Not me, Ralph said sleepily, clapping James on the shoulder, although I'd love to take credit for it. No, this was all his idea. Ralph hooked a thumb over his shoulder. James looked and saw the boy getting slowly to his feet, a tired, crooked smile on his face. About time, Potter, Scorpius drawled. Have a nice little trip. 12. Questions of Trust. James insisted that, curious as everyone was, he was too exhausted for lengthy explanations. He told them merely that he'd traveled back to the time of the founders, and that he'd discovered far more than he intended about Merlin. He promised to explain everything in detail the next morning, which was Saturday. Reluctantly, the others agreed, and the four students crept out of the storage room. James allowed Ralph and Scorpius to lead the way through the dark corridors, returning to the main hall. You actually met the founders? Rose demanded in a hoarse whisper, refusing to wait for details. James nodded wearily. I did. They were a lot more real than I ever imagined. Rose shook her head, wonderingly. What was Helga Hufflepuff like? She's the one we hear the least about. She was tough, James said, but nice. She wanted to talk things out with Slytherin, even after he'd tried to kill the lot of us. But she wasn't a pushover. None of them were. They were hardcore. I'll tell you more tomorrow. How do you all know I've gone missing? Well, it's been a whole day, hasn't it? Ralph said in a whisper. Besides, Cedric woke me up in the middle of the night last night. He told me exactly what happened. He thinks Merlin had bewitched the gargoyle to alert him, somehow, anytime somebody used the password to go up to the headmaster's office. Merlin's been stalking all over the school, obviously mad as a hornet, but he hasn't said anything. Rose thinks he's been looking for something. I think he was looking for the Mirror of Erist. Rose interjected. I bet he sensed it was here, hidden away somewhere, but couldn't find it. It's protected from discovery somehow. I bet it's got him in a total lather. So how did you all find it? James asked as they reached the stairs. Ralph looked at Scorpius, who shrugged. I knew where to look, the pale boy said. And when? More or less. The four stopped at the base of the dark staircases. On the closest landing, the Heracles window had once again changed, Heracles' face reverting back to the caricature of Scorpius. Filch would be fuming. James shook his head. I just can't work it out, Scorpius. How could you possibly know? Scorpius drew a deep sigh. I was told. My father knew all about it. He's been studying the writings of the founders for years. It's a sort of hobby of his. He wanted to learn about Salazar Slytherin, mainly to see what he was really like, but then he got interested in the journals of Rowena Ravenclaw. She wrote down absolutely everything. Father worked out some of the clues and codes of Ravenclaw's diaries. Apparently, she intended for them to be discovered. She describes a boy who visited her and the other founders, a boy supposedly from the distant future. She discovered that if he was to succeed in returning through the right mirror, someone would have to prepare it on this side, in this time. She'd determined it was her duty to make sure that happened, so she developed the codex and left clues for the right person to figure it all out. My father was, apparently, that person. The clues gave a time frame and instructions. James' head was spinning. But how could she work that out? How could she know an exact time frame? Scorpius shrugged. That's a question for my father. I can't imagine why it'd matter. The fact is that she did work it out. It's obvious, Rose whispered. You must have told her the time you came from. You must have given clues. I didn't tell them anything like that, James said, but then a thought occurred to him. I did tell them about Merlin's reappearance though. I told them it happened a year ago, on the night of the alignment of the planets. That's almost all she'd need, Rose replied. They knew how to track those kinds of events. She probably factored out the exact date of the alignment, then added in loads of other clues you'd mentioned, like the day of the week or the month, the time during the school term, even the phase of the moon. She was dead smart, you know. James nodded. No doubt about that. But still, how did you find the mirror if Merlin can't even find it? Rose interrupted Scorpius. Ravenclaw gave a sort of magical map. She embedded an enchanted signal in the mirror of her east, and listed the spell required to locate the signal. All we had to do then was follow it. When we found it, we were simply to touch the mirror and wish for lost items to be returned to us. That's what we did, and then we just waited. Finally, bang! Here you are again. Pretty neat, eh? Ralph whispered, grinning. And all because of Scorpius here. Or his dad, actually. Scorpius rolled his eyes. If we're done congratulating ourselves, I've got plans in the morning. You three can stay here and get cornered by Filch's ancient Kneaselcat if you wish, but I'm off to bed. He turned and began to creep up the stairs. James said goodnight to Ralph, then followed Scorpius up the stairs, Rose at his side. As the three passed through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room, Rose smiled tiredly at James. I'm glad you made it back, James. We didn't know where you'd really gone, or if Scorpius' information was correct. I was really scared. I thought maybe Merlin had gotten you somehow. James furrowed his brow, thinking of the words Rowena Ravenclaw had said to him, urging James not to be taken in by Merlin, warning him he might have to confront the sorcerer if the moment was right. He tried to smile gamely at Rose. I'm fine, he said. But it was close. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. I'll tell you everything, if you really want to know. For now, let's sleep. I'm nearly dead on my feet. They said goodnight and climbed their respective staircases. When James got to the darkened dormitory, Scorpius was already in his bed, his back to James. James' pilfered cleric robe had not come through the mirror with him, so he was still dressed in his stripy pajamas. Wearily, he put his glasses and his wand back in his bag and climbed into bed. He lay there a moment, and then sat up. "Scorpius," he whispered. The boy didn't move, but James knew he was listening. "I don't know why you helped me, but thanks." James lay back down. A minute went by and James was nearly asleep when he heard Scorpius move. Out of the darkness, the boy replied in a whisper, "Don't thank me yet, Potter. The time may come when you'll wish you'd never made it back. The time may come when you'll curse me for helping you." James slept very late the next morning and awoke to a bright glare of snow and frost on the dormitory window. He washed, dressed, and clumped downstairs, looking for his friends. Eventually, he found Rose and Ralph in the library, arguing quietly over one of Professor Revalvier's homework questions. "You two are pathetic," James said. "Doing homework on a Saturday morning." "Technically, it's hardly morning anymore," Rose replied. "We've been waiting for you. We're dying to know what happened yesterday." Ralph closed his book with a thump. "Besides, it's dead cold outside. Even the lake's freezing over. All the older years are mooning around trying to figure out who to go to the Yule Ball with. There's nothing else to do. By the way, did you get Zane's duck?" James blinked. "When? The other night?" "No, early this morning. Last night, by his time. He wants to hear about what happened to you, too. He said we should duck him back when you're ready to talk about it and tell him where to meet us." James shook his head and smiled. "That's crazy." "That's Zane," Ralph shrugged. "What about Scorpius?" James asked reluctantly. "Should we include him?" Rose looked uncomfortable. "He says he knows everything he needs to know about it already." "Whatever that means," Ralph added. "Oh, yeah, that reminds me. You got something called a howler yesterday morning." "What?" James said, frowning. "A howler? From who?" "Your mum," Rose answered. "It was delivered during breakfast, but you weren't there to open it. We tried to get it out of the Great Hall, but it went off before we could. I'm afraid everybody heard it." "You really could have told us, James." "What are you talking about?" James exclaimed. "What did the howler say?" Rose studied James' face. "You really don't know?" "Bloody hell, Rose, you're killing me here. What did it say?" "It was your mum's voice," Ralph said. "She was really mad, and loud as a trumpet. She said she couldn't really blame you for taking them last year because you were just being your father's son, but she'd hoped you'd learned your lesson. She said that they were dangerous, and what's more, that they belonged to your father, and he was also pretty disappointed in you for nicking them again. Then she said that she hoped everyone was hearing it, including the teachers, so they'd all know that you were sneaking around with the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, and that they should put a stop to it." James spluttered, speechless. But I didn't take them. They're still at home in Dad's trunk. I haven't touched them since last year." "Well," Rose said, pointing out the obvious, "they aren't at home in your dad's trunk, even if you didn't take them. They've gone missing and your mum seemed pretty certain that you were the one who'd done it." James felt both angry and hurt. How could she just accuse him like that? Sure, he'd borrowed the cloak and the map last year, but he'd had very good reasons for it. He'd accepted his punishment, hadn't he? He didn't have any plans of borrowing the cloak and map at all this year. But who could have taken them, then? And then, with a start, James remembered the morning they'd left for the train when Albus had been mysteriously late about packing his trunk. That little scrook. James breathed, furious. "What?" Rose asked. Who? Albus. The little Slytherin imp. He stole them. It had to have been him. The morning we left for the train, he was moping around, half-packed. Then, all of a sudden, he left the room for a few minutes. Mum and Dad were downstairs, getting the car around. He must have sneaked into their room and stolen the cloak and the map out of Dad's trunk. He knew they'd blame me. You can't know that, Rose admonished. I can't, James agreed, nodding. But I do. Just wait until I get my hands on him. I'll make him send an owl to Mum and Dad confessing the whole thing. See if I don't. In the meantime, Ralph interjected, we're still dying to hear about your wild adventure yesterday. Can we put this little detail behind us for the moment? James was still seething, but he agreed. He'd just have to see if he could track Albus down later that afternoon. Maybe he'd take Ralph up on his offer to escort him down to the Slytherin common room. Ralph went on, we've been thinking about it, and we've come up with a great place to meet Zane and hear your story. Go grab your cloak and meet us by the rotunda entrance. And bring your wand. A few minutes later, James once again met Ralph and Rose by the broken remains of the founders' statues. The huge rotunda gates had been closed against the wintry day, but a small door set into the left gate remained unlocked. Rose led them to it. As James crossed the marble floor, he felt very strange. He remembered the statues as he'd last seen them, intact and new. He looked up as he passed through the main arch. The engraved name of the school was worn, almost lost in the dim recesses of the vaulted ceiling. James imagined that if he went over to the statue plinth, he might still find bits of the broken silver-framed mirror in the cracks of the floor. He shivered. As they went through the tiny doorway, the three students squinted in the blinding, snowy brightness of the day. The lake was indeed half frozen, with white edges fading to black near the center where waves lapped onto the brittle surface. The wind was bitter and harsh, carrying flecks of snow like sand. None of the three spoke as they worked their way around the castle, huddled against the cold, and James was amused to see that they were walking toward the ancient stone barn in which Hagrid housed his menagerie. It'll be warm in here, Ralph called, yanking the main door open. And we can be pretty sure nobody else will come out here today. Too bitter. It was indeed quite warm in the barn, thanks to Norberta's occasional flamings. Wall-mounted lanterns lit the dirt floor gaily, contrasting against the cold, white light which streamed through the barn's small windows. The beasts in their cages snuffled and barked as the students passed. There are benches over by the larger pens, Rose pointed out. Let's have a seat. I've packed a flask of hot chocolate and some cockroach clusters. Blimey, Rose, Ralph said appreciatively. You think of everything. Rose unpacked her bag, setting out the flask and some cups. Too bad for Zane, she commented. He can't have any, not really being here. I brought my own, Zane said happily, appearing in midair between them. The three students jumped back, and then looked up at the suspended shape. Zane floated 2 feet off the ground, apparently seated on nothing and happily munching a chunk of sausage on a fork. It's barely breakfast here, you know, and I'm not normally a morning person. But I wouldn't miss this for anything. Good to see you made it back, James. Thanks, James replied. But this is a little weird. You're, off a bit. Zane glanced around, munching the sausage. Yeah. Hey, Raphael, what do we do when the doppelganger insists on levitating? There was a pause as Zane listened. He nodded. Sorry, guys. It's apparently part of the doppelganger's basic intuition. It wants to make the apparition float. It's supposed to be creepier that way. Maybe it'll calm down in a little while if it gets bored. You've harnessed a doppelganger of yourself and are using it to project messages? Rose said incredulously. You didn't explain it to her? Zane asked, looking at James. She's pretty quick though, isn't she? But that's patently and completely impossible. Rose spluttered. Doppelgangers are just myths. This is worse than the bit about the chaos butterfly. It's a little late to be claiming it won't work, Rosie, Ralph said, munching a cockroach cluster. We can maintain this as long as we need to, Zane said, putting his fork down. It seemed to float alongside him, unsupported. Just so long as you occasionally shoot me with a stinging hex or something, just to boost the magic a little. Truth is, Franklin's glad for the testing time. So go to it, James. Tell us all about your adventures in the Stone Age. James plunged into his tale, trying to remember everything. He explained his trip through the mirror, and where he'd ended up becoming, against all probability, the mysterious ghost in the plinth, as Ashley Doone had joked. This required a little further explanation, as Zane had never seen the photo of the founders nor heard of the conspiracies about the shadowy face hidden in the background. James then went on to explain his capture at the hands of Salazar Slytherin, and the subsequent overheard conversation between Slytherin and the Merlin of that time. He described the duel on top of the Sylvan Tower, and the adventure of finding Slytherin's twin of Merlin's Amcerous Earth. Finally, he relayed the words of Rowena Ravenclaw, warning what Merlin's return meant and how he was the ambassador of the Gatekeeper. To cement her words, James produced the tabloid clipping Lucy had sent, obviously alluding to the work of the horrible entity. By the time James had finished, the hot chocolate and cockroach clusters were long gone, and the three had had to shoot stinging hexes at Zane nearly a dozen times. Sounds like there was something going on with that mirror back in the Founders' Day, Zane commented, based on the way Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw responded when you found it. It does, Rose agreed. It sounds like they'd known about it but believed it had been destroyed somehow. Obviously, Slytherin staged that so he could hoard the mirror for himself. In the end though, the other founders got it back, but without the focusing book, apparently, which Slytherin had probably hidden elsewhere. James, you affected history. He couldn't have, Ralph said, frowning. Obviously they'd captured the mirror of East back from Slytherin even before James went back in time. It figures pretty importantly in your dad's story, doesn't it, James? James nodded. Yeah, I've heard him talk about it lots of times. He saw his dead parents in that mirror. It really meant a lot to him. Almost too much, according to Dumbledore. This is why time-turners have been outlawed, Rose sniffed. Time travel is just too complicated and weird. If James traveled back in time, then I guess it stands to reason that he'd existed in the past all along. He was the reason the mirror was captured back from Slytherin on the night he was found out. That's why his face appeared in the shadows of the Founder's photograph even before he went back. Ralph screwed his face up in concentration. That doesn't make any sense at all. No, using doppelgangers to relay personal messages doesn't make any sense, Rose replied, glancing aside at the floating figure of Zane. This is just improbable and complicated. But we did learn what we needed to know about Merlin, James said sadly. We can't trust him. He's the ambassador of this gatekeeper creature. We might even have to fight him if we hope to send it back. Not me, Ralph said vigorously. I've got part of his staff as my wand. It'd probably turn on me. Rose shook her head. It doesn't work that way, Ralph. It's yours now. It obeys the wizard that wins it. It may not come to fighting Merlin, Zane said, his expression thoughtful. It sounded like Merlin wasn't really excited about the descent of the Gatekeeper, but he knew it was possible. He took the beacon stone from Slytherin so he could control it if it followed him back. Maybe he means to send it back. After all, like I said before, the fact that you three are still breathing means he can't be all evil. He knows you know. Especially now. He only has half of the beacon stone, Rose replied. Slytherin had the other half. He meant to pass it on, so that whoever was still alive when the curse descended would be able to control it. The fact is that neither Merlin nor this other person can control the gatekeeper completely. Somebody would have to put both rings together to banish the gatekeeper back to the void. Or to unleash it fully on the world. Ralph shuddered. This thing's out there, even now. That's what we saw that day in the magic mirror talking to Voldemort's grave statue, isn't it? It's already happening. So maybe Merlin's trying to find the other half of the stone, Zane mused. I just can't buy that he's gone over to the dark side. He wouldn't need to go over, James said suddenly. Ravenclaw said he was dead dangerous. Rose was right, Merlin was just a magical mercenary. He only stopped killing and cursing for hire when he fell in love with the Lady of the Lake. Then that turned out completely horrible and Merlin went mad with revenge. He ended up killing her without even knowing it. After that, he hated the whole world, magic and muggle alike. So he took Slytherin's beacon stone and allowed the descent of the one creature who could end it all. We're fooling ourselves if we don't believe that. Zane shook his head gravely. I hope you're wrong, James, but if you aren't, you three better be very careful. The whole world better be careful, James answered morosely. Not that it'll matter much. There's only one thing we can do to help now. What's that? Rose asked. Watch Merlin, James answered meaningfully. And try to find the two halves of the beacon stone. With the Christmas holiday fast approaching, James found time slipping by in a blur. He had been determined to ask Ralph to take him down to the Slytherin common room so James could confront Albus about the missing invisibility cloak and Marauder's map, but each evening seemed to magically fill up with homework and studying. Preparations for the week's defense club meeting, play rehearsals, and costume fittings. By the evening of the last Quidditch match of the year, James had still not spoken to Albus. He determined he would do it that night after the match. As an early winter dusk descended over the grounds, dark, ominous clouds were pushing in from the east. By the time James and Rose were sidling into their seats in the Gryffindor grandstand, fat snowflakes had begun to fall. The snow made a thick, white curtain, transforming the pitch into a ghostly shadow play. Across the pitch, the Slytherin grandstand was nothing but a tall gray monolith. The players streaked from their holding pens, foregoing the traditional displays of aerial acrobatics for fear that they might crash into one another in the fog of snow even before the match began. Far below, barely visible, Gryffindor captain Devendar Doss shook hands with Tabitha Corsica, Slytherin's captain. Shortly thereafter, the two captains kicked off, joining their teams in the air. Cabrid Cully, the match official, released the bludgers and snitch and tossed the quaffle into the waiting team formations. The teams sprang into action and the match was underway. James found it a very difficult match to watch, and not just because of the thick, blinding snowfall. He was still smarting from his failure to make the team for the second year in a row, and especially because he'd simply been too distracted to remember when tryouts were. He cursed himself repeatedly, thinking it should be him out there facing off against Albus as Seeker. It was nothing short of completely humiliating that Albus was showing him up on the broom. Fortunately, being a Gryffindor, James could legitimately cheer for Albus' opponents without it seeming like sour grapes. When Noah swatted a well-placed bludger at Albus, striking him in the back and nearly throwing him off his broom, James leapt to his feet, hooting derisively. A moment later, he felt slightly guilty. Then he remembered that, most likely, Al had nicked the invisibility cloak and Marauder's map and left James to take the blame for it. He hooted some more, shouting for Noah to aim for the head next time. In the end, despite a very closely played match, Gryffindor had won. Tara Umar, Gryffindor's Seeker, did a victory lap around the grandstands, snitch held high, while the air rang with cheers and raucous commotion. James clumped down the stairs two at a time, meaning to catch Albus while he was still on the field. He ran out onto the snow-dusted grass, looking left and right for his brother. Finally, he saw him with his broom slung over his shoulder and his head down, apparently in deep conversation with Tabitha Corsica and Philia Goyle. Feeling a mixture of triumphant spite and righteous anger, James charged directly toward them. "We have to talk, Albus," he yelled over the noise of the departing crowd. "Mum sent me a howler that should have been addressed to you, you know." Albus didn't respond, but Tabitha and Philia looked up. Philia scowled at James, but Tabitha's eyes were strangely bright and expressionless. She saw James approaching, but didn't say anything. James stopped a few feet away, his face going red. He had the distinct impression that he was interrupting something, and felt infuriatingly awkward. He was supposed to have the upper hand in this situation, wasn't he? He cleared his throat loudly. "I hear you," Albus declared without turning around. Tabitha glanced away, out into the strangely silent snowfall. After a moment, she took Albus' broom and walked slowly toward the Slytherin holding pen. Philia followed, throwing a black look back in James' direction. "Your timing is pretty rotten, James," Albus said, turning around but not raising his eyes. "Well, I'm terribly sorry. Shall I make an appointment with your scheduler? I assume Tabby would be in charge of that, yes?" "This isn't about me, you prat," Albus said, finally looking at James. "Tabitha is going through a very hard time. The loss tonight is sort of the last straw. It meant a lot to her. But I'm sure you couldn't care less about that. You only care when Gryffindors have problems." James narrowed his eyes and spread his hands. "What are you talking about, Al? I've hardly seen a speck of you ever since you disappeared into that Slytherin dungeon. So who exactly doesn't care what's going on outside his own house, eh? And not that you'd care. But I have very good reasons for hating that two-faced viper. Where were you last year when she was calling our dad a liar and a fraud?" Albus shook his head, not meeting James' eyes. "That was then. The point is, James, you're a Gryffindor. You just don't understand the way she grew up and the things she's had to deal with. Of course, I don't agree with everything they say down there, but you have to understand the way they've been taught. They have reasons for being angry. Especially Tabitha." James could barely listen. He stomped his foot on the field and nearly cursed. "It doesn't matter. Albus, they're just using you. How can you not see it? They don't have hearts. They don't care about you. Especially that silver-tongued minx. You'll regret ever being taken in by them. And don't say I didn't warn you." Albus lowered his brow and looked hard at James. "I promise I'll never say you didn't warn me, James. But I'll tell you right now that Tabitha has never talked to me the way you're talking to me right now. Nor has she ever talked about you the way you're talking about her. She's my friend. And to be honest, she needs friends right now, a lot more than I need a brother." James wanted to spit with rage. How could Albus be so completely obtuse? Albus stared at him as if he was simply waiting for James to go away. "You took the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map," James finally said, resorting to the one thing he knew he could feel indignant about. Albus' face changed. He looked truly puzzled and a little wary. "What are you talking about, James? Don't play all innocent with me, Al. You heard the howler Mum sent me. Rose said everyone in the Great Hall heard it the other day at breakfast. She thinks I stole them, just because I borrowed them last year. You have to tell Mum the truth." "What truth, James?" Albus said, angry and exasperated. "You do have them. You must." "I didn't take them." "Of course you did. Don't lie to me. I can always tell." "Well, then maybe you don't know me like you think you do. Don't pin this on me, James. I'm not letting you make me into the bad guy just because you hate that I'm a Slytherin." James spluttered. What? That has nothing to do with it. I just don't want Mum to think. It has everything to do with it. Albus yelled, and his voice sounded oddly flat in the thick curtain of snow. The pitch was nearly empty now, except for the two boys. You were so worried about getting into Gryffindor, so you could be like dear old Dad and Mum. You tried so hard that you wouldn't let yourself be you. Well, I'm being me, and only me. Albus Severus Potter, Slytherin. You can be jealous all you want, but don't try to ruin it for me. I've been warned that you'll try. But believe me, you'll be sorry if you do. Albus turned and stalked away, disappearing quickly into the dense snow. Al, wait. James called, starting to follow his brother. He stopped after a few steps. Look, Al, that came out totally wrong. I don't know what to say to all that, but blimey, there's no reason we need to go to war, is there? We can't let something stupid like our houses come between us. James could see that Albus had stopped. He was barely a gray shape in the silent snowfall. You're the one making it a problem, James. Look, James said awkwardly, forget it, all right? But, honestly, you really didn't take the map and cloak. Albus, gray shape, stood silently, looking back at James. He seemed to shake his head, but James couldn't be sure. Then Albus said, are you going to go home for the holiday? James blinked. Why wouldn't I? Mum obviously thinks we talk more than we do, Albus said, as if in explanation. She sent me a letter the day you got the howler. The burrow's been sold. The family is moving everything out over the holiday. It's the only time everybody is available to help. Makes for a pretty awful holiday, though. I told Mum I'm staying here. I don't want to see Granddad's world taken apart bit by bit. James felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. They sold the burrow? The hazy silhouette of Albus seemed to nod this time. Some old couple by the name of Templeton bought it. Not Muggles, at least. They're going to tear it down and build a little summer cottage on the property. Mum says at least they're keeping the orchard. There was a long silence between the two brothers. Finally, James said, I didn't know. Mum didn't say anything to me. Like I said, she thought I'd tell you. And I just did. I'm not going home for that. Happy bloody Christmas, eh? James couldn't help chuckling a little hollowly. Go talk to Tabitha, we'll figure everything out later. Without a word, Albus turned and vanished completely into the snow. James looked around. The grandstands were almost completely invisible. He seemed to stand in an island of snow-covered grass, surrounded by silently falling flakes. In the darkness, the curtain of snow looked more like ash. James brushed off his shoulders, sighed, and trudged off the pitch. Rose was equally upset about the sale of the burrow, but she seemed to reluctantly understand the necessity of it. Together, she and James determined they would also stay at Hogwarts over the holiday. She even managed to make it seem like it might be a fun adventure. She immediately wrote a short letter to her parents asking if it would be all right for her to stay over. James added a note to Rose's letter, asking Aunt Hermione to pass the word on to his mum and dad that he'd decided to stay over as well, as had Albus. They'll let us, of course, Rose nodded as she sealed the letter. They know it'd be awful to see the place broken up over the holiday, especially since we've all spent so many happy Christmases there. Honestly, it'll probably be easier for them to manage if we aren't around anyway. As a distraction, James returned his attention to the threat of the Gatekeeper and the mystery of Merlin's involvement. He reminded Ralph and Rose that they were to be looking for the 2 beacon stones. He knew they might be very difficult to trace, but as it turned out, the first half of the beacon stone was very easy to locate. James, Ralph, and Rose were taking notes in the last Wizlick class before Christmas holiday when Merlin knocked peremptorily on the door, interrupting Professor Revalvier. Headmaster, Revolver said, smiling. We were just speaking of you, in a sense. You do tend to crop up from time to time in the books of the kings, although in a much exaggerated manner, I am sure. Merlin approached the professor's desk. Indeed. It is that very detail that I've come to discuss, briefly, if I may. The headmaster lowered his voice so that only Revolver could hear him. The class sensed an unattended moment, and immediately fell to hushed conversations and shuffling of papers, preparing to dismiss for lunch. Rose nudged James hard with her elbow. James looked over at her, irritated, and then saw her wide eyes and furtive glance. He followed her gesture. Merlin was standing very close to Professor Revolver, whose smile had vanished. The headmaster's hand hung at his side, very large and powerful looking. He didn't have his staff with him, but that didn't mean anything. Merlin seemed able to produce it as necessary, as if he kept it in an invisible closet that followed him wherever he went. What? James whispered, not seeing what Rose was hinting at. Then, with a start, he saw the black ring on Merlin's hand. It sparkled dully, as if it reflected light only reluctantly. He shouldn't have been surprised. He'd been there on the night 1,000 years ago when Salazar Slytherin had presented the ring to Merlin. And yet seeing it now, glinting evilly on the sorcerer's finger, made it all too real. Up until now, he'd been able to half convince himself that it had all been a sort of dream. Revolver nodded curtly, obviously unhappy with what Merlin had said to her. Merlin turned and left the room without sparing a glance at the class. It seems that there is to be a slight change in this holiday's reading assignment, Revolver said, closing the book on her desk. The headmaster feels it would be more beneficial for us to skip the last century of the Dark Ages and proceed directly to the Renaissance. He may have a point. The Renaissance is, as its name implies, the golden age of wizarding literature. Thus, you may disregard the rest of the current chapter in your textbooks and omit Rundhrindvane from your holiday reading assignment. Perhaps you'll choose to spend that time getting an early start on Waddlejack's Book of Nameless Tales. If so, do keep a written record of the actual story names, since they will surely change by the time we reconvene. As the class clambered toward the door, Rose pushed in between James and Ralph. Did you see it? She whispered. Yeah, Ralph replied. I guess there's no doubt about Merlin and this gatekeeper thing anymore, is there? Why do you suppose he doesn't want us reading Rindvane's chronicles? It's obvious, James said in a low voice. He knows there are things in there about him. He's trying to manage everybody's perceptions about the kind of wizard he is. Revolver can tell us all she wants about how those histories are exaggerated into legends, but if people keep reading about how Merlin buried this army and flooded that camp and whatever else, there are bound to be people who start to question him. Like Ravenclaw said, he has a way of entrancing people who want to trust him. He needs to make sure everyone keeps wanting to think he's all noble and good. As the three crossed the library, Ralph angled into a narrow aisle, turning to face James and Rose. So if Merlin has the stone, does that mean we're all done for? Not exactly, Rose said. Remember, there were 2 rings, each with half of the beacon stone. Whoever has the other ring also has some influence over the gatekeeper. As long as Merlin doesn't have both halves, he can't fully control it. So our only hope is that the other half of the stone is in the right hands, James replied. As long as one keeper of the stone is trying to hold the gatekeeper back, its power will be limited. Rose looked worried. For a while, yes. I haven't had a chance to tell you what I've learned since we last talked about it. According to all the legends, once the gatekeeper finds a human host, a host who has willingly killed to prove their worthiness, the stones won't influence it at all anymore. The beacon stone is the gatekeeper's foothold in this world, but only until it becomes one with its human host. When that happens, it won't need the stones. Nothing will be able to send it back to the void. When did you read this? Ralph asked, his face going pale. Last night. I've been studying everything I can find about the Curse of the Gatekeeper. I compared notes with Cousin Lucy by Owl, and she's right. A lot of it is pretty horrible and fantastic, but all the writings agree on the main details. The beacon stone summons the gatekeeper. When the bearer suspends in the void for a long enough time, the gatekeeper follows the bearer of the stone into our world, and the bearer becomes its ambassador. The ambassador can use the beacon stone to send the gatekeeper back to the void, but only as long as the gatekeeper hasn't entered its human host. Once that happens, the beacon stone is useless and the curse of the gatekeeper is unleashed on the earth. When that happens, nothing can stop it. James frowned, trying to examine the legend from every angle. So since the stone's been split in two, neither of the bearers can send it back even if they wanted to. But what does the gatekeeper want? Ralph asked Rose. Why does it want to destroy everything? Rose's face had also gone pale. It's really very simple. It hates us because we aren't it. It has always believed it was the only living thing. Now that it has discovered the world of humans, it refuses to share existence with us. Also, even more awful, it feeds on despair and agony like the world's hungriest and most powerful dementor. But where dementors only call up your own memories of the worst things that have ever happened to you, the gatekeeper creates all new feelings. It can manipulate a person's mind at the most basic level, creating raw, sourceless panic and terror. That's what we read about in the tabloid article Lucy sent us. It was trying to figure those humans out, trying to work out the best way to produce what it hungers for. For now, it can only affect a few humans at once. But once it connects with its human host and becomes a part of the community of mankind, it'll be able to affect thousands and millions at once. It'll just suck the terror out of everyone until there's nothing left of them, then leave them like husks and move on. It'll move over the earth doing that until there's no one left at all. No one but the host, Ralph squeaked. Not even the host, Rose whispered. In the end, it'll turn on them too. It wishes to be entirely alone. In the end, it'll break its own tool. The scariest thing is that the host may even know it. The host may be so full of pain and sadness and hate that they won't care. They may even wish for it. Something had pricked James' memory. Rose saw it on his face. What, James? You look like you just swallowed a hippogriff egg. My dream, James replied, touching his forehead. What you're saying sounds a lot like the words of the voice in my dream. There's this black-robed figure standing in the corner, talking all the time, telling the person in my dream that justice will be served, and the day of balance is coming. And it always says that the person in my dream is to be the hand that brings it about if they are willing, if they are up to the task that will prove their worth. And the person in my dream does seem to be willing. They seem to be very sad and very angry, all at the same time. It's as if they'd felt a loss so great that it makes the whole world meaningless. Worse, that the whole world shouldn't even exist anymore, because it's the world their tragedy happened in. It's a very vengeful, hateful, hopeless feeling, but mostly, it's just sad, so sad that it's like a black wall that goes on forever with no gate or corners or top to climb over. Maybe the person in your dream is meant to be the host of the gatekeeper, Ralph said, his eyes wide. It almost sounds like Merlin, doesn't it? I mean, he ended up killing the woman he loved most in all the world. You said he left his own time because he couldn't bear to live in it anymore, knowing what he'd done, right? Maybe coming to this time isn't any better for him. Maybe he'd be happy to let the gatekeeper destroy everything and everyone, even himself. Rose nodded slowly. It does certainly sound like what he might be feeling. The gatekeeper's host doesn't have to be its ambassador, but there's nothing that says it couldn't. James was thinking hard, trying to remember his dreams. He shook his head. It's not Merlin, though, in my dream. I've never seen the person's face, but I'm sure it isn't him. It just feels all wrong. It's someone younger. And different. Definitely not Merlin. Rose gasped and covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes going wide. Ralph jumped at her sudden movement. What? He exclaimed. The bloodline. Rose said in a very high voice. They even mentioned it in that scene in the mirror, at Tom Riddle's grave, don't you remember? The gatekeeper went looking for the best host it could find, and sensed Voldemort's body. It knows almost nothing about humans, so it didn't realize Voldemort was dead until it got there. Then it made the statue talk, somehow tapping into the ghost of Voldemort. The statue told the gatekeeper that there was another host for it, one with Voldemort's blood in its veins. Remember? It's obvious. The gatekeeper's host is to be the bloodline of Voldemort. But who is it? Ralph asked. We don't know that, so we're right back where we started. We don't know it yet, Rose said, smiling a little nervously. But we have a way of finding out. She looked at James. James pressed his lips together and sighed. My phantom scar. But we don't even know where it's coming from or if we can trust it. Rose shrugged. It's all we have. All we can do is hope it's not a trick of some kind. Pay attention to your dreams, James. They are probably our only clue. Maybe you'll finally get a good look at whoever it is and we'll learn who the bloodline is. And who the mysterious speaking voice is too, Ralph added meaningfully. Yes, that too, Rose agreed. Good point, Ralph. Maybe it's Merlin himself, don't you think? Ralph heaved a great sigh. I don't know. I hope not. But the alternative could be worse, couldn't it? I mean, a known enemy is better than an unknown one, right? After lunch, James hurried across the castle to the amphitheater where Muggle studies would be meeting for the rest of the term. When he got to the archway leading outside to the terraced seating, he was quite surprised to feel warm air despite the snowflakes which fell like a curtain over the distant hills. Damien Damascus met James near the base of the stage. Fortunately, he said, smiling, Curry isn't such a slave to doing things like the Muggles that she isn't willing to magic a little atmosphere for us to work in. Nice, eh? Now I just have to get the hang of this thing. He held up a hammer and studied it at arm's length. It's a bit brutish, don't you think? The atmosphere around the stage was indeed strangely pleasant. James took off his cloak and flung it over a seat in the front row. He looked up, smiling in wonderment. The sky was thick with gray clouds and drifting, skirling snowflakes, but the snow seemed to vanish as it fell into the air over the amphitheater. The light near the stage even seemed brighter, as if an errant sunbeam had simply bypassed the cloud cover and jumped directly into the bowl of the amphitheater. James remembered his technomancy classes from last year, and knew that somewhere, strangely, a small, dark pocket of snow was falling on a warm, sunny hillside. Ah, James, Curry cried, walking briskly across the stage. My little Trues, you're here, after all. I trust you have your script. Do join us. We're simply blocking out scenes for now, but it helps to have you read through the lines for timing purposes. As James read aloud through his lines and walked through Act 1 with the rest of the actors, he found he was truly enjoying himself despite his earlier worries about Merlin and the gatekeeper. It felt a little strange acting out the parts amidst the clatter and shouts of Jason Smith's hard-working stage crew. As James read through a scripted conversation with Noah Metzger as Donovan, Damien, and 3 other crew members were raising a gigantic wooden mock-up of a castle wall, complete with a rampart, a turret, and a balcony. Their shouts and grunts of effort nearly drowned out James and Noah's words. As they moved over the stage, Curry followed them with a roll of thick yellow tape. Occasionally, she'd move James by the shoulders, positioning him on the stage. Hit this mark when you read that line, she'd instruct him, bending down to tape an X on the stage floor. We'll arrange a spotlight for this position. Mr. Metzger, do go ahead, and make sure you don't turn your back on the audience. But James is over there, Noah said, gesturing. I'm supposed to be talking to him, aren't I? You are an actor, Mr. Metzger, Curry trilled. You are speaking to the audience, first and foremost. Noah frowned and looked out over the mostly empty seats. But they aren't the ones threatening to run off with Astra, are they? Curry sighed. Just read the lines, Mr. Metzger. We'll work out who's running off with whom later. As they prepared to read through Act 2, James realized he'd been feeling a dull throb in his forehead. He reminded himself not to rub it, but it was definitely getting worse. He glanced out over the amphitheater seating, squinting through the glare of the spotlights. There, sitting near the back, almost lost in the shadows, was Merlin. James couldn't make out his face, but he could easily see the large man's shape. Merlin seemed to realize James was looking at him. He raised a hand and tapped his forehead slowly, as if he were making a sign. James' eyes widened, and then, suddenly, his forehead burned. It was as if a hot poker had been pressed to it. James squeezed his eyes shut, turning away. He bumped into someone, nearly knocking them over. James? What is it? Curry called out. You nearly knocked your leading lady off the stage. James looked up, the pain in his forehead receding again. Petra was looking at him with a concerned expression. Are you all right, James? It's just the lights, James lied. They're pretty hot. I'm fine now. He tried to grin and shrug. Curry turned and began calling for the rest of the performers for the second act. Petra moved close to James and lowered her voice. I know what you mean about the lights, she said, smiling. These Muggle electric spotlights are like death rays, aren't they? Too bad we didn't have one to use with the Walk-It last year. James grinned and flushed. Yeah, he said, and then didn't know what else to say. Do you know all your lines yet? Not at all, Petra admitted. Frankly, I feel a little bad about getting the role. Poor Josephina's been forced to work in the costume shop. She can't sew at all either. They just have her ripping seams when the others make mistakes. I hear the vertigo hex is still so strong that she can't even climb stairs. She's moved into the hospital wing until they can figure out a way to get her up to her dorm. Petra's voice sounded concerned, but James saw that she was smiling a little. James realized it was a little funny. Josephina had been rather insufferable about getting the part of Astra, and James felt very strongly that Petra would play the part better anyway. He decided to say so to Petra. It is a shame about Josephina, I suppose, he said, but I'm really glad you got the part. I'd much rather play Trues for you than for her. Places, everyone. Curry called. Mr. Potter, Miss Morgenstern, this way, please. Petra glanced away at the sound of Curry's voice. Come, James, she said, striding away, our public awaits. James felt himself blush. He watched Petra walk across the stage and then ran to catch up. Are you sure you don't want to come to Dad's flat with me for the holiday? Ralph asked James and Rose as the three lurked around the halls late Saturday morning. I came to your Christmas last year, so it'd be a fair trade. Dad's going to cook a goose and everything. Of course, there won't be any singing elf heads or winkles and otters or anything. That's all right, Ralph, James answered. I'd rather prefer a Christmas without singing elf heads, actually. But really, I think it'd be best for us to stay here. It's all right not to have magic for Christmas. There's no shame in your father being a squib, Rose said, putting her hand on Ralph's shoulder, which was rather a reach for her. He's quite an important man in the wizarding world these days. Head of security and precautionary interference for Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, even Gringotts Bank, isn't he? Nobody else but him could do that since nobody else understands both Muggle electronics and magic like he does. Yeah, I know, Ralph said, grinning sheepishly. And he's really good at it. He's helping the Ministry develop a new kind of disillusionment charm that only works on Muggle global positioning devices. I mean, the greatest flaw in the regular disillusionment charm is that a GPS device doesn't have a brain to fool. He's calling the new spell an artificial stupidity hex. He used to work on artificial intelligence software, so he says this is the next logical step. Once the hex is in place, it makes any Muggle positioning device see detours, roadblocks, heavy traffic, even cyclones and floods around any magical place. That way, both the Muggles and their technology will find those magical places invisible. That's brilliant, Rose said. I mean, older generations of wizards never could have predicted the development of things like satellites and GPS devices and game decks with online chat capability. The wizarding world really needs a man like your dad to develop magical protections against things like that. He really was a godsend. Still, Ralph said, his face falling a little, Dad has taken his old name again. Dolohov. He says he isn't going to let the selfishness of his father rob him of his magical heritage, but I know a little bit about that heritage, and it isn't all that great. Your father's right, Rose said firmly. You aren't responsible for anything your distant relatives did. I think it's very cool that your dad is changing the way people see the name Dolohov. Ralph shrugged. He's not changing it for everyone. Lots of people still hate the Dolohov name. Some of them are right here in school. Everybody knows what happened here. I mean, my uncle killed Ted Lupin's dad right downstairs. The Dolohov name is the name of murderers and traitors. It was awful that some of your family were so bad in the past, Rose replied, but that was a long time ago. People shouldn't blame you for that. Ralph sighed. I suppose not, but they do. And honestly, I can't blame them. It's why I still go by the name Deedle. I hate my own grandparents, even though they're long dead. Dad remembers them, and he wants to believe they weren't as bad as they seem. He's sort of trapped between loving them and hating them. But what kind of parents abandon their kid because he's different? What kind of people make that kid swear to never seek them out, or even talk about them? Rose didn't have an answer to that. The three wandered the halls aimlessly, passing tall windows, moving in and out of pools of cold winter sunlight. After a few minutes, James told Ralph and Rose about his conversation with Albus after the last Quidditch match. He says he didn't take the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Rose said, Do you believe him? James shrugged. I don't know. He sure seemed honest about it. Booth was really moody. Apparently he's pretty tight with Tabitha and her Fong and Talon's cronies, and they've been telling him that I'm jealous of him, that I'm going to try to mess things up for him somehow. And are you? Ralph asked. What? James replied. Oh, yes. I keep forgetting you're a Slytherin too. No, Ralph. I'm not jealous of Adel, and I'm not going to try to sabotage him. I just don't want him to fall for any of Tabitha's lies. She's already got him convinced that she needs him because she's going through some mysterious personal tragedy. Rose arched her eyebrows. Really? What tragedy? I don't know. She was all upset after the match, and not just because they lost. She has been pretty ugly around the common room lately, Ralph said. She's not been her normal polite, Ice Queen self at all. She's snapping at people a lot, and stalking around, or sitting all by herself in the corner, mooning over parchments and books. I've even seen her send Philia and Tom Squallis away. But she doesn't send Albus away. It looks a little odd, really. I mean, she's a 7th year and a foot taller than him. Not a likely pair, if you ask me. Curious, Rose said, narrowing her eyes. I wonder what's going on with her. But what about the cloak and the map? Ralph asked. If Albus really doesn't have them, and you don't have them, James, then who does? James slumped. I don't know. Honestly, I don't care. Maybe Dad misplaced them somehow. Maybe Creature hid them away in his cupboard. He used to do that all the time at Grimmauld Place with all old Mrs. Black's stuff. You should tell your mum to check there, Rose said. It's not my problem, Rose, James snapped. It's your problem if she keeps thinking you stole them, Rose replied smoothly. But whatever suits you. Maybe you prefer letting everyone think you're a thief. The three stood by a window overlooking the courtyard. At the bottom of the main steps, Hagrid was loading trunks and bags onto a carriage, preparing to transport a group of students to the Hogwarts Express for their trip home. James sighed. I'd better go pack, Ralph said. Dad's picking me up at the station tonight. We're spending the night in Hogsmeade so he can meet with some store owners there, and then we're going back to London tomorrow. Sounds fun, Ralphinator, James said, trying to buck up a bit. Have a good holiday. Stay out of the shrieking shack. Count on it, Ralph agreed. I'd avoid anything with the word shrieking in it. 13. Christmas at Hogwarts. By the next day, the school had emptied almost entirely. The corridors seemed eerily dark and silent with most of the classrooms shut and locked. As James made his way to breakfast on Sunday morning, he saw Cedric Diggory's ghost at the end of a long hall. He seemed to be in conversation with the Grey Lady. Both were floating slowly down the hall away from him. James decided not to interrupt them. Was it possible that Cedric fancied the Grey Lady? She was pretty enough, in a ghostly way, and she didn't appear to be much older than Cedric in human terms. In another sense though, she was several centuries older than Cedric, but maybe that didn't matter in the ghostly realm. Either way, it was far too bizarre for James to think about. He continued on his way to breakfast, shaking his head. In the Great Hall, Rose was sitting at the Slytherin table with Albus. As James joined them, he heard them talking about the sale of the Burrow. It was a thoroughly depressing conversation, and James stayed out of it. Later, he suggested that the three of them go out and build snowmen in the courtyard. This was heartily agreed to, and the three spent the noon hours happily laughing and romping in the new snow. They succeeded in building a rather ridiculously large snowman, using their wands to levitate the enormous snowballs into position since they were far too heavy to lift. James and Rose attempted to levitate Albus himself up to the snowman's head to attach the carrot nose, but they were unable to keep him upright. Albus rolled over in the air until he was floating upside down. His hat fell off and plopped into the snow 12 feet below. "Don't drop me," he yelled, flapping his arms like an awkward bird. On the ground, wands in hand, Rose and James laughed so hard that tears squeezed from their eyes and rolled down their red cheeks. "The carrot, Al!" Rose cried, breathlessly. "Stick it in." "What's the matter? Can't you fly?" "Give me a broom and I'll fly," Albus griped, kicking his legs to turn himself upright again. "Next time, you get carrot duty, Rosie." The three finally blundered inside as the sun lowered toward the horizon in a blaze of orange and pink. They left their snowy cloaks, hats, and gloves in a dripping trail as they made their way to the Great Hall for cocos and afternoon snacks. James was glad of the break and the time to spend as a family. He purposely avoided talking about Merlin or the missing invisibility cloak and Marauder's map. "We should do this again next year," Rose said, smiling over her cocoa, her cheeks red. "It's sort of fun having the place to ourselves. Next year, we can get Hugo and Lucy and everybody else to stay with us." "What about Lewis?" Albus asked, smiling crookedly. "He can stay too, I suppose, just so long as he doesn't talk," Rose said magnanimously. "He probably wouldn't want to stay," James commented. "He went home this year with Victoire, you know. Of course, she wants to see Ted. Louis is just along for the ride. Are they spending all their time out at the Borough packing? Rose asked. Albus shrugged morosely. Packing's all done. Grandma Weasley managed that all by herself. I mean, how hard is packing for a witch like her? The big job is dividing everything up. Grandma and Granddad had an awful lot of stuff. And then there's the goal to take care of. Who's getting that? Rose asked, frowning a little distastefully. It better not end up in my mum and dad's attic. I bet it does, James replied, stirring his cocoa. In fact, I bet your parents just move it into your room while you're at school. After all, it still looks quite a bit like Uncle Ron when he was our age. They may even like it better than you. Rose rolled her eyes. You'll have to try harder than that to get a rise out of me, James Potter. I bet it's in your room even now, Albus said thoughtfully, wearing your makeup and trying on your knickers. Rose nearly knocked her cocoa over, lunging for Albus. James and Albus hooted laughter, earning an annoyed look from a house elf cleaning a nearby window. Time crept by surprisingly slowly as Christmas approached. James, Rose, and Albus spent the time playing winkles and augurs in each other's common rooms, exploring the snow-covered grounds, and visiting Hagrid in his hut. Meals were taken in the company of the few remaining students and teachers, among whom were Vera Hutchins, Hugo Paulson, and, to James' surprise, Josephina Bartlett, whose vertigo was only slightly better. She could manage sitting on a bench at the Ravenclaw table, although if she happened to drop a bread crust or a fork, she was completely unable to bend over to retrieve it. James felt a little sorry for her. But then he saw her yelling tersely at one of the house elves to retrieve a new fork for her and determined that her arrogance and general insufferability had not been greatly affected by her predicament. On Christmas morning, James was rather shocked to be awakened by the smell of fresh kippers and a deep, bullfrog voice. A Merry Christmas to you, Master James, the voice said. Lays there like a stone. He does, like his breakfast will stay hot by pure and simple magic until he decides he's ready to eat it, which it will, of course, but only because Creature works so hard day and night to hone the best warming charms for it. Creature? James asked blearily, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. A tray of immaculately prepared breakfast had been laid over his legs. A black rose and a candy cane protruded from a tiny alabaster vase in the corner of the tray. What are you doing here? Sent by your dear mum, Master James, Creature said, bowing low. He was standing at the end of James' bed, dressed only in his tea towel, despite the cold of the room. Already served Christmas breakfasts to Master Albus and Mistress Rose. Your presents await you below. James. Albus called from the common room stairs. Come on. Creature won't let us unwrap anything until we're all together. Orders from Mum, of course. So chow down already. James gulped a few bites of the kippers and drank his pumpkin juice, thanked Creature, then flung himself out of bed. Rose and Albus were seated by the fire below, drinking tea and wearing green hats with jingle bells on the tips. Rose grinned and shook her head, wringing the tassels. Festive, eh? They came from my mum. She knew we'd not have decorated or anything. Put yours on. She tossed one of the hats to James. He smiled and jammed it onto his head. Creature came slowly down the stairs. He had also donned one of the hats, although he wore it like it weighed 100 pounds. The hat covered his eyes. He pushed it up with a thumb, peering at James, Rose, and Albus with one eye. All present and accounted for, he said to himself. Merry Christmas, masters and mistress. He snapped his fingers. There was a change in the light of the room, and James sensed that a sort of protective field had been removed from the stack of presents. Albus whooped and leapt off the couch, attacking the biggest one with his name on it. James grinned happily and joined in. Creature remained with the three until all the presents were unwrapped. Then, Dutifully, he collected all the cast-off wrapping paper and ribbons. He rolled the debris up, compressing it into a remarkably dense, colorful ball, and then, strangely, stuffed it inside his green tasseled hat. He put the hat back on his head while Rose struggled not to giggle at the silliness of it. Creature has been asked to inform you that your parents will speak to you tonight via Flu Network, the elf warbled. Creature takes his leave of you now, masters and mistress. Do have a pleasant holiday. You too, Creature, Rose said around a mouthful of gingerbread which. Indeed, Creature replied. He raised a spindly arm and snapped his fingers. The elf vanished in a puff of greenish smoke. Always liked that elf, Albus proclaimed. Knows how to keep it businesslike, he does. No beating about the bush. Rose said, I feel a little sorry for him. What does he get for Christmas? Oh Rose, you're as bad as your mum, James replied. 2 Christmases ago, Mum and Dad tried to give Creature a Christmas present. It was just a little basket with a pillow in it for him to sleep on. They bought it at a Muggle pet store, because the little brute refuses to sleep in a regular bed. He didn't want to accept it though, and when they insisted he keep it, he wouldn't even use it like he was supposed to. He's been using it ever since as a basket for carrying around the laundry. Honestly, Rose, Albus agreed, Creature isn't made to be happy. We try. We really do. Especially Dad. Creature and him have a sort of history. I know, Rose said. He just seems so miserable. Hot! James exclaimed. This is ecstatic by Creature's standards. I've heard about what he was like when Dad first inherited him. Creature sent him a box of maggots for a Christmas present. He didn't. Rose gasped, covering her mouth. Albus pulled a homemade green and silver scarf out of one of his unwrapped boxes. He threw it around his neck. Trust us, Rosie. This is Creature happy. Otherwise, we'd have gotten leeches for breakfast instead of kippers. That afternoon, Albus took James and Rose down to the cellars and showed them the Slytherin's spellcasting range. Just as Albus had described, the room was long and low, with clockwork dummies installed against the far wall. Albus illustrated how the range worked by whipping out his wand and shooting a stinging hex at one of the dummies. It lifted its wooden arms and shook them in a parody of pain, as if it were being peppered with bee stings. Albus repeated the spell, laughing. James laughed as well, but a little nervously. Rose didn't laugh at all. She looked distastefully at Albus and crossed her arms. Christmas dinner in the Great Hall was as resplendent as any dinner James had ever attended, despite the fact that the room was only a fifth full. Professors Nos's shirt and Lucia heretofore, the new potions teacher and head of Slytherin House, were seated at the table on the dais. Hagrid sat between them, talking loudly and looking like what he was, a half-giant between 2 rather slight people. Heretofore looked obviously disgusted by Hagrid, although she masked it behind a thin smile. To James' surprise, Petra Morgenstern was seated in the middle of the Gryffindor table, smiling slightly as Hagrid attempted to lead his fellow professors in a round of Christmas carols. I didn't know you were here for Christmas, James said, sitting down at the table across from Petra. Yeah, Rose agreed. Where have you been? I went down to Hogsmeade for a few days, Petra answered. Did a little shopping. No point in moping around here all holiday. Why didn't you go home for Christmas? Rose asked. Petra shrugged, still smiling up at the dais. No point, really. I'd already got my present, didn't I? James raised his eyebrows. You mean that box that came by Ministry last month? We were all wondering about that. It came from your dad? Petra nodded and sipped her butterbeer. Madame Rosmerta had this shipped from the 3 Broomsticks for tonight. Did you know that? I talked to her yesterday. So what did you get for Christmas? Albus asked. I got a new scarf, a box of sweets, and a remembrall. Honestly, Mum should have given the remembrall to James so he could keep track of Quidditch tryouts. He grinned at James. Petra looked at Albus, still smiling. It was just some stuff. It wouldn't mean much to anyone but me. So that's why you ran off to open it by yourself, Albus commented. Rose kicked him under the table. Petra shrugged. It's nice to have some time by ourselves, isn't it? I'm taking the time to learn my lines. Would you like to rehearse a little, James? Professor Curry would probably put us in her will if we came back from break knowing all of our lines. Sure, James said, a little too enthusiastically. He modulated his tone and added, I mean, whatever. If you want to. I don't have much else planned. You don't have anything else planned, Albus smirked. What, you have an interview with the Minister of Magic we don't know about? Out. And Rose, you can stop kicking me under the table already. Petra grinned at Albus, then James. I'll see you later in the common room. Bring your script and we'll read through it, all right? James nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Petra left, walking slowly, thoughtfully. James is in love with his leading lady, Albus mocked, making kissing noises. I'm not in love with her, you prat, James scowled, pretending it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. Oh James, you're not fooling anyone, Rose said, shaking her head. It's obvious. It's kind of cute, actually. Shut up, James said, blushing furiously. Just because I have to pretend to be in love with her for the play doesn't mean it's happened for real. Maybe I'm just a very good actor. Rose tried to mask a grin. Well, then, you really are getting into your role, aren't you? I had no idea you were so dedicated to the craft. It's a good thing you aren't scripted to murder anyone. James rolled his eyes dramatically. You're both completely daft. Think whatever you want. Albus studied James for a moment, and then made more kissing noises at him. Oh Petra, I'm just a boy, but you make me feel like such a man. James grabbed a roll and hurled it at Albus, who collapsed into delighted laughter. When James returned to the common room a little while later, leaving Rose and Albus singing Christmas carols with Hagrid in the Great Hall, he was pleased and a bit flustered to find Petra sitting in a chair near the fire, script in hand. He ran up the steps to his dormitory, retrieved his own copy of the script from his satchel, and tramped back downstairs again, telling himself the entire time not to be a fool, that Rose and Albus certainly couldn't be right about his falling in love with Petra. And most of all, that even if it was true, it was preposterous to think she could ever return those feelings. She was nearly 5 years older than James, smart as could be, and totally stunning. Girls like Petra simply did not fancy gawky younger boys who still hadn't managed the knack of an anti-pimple charm. James' face was flushed by the time he rejoined Petra, plopping onto a nearby couch. Alas, my dear trues, Petra quoted, turning a page in her script, that doth set mine heart aflutter. Shall we start from the top? James began to answer, but his voice came out as a squeak. He cleared his throat. Yes. Sure. I'll read whoever you're talking to, and you can do the same for me. I can do a pretty good Donovan, Petra agreed. I even considered trying out for the part. And I suppose Noah could have played Astra. James grinned. Petra nodded. A century ago, men often played the roles of women in these kinds of plays. Some places didn't even allow women to act at all. Turnabout is fair play, I'd say. Besides, sometimes I think it'd be fun to act the part of the evil rogue with the awesome powers. Women are always the pawns in these stories. James thought she was possibly the prettiest pawn he'd ever seen, but he determined not to say it. He cleared his throat again and began to read aloud. 2 hours later, once they'd finished the read-through, James noticed that Albus and Rose had entered the common room. They were seated at a rear table with Hugo Paulson, who was teaching Albus some Winkles and Augur's techniques. James caught Rose looking at him furtively, a small smile on her lips. "Hey, James," Albus called, pocketing his wand. "Remember, we're supposed to be talking to Mum and Dad via Flow Network tonight. Or should I tell them you have more pressing matters to attend to?" James glared at Albus, who simply grinned back at him. "It's fine, James," Petra sighed, closing her script. "I've had enough of this for tonight anyway. I'm going to head upstairs and write some Christmas letters." "Thanks for the help." "It was fun," James agreed. "See you around, Petra." As James watched Petra cross the room to the girls' dormitory stairs, Rose joined him on the couch. "You really should be careful, James," she said in a quiet voice. James barely heard her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, Petra's not in a position to respond the way you'd like her to." "I don't know what you're talking about," James insisted, finally turning around and closing his script. "We were just rehearsing. It isn't just the age difference, you know. That's not that big of a deal in the long run. You need to realize that Petra's heart is obviously elsewhere." James furrowed his brow and looked at Rose. "What's that mean?" "Well, it's obvious, James," Rose said, lowering her voice even further. "Petra didn't go down to Hogsmeade to do any shopping, no matter what she said. She was hoping to catch Ted before he left for the borough." "Why would she do that?" James asked, blinking. Rose rolled her eyes and shook her head. "She's still in love with him, you prat. She's broken-hearted that he left her for Victoire." "But Noah said that she never really loved him," James said, frowning. "He said she knew all along that he wasn't a good match for her." "She may say that, but the heart does what it wants, doesn't it? She loves Ted. It's obvious. I just don't want you to do or say anything that could ruin your friendship with her. I don't want to see you get hurt." James slumped back against the couch. "What do you think I am, Rose? A complete idiot? Even if what you say is true, I'd never say anything about it to Petra." "Sorry, James. Unrequited love is as poison to the soul, isn't it?" "Ha, ha," James replied crossly. "That's True's line in Act 2. You're very funny." "Look," Albus yelled, jumping up from the table in the corner. "The Great. Hi, Dad. Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas to you, son." Harry Potter's face grinned from the coals of the fireplace. "Hi, Uncle Harry," Rose chimed, climbing off the couch to kneel in front of the grate. "How's everything going at the borough?" Harry seemed to shrug. "As well as can be expected, I suppose. It's not the way any of us would prefer to spend the holiday, but today was all right. Lily is staying with Andromeda Tonks, and everyone here sends their love. Creature says you all looked well enough. Did you like your presents?" "I love the scarf," Albus replied. "And the remembrall. And the sweets were great too." "Don't tell me you ate them all already, son." "I did, but don't tell Mum. I'm a growing boy, Dad. Got to keep bulked up for Quidditch." Albus and Harry spent a few minutes discussing the Quidditch season, and Harry congratulated Albus on making Slytherin Seeker even though he admitted he was glad Gryffindor had so far edged them out of the tournament. "There's a whole line of people who want to say hi," Harry said. "Quit pushing, Hermione." Harry's face sank out of the coals and was replaced a moment later by Hermione's distinctive features and thick hair. "Happy Christmas, Rosie," she cried. "And you too, James and Albus. Are you all doing well?" "Well enough," James said. "It's been a mad year so far. It's a lot to explain." Rose grinned at her mother. "James is right. We have an awful lot to tell you about. Our first week here, Merlin took us for 100-kilometer walk through the woods to go and get this magical box of all his stuff, and... Just a moment, Rosie, Hermione said. Ron, I'll ask in a minute. And do you really want to eat that biscuit? How many have you had? Hermione's face vanished from the grate. A second later, Ron's grin surfaced. Hey, Rosie. Are these two taking good care of you? 'Cause, if they aren't. Hi, Uncle Ron, Albus said happily. Ron had always been Albus' favorite. I'm a Slytherin. Hi, Dad, Rose grinned. How's Hugo? Everyone is fine here, considering everything, Ron said, his grin fading. Ted and Charlie got in a fight over something, Victoire said, although nobody seems all that sure what it was. George drank a little too much fire whiskey, tripped over the goal, and broke his left pinky finger on some trunks. And your grandmother is either yelling at everybody or breaking down in tears. It's a glorious Christmas, all round. Come to think of it, do you blokes have a spare bed there? I think I'd even be willing to bunk out with you in the Slytherin quarters, Al. Yeah. Albus agreed instantly. Come on over by Flo. You can have Ralph's bed. From behind Ron, Aunt Fleur's voice said, You are not going anywhere, Ron Weasley. It was a joke, Fleur. Bloody hell. Ron's face sank out of the coals. There seemed to be some commotion, then Ginny appeared. Hi, boys. Hi, Rose. Happy Christmas, she said, smiling. What's going on over there, Mum? Albus asked. Sounds like quite a ruckus. Ginny sighed. You three are lucky you aren't here. It's just not a very nice way to spend Christmas. Fortunately, most everything is packed and moved out. We saved the beds for last so we can spend the night, but tomorrow morning, we'll take them away too. How are the three of you doing? James, Rose, and Albus told Ginny they were doing fine. Rose asked, So what's it like? I can't bear to think of the burrow all empty. What's grandmother going to do? It's fine, actually, Ginny said, but not very convincingly. I mean, yes, it's sad. Most of us have been coming here all our lives. But it's for the best, really. Everybody knows that. Grandma Weasley will be staying with us for the time being. We have plenty of room, especially now that you two are out of the house, she indicated James and Albus with her eyes. But still. Your father packed up Granddad Weasley's garage all by himself. I couldn't bear to look at it all. He was very strong about it though. I'm very proud of him. Ginny stopped abruptly. She sniffed and looked down for a moment. Then, with a different expression, she looked up again. How's Slytherin treating you, Albus? Do they feed you well? Albus laughed. Mum, we all eat together in the Great Hall. You know that. It isn't like Slytherins have a secret dining room or anything. Well, I was never in the Slytherin quarters, you know. I didn't know they had a spellcasting range, either. But they're taking good care of you? Sure, Mum, Albus said, smiling. I like it there. And what about you, James? Ginny asked, turning to her oldest son. I'm fine, James answered blandly, not quite looking at his mum. I got your howler. Sort of. I'm sorry, James, Ginny said. I was very angry when I sent that. There was more to it than just the missing cloak and map. I know that now. This is a very stressful time for us all here. It just wasn't a good time to pull something like that again. I didn't take them, Mum. James said suddenly, desperately wanting his mum to believe him. I thought Albus must have done it, but he says he didn't take them either. Ginny studied James' face for a long moment. Well, if neither of you took them, where have they gone? She asked reasonably. How should I know? James answered, a little mollified. Maybe Creature hid them away in his cupboard. You know how he used to do that with old Mrs. Black's things when he thought they needed protecting. Have you checked his cupboard? Ginny exhaled wearily. No. Honestly, it didn't occur to me. I hope you are right, James. Are you absolutely sure you're telling me the truth, son? Yes, Mum. I promise. I didn't touch them this time. And you, Albus? You don't know anything about it. Albus shrugged. First I heard about it was when James Howler went off at breakfast. Then James nearly tackled me after the last Quidditch match, accusing me of setting him up. That's all I know about it, Mum. Ginny shook her head dismissively. Then, I'm sure they'll turn up. I'll ask Creature about it. Maybe he took your doll, too, James. He may have them all together down there in his little collection. My doll? James asked. Yes, Ginny answered, distracted by something going on elsewhere in the burrow. The little James doll you gave me last year at the end of school. It went missing at the same time as the cloak and map, but I just assumed I'd misplaced it. I wasn't as worried about that. I mean, why would you sneak your doll back to school with you? Rose had turned to look at James, her eyebrows raised in alarm. So, and James, Ginny said, interrupting herself, did you talk to Zane? James blinked, his thoughts racing. What? Zane? No, not lately. He showed up in the burrow earlier today. Well, I say, showed up. He sort of, materialized. We had to shoot him with stunning spells to keep him visible. Those Americans have some really curious methods of communication, don't they? Anyway, he thought you'd be here, along with Rose. He said he really needed to talk to you. He asked me to tell you to keep an eye out for him. James nodded. Sure, Mum. Okay. Well, I really should go, Ginny said. Grandma says Happy Christmas, and she'd love to chat, but we already packed the floor rug and kneeling on the hearthstones is too hard on her knees. Take care of each other. Rose, make sure those two eat something green every now and then. And be sure to keep up with your studies, you too. Yes, Mum, Albus and James said in unison. Ginny smiled mistily. I love you, all three of you. Good night and Happy Christmas. Ron and Hermione each made one more appearance in the fireplace, saying their goodbyes. Finally, Harry appeared once more. He smiled wearily. Take care, you three. You're not getting into any trouble, are you? No more than you would have, Albus smirked. Dad, James said, I didn't take the cloak and map this time. I know, James. Your mother already told me. I believe you. But who has them, then? You'll leave that to me, Harry smiled. I'm head Auror, remember? What kind of Auror would I be if I let something like the invisibility cloak slip out of my hands? If you don't have them, then they're probably lost under the bed back at home, or in the bottom of the clothes hamper. They'll turn up. But Dad, James said, lowering his voice, what about the voodoo doll I got from Professor Jackson last year? That's me. Mum says it's gone missing too. Harry seemed to understand James' concern. Those things don't work like they show in the Muggle films, son. You'll be all right. Your mum liked it a lot though. She squeezed it every night. I know, James said, smiling slightly. I felt her squeezes, a little. Harry's smile widened. Don't worry about it, James. It'll turn up. Things always do, no matter how lost they seem. It's a rule of life. James nodded. Thanks, Dad. Good night, all of you, Harry said. Happy Christmas. Now go get some rest. You too, Rose answered. Give everyone our love. Squeeze Lily for us when you see her next. Harry nodded. I will, Rose. He glanced at James and Albus, smiling proudly, and then he was gone. The Coles reverted to a senseless stew. Sounds as if we made the right choice staying here, Albus commented, climbing to his feet. I wonder what will happen to all of Granddad's things. What about his flying Ford? James sighed. What's it matter? Granddad's the one that gave all those things any meaning. Without him, they're all just stuff. Albus glared at James but didn't seem to know what to say. Rose stood up and brushed off her knees. I'm sure your dad won't just throw it all away, she soothed. Granddad spent years collecting those things. It's all part of our memory of him. Uncle Harry will find a place for it all. Nobody found a place for the burrow, Albus said quietly. Now it's empty, and pretty soon, it'll be torn down. There was no response to that. A moment later, Albus went on, I'm heading back downstairs. I'll see you both tomorrow. Good night, Albus, Rose replied, nodding. As Albus disappeared through the portrait hole, Rose turned to James, her eyes sharp. Your voodoo doll's gone missing too. This could be serious. You heard Dad. He says it's all right. He says they don't work like they do in the Muggle flicks. It's not like anyone who finds it can use it to pull my arms off or make me do things I don't want to do. Voodoo is a really secret art, Rose said, shaking her head. And Madame Delacroix is one of the best voodoo witches there is. You don't know what that doll is capable of, and neither does your dad. Not really. You have to be really careful with things like that. What do you think I'm going to do, Rose? I can't just magically find the bloody thing. It probably did just fall down behind the headboard in Mum and Dad's room. I wouldn't be willing to take that chance if I was you, Rose said gravely. Not until you know for sure what that doll is capable of. You make it sound like it's alive, James said, grinning a little nervously. Rose merely stuck her hands on her hips and cocked her head as if to say, how do you know it's not? I'll look into it, a voice said from behind Rose, causing her to jump a foot into the air. Zane Walker, she cried, spinning and clutching her hand to her heart. Stop doing that. You scared me half to death. Sorry, Zane said, it's hard to knock with doppelganger hands. They just go right through things. Hey, Zane, happy Christmas, James smiled, turning on the couch to face the half-transparent form. You need a zap. Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm managing this message all by myself. I didn't want anyone else to hear it. James produced his wand and shot the ghostly figure of Zane with a stinging hex. The doppelganger pulsed to something resembling a solid shape. So, Aunt Ginny tells us you were looking for us at the burrow, Rose said crossly, plopping back onto the couch. What's so important that you needed to interrupt us on Christmas Day? I was worried about you, Zane said seriously. I wanted to warn you, but then I found out that you'd stayed here at the school, and I knew everything would be all right. For now, at least. James frowned. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't we be safe? I mean, relatively speaking, considering the gatekeeper is loose on the earth and all that. Zane's face was very pale and grave. Remember when we talked in the barn a couple of weeks ago? Rose, you told me all about how Merlin had been tricked by that guy, Hayden, 1,000 years ago. He said Merlin would get his fiancée back if he doubled Hayden's lands and fortified his castle, making it so that Merlin himself couldn't even attack anyone inside it. Yeah, James said, shrugging. So, Merlin knows somebody broke into his office a few weeks ago. He knows that person zapped themselves into his magic mirror and probably found out some not-so-nice things about him. And Merlin probably knows that that person was you, James. So haven't you wondered why he hasn't said boo to you about any of it? Well, James answered slowly, like you said that day in the barn, if Merlin was evil, he'd have come for us. The fact that he hasn't must mean he isn't as bad as he could be. Maybe, somehow, he's on the good side, after all, and he knows we are too. Maybe he's letting us go because he knows we're trying to help fight the Gatekeeper. Even as James said it, it sounded false to him. In his heart, he didn't believe it, but he couldn't think of any other reason that Merlin wouldn't have come for them. Zane was shaking his head. That's what I thought at the time. But then I thought about the conversation that happened between Slytherin and Merlin, back when he had you locked in his laboratory. You said that they talked about the deal Hayden had tricked Merlin into making, and they made it pretty clear that Hogwarts is the castle Hayden lived in when he made the deal. Don't you see what that means? Rose's eyes widened. It means Hogwarts is the castle Merlin fortified. It can't be breached from outside, she said, nodding. That would explain how even Voldemort and his forces were kept out for so long back during the battle. Merlin's protective spells were still in effect, although they were probably weakened a bit after 1,000 years. It would also explain how the secret entrances just keep opening up again over time, James agreed. Odd. Like the one beneath the Whomping Willow. It's like the castle heals itself when it's been damaged. Merlin's magical fortifications are still at work after all these centuries. Even the new parts seem to have gotten it. Even the parts that were built after Merlin cast his spells over the castle. The new bits have inherited his protection. Zane was still shaking his head somberly. You're still missing the most important part. We've been assuming that Merlin hadn't attacked you three because he was on your side or he was letting you figure things out for some reason. We'd assumed he was letting you go because he was essentially good. But we forgot the most interesting part of the deal Hayden made with Merlin. Rose suddenly gasped and covered her mouth. James' eyes widened, remembering. It had been right in front of him the whole time. Slytherin himself had said it. That night in his office, 1,000 years ago, you are unable to touch the hair of anyone residing within this castle, Slytherin had said. Your threats are formidable, but fortunately, they are to no effect here. He can't hurt anyone inside the walls of the castle, James whispered. It was the last part of Hayden's deal, because Hayden knew that Merlin would try to have his revenge on him. That's why Merlin had to wait until Hayden was on a journey in his coach. Only then could Merlin attack him. James looked at Rose. Her hand was still over her mouth and her face had entirely drained of color. May I be so bold as to suggest, Zane said, looking very meaningfully at both of them, that none of you go on any journeys for the time being? James' first concern had been Ralph, who was indeed traveling over the holiday, staying with his dad at his flat in London. Zane assured them that he'd already been to see Ralph, warning him to keep his wand handy and try to never be alone. He wasn't very happy about it, Zane explained, especially since his wand is a chunk of Merlin's staff. He thinks he won't be able to use it on Merlin if it comes down to it. He might be right too, but I didn't tell him that. But it's his wand now, Rose insisted. He won it. It's his to use however he wishes. Zane wasn't so certain. This is old magic, Rose. It isn't like Ralph battled Merlin and won his wand. The staff was broken up, and Ralph only got a part of it. It still remembers when it was whole, and knows Merlin is still master of the rest of it. You might be right, but we can't assume what is true of a whole wand is true of a partial staff. Definitely don't tell Ralph that, James said. He's nervous enough already. And he'll never know the truth unless it comes down to a fight. It'd be best if he truly believed his wand was his entirely. It might actually help make it true. Zane nodded. In the meantime, I'll check with Madame Delacroix about your voodoo doll. I'll try to get her to tell me what it can do. After all, she's the one that made it. Rose asked, You can talk to her? Sure. She's right here on the grounds, on the psychiatric floor of the Poe Medical College. They keep her under lock and key, but she's allowed visitors. She's pretty dotty after that whole experience in the grotto keep, but I bet she remembers me. And a big chunk of log. Zane grinned a little wickedly. I doubt it will come to that again, Rose said, rolling her eyes. But it might help loosen her tongue. After all, it was one of your presidents that said to speak softly and carry a big stick. Yeah, Zane agreed. Big sticks are a specialty of mine. After that, Zane wished James and Rose a good night and Merry Christmas. He apparently had a Christmas party to go to himself, since it was quite a lot earlier where he was. He broke into a rather rude Christmas carol and vanished halfway through the chorus. James and Rose said good night as well and went their separate ways, climbing the stairs to their dormitories. It occurred to James that he had the second year's dormitory all to himself during the holiday, and it worried him a little. He reminded himself that if what Zane said was true, Merlin couldn't harm him inside the walls of Hogwarts. Still, the thought that Merlin might actually desire to harm James, as well as Rose and Ralph, was slightly terrifying. It was one thing to have a nebulous, generic enemy floating loose on the earth, but it was another thing entirely to have a specific enemy under the same roof as you. And to know that that enemy was one of the most powerful sorcerers ever. Fortunately, after the day's activities in the snow and the stresses of his conversations with Petra and his parents, James was exhausted enough not to care. Besides, James had a vague sense that Cedric was watching out for him. If Merlin came for James, Cedric would find a way to warn him first. Thinking that, James fell into a deep sleep. He had the dream again, and it was clearer than ever. There was the flash and swish of blades and the rattle of old machinery. There was the flickering pool and the sad faces of the young man and woman. Worst of all, there was the keening voice of the dark shape in the shadows, constantly enticing, promising, instructing. A sense of deep sadness pervaded the dream, but under the sadness, like sharp knives under a soft blanket, there was anger. It was a cold, pulsing rage, broad as the sky and deep as the ocean. And finally, for the first time, James saw his companion, reflected in the rippling surface of the pool, a silhouette and a hint of a face. He still didn't know where the pool was or where the secret, hidden place was buried, but he finally had a sense of who this tormented person was. Long, raven hair hung past piercing eyes. The eyes were like coals, hard and cold, but concealing a fire that could burn anything and everything. You have cursed, the voice of the shadows said softly, evilly. You have tested the waters, yes. But you must perform the ultimate rite to become truly worthy. You must make a sacrifice so great that there will be no turning back. You must take from those who took from you. It will be a hard and painful path, and only you can walk it, but it is the price of balance. You must be willing to tread that path for all those who will come after you. And for that sacrifice, they will honor your memory. They will sing of you. Your story will become legend. And through that legend, you will live forever, no matter what happens to your mortal form. Through your trials, justice will be achieved. Those you've lost will be returned. Their blood will be repaid in the only way that it can be, with more blood. It is your duty and your honor. It is my honor, the raven-haired figure answered in a cold, calm voice. A tear dripped from the figure's chin and struck the pool, where it steamed. James slept on. And in the morning, he barely remembered the dream. But his phantom scar throbbed worryingly, and James wondered about it, knowing it meant something, but unable to quite work out what. He made his way down to breakfast, and by the time he entered the Great Hall, the pain in his forehead had gone entirely. Albus and Rose were seated at the Gryffindor table with Hugo and Petra, and all of them were engaged in raucous conversation. James joined them, smiling happily. By the time breakfast was over, he'd completely forgotten the dream. 14. Artis Deserto. The Christmas holiday ended strangely for James, Since neither he, Rose nor Albus had gone anywhere, there was no doleful return trip. Instead, it felt as if school returned to them. On the Sunday, when most of the students arrived back from their travels, James and Rose sat in a sunny window seat overlooking the courtyard. Silently, they watched bundled classmates unloading their bags and trunks, lugging them up the steps to the main entrance. The enormous snowman James, Rose, and Albus had erected was becoming soft in a sudden thaw. Its carrot nose drooped sadly, and one of its stick arms had fallen off. Melting snow dripped steadily from the castle roofs and balconies. James felt rather glad that the holidays were over and looked forward to resuming classes and drama rehearsals. Strangely enough, none of them had seen Merlin at all during the entire holiday. James had passed Professor McGonagall in the hall outside her office, and she had informed him that, as far as she knew, Merlin had spent the holiday at the castle. "It isn't as if the headmaster has any family, you know," she'd commented. "And one can only assume that his Christmas traditions would be rather different than ours, at any rate. Besides, Headmaster Ambrosius is a very private man, as you may have noticed. If he had any plans, I doubt he'd have told any of us." Classes began again, and James noticed that the second half of the term had a rather different tone than the first. Especially with the older students, there was a noticeably more serious attitude about homework and studies. All in all, it made James glad he was not yet old enough to participate in OWL or any WT examinations. As defense against the dark arts classes resumed, Professor de Bellows introduced techniques from a form of magical martial arts called artis deserto. James' attitude about such things had been rather transformed by his encounter with Salazar Slytherin on the top of the Sylvan Tower, where he'd surprised himself by putting de Bellows' physical defensive techniques to very good use. He paid close attention to the new moves, which looked quite a lot like dancing, but were actually a method of keeping one's body light and flexible, allowing for impressive displays of spell dodging. As an example, de Bellows invited the class to form a line and make their wands ready. One by one, each student was to attempt to disarm, stun, or sting de Bellows. "Your choice," the professor said, grinning and hopping lightly from foot to foot. "This is finally getting good," Trenton Block muttered, fingering his wand. As the first spells began to fire, de Bellows dodged them with amazing, almost effortless ease. He barely seemed to be watching the line of students. He simply glanced once as each person in the line raised their wand, then he'd turn, lunge, duck, or even pirouette, allowing the spell to flit past him harmlessly, usually missing him by mere inches. James had to admit that it was a rather amazing display, but he was determined that his spell would strike its mark. He decided he would aim directly for de Bellows' feet since they, at least, were usually attached to the floor. When his turn came, James raised his wand, aimed fleetingly for de Bellows' chest, and then, as quickly as he could, pointed downwards and fired. Even as the spell shot from his wand, de Bellows was in the air, turning lightly. James' stunning spell snuffed itself out on de Bellows' shadow. A moment later, the big man came down on his hands and the tips of his toes, as if he was doing a push-up. With a heave and a grunt, he flung himself upright again, landing easily on his feet. Deftly, he caught his own wand, which he had lobbed upwards during his leap. "Bloody hell!" Graham Wharton cried. Amazed applause rippled over the students. Kendra Corner raised her hand. "How long before we can do that?" "Patience, students," de Bellows called, chuckling and mopping his brow with a towel. Artis deserto is a lifetime study. It is much more than a physical art, it is a mental discipline. It incorporates the skills of levitation, divination, and even apparition, allowing the wizard to know when and where his opponent is going to strike and not to be there when it happens. Only the clumsiest wizard relies solely on the strength of his spells. The ablest wizard knows that if he plays the game well, he need not use spells at all. James decided that, As unlikable as de Bellows was, artist di certo was a technique well worth learning. He devoted himself to the practice drills and mental exercises de Bellows prescribed, even though they seemed hopelessly difficult and abstract. Know your opponent better than he knows himself, de Bellows commanded. It need not take years of study. Most wizards know very little of themselves. Gauge them in an instant. Take their measure. If you succeed in this, you will always have the upper hand, for you will know what they are going to do before they do themselves. You will already be preparing your defense, and eventually, your counterattack. When do we get to that part? Trenton said, lowering his wand in frustration. I'm sick of trying to read the other bloke's mind. I want to magic something. In time, Mr. Yar, young man, de Bellows replied, waving a hand. First, you must understand the logistics of battle. No action should be taken unless you have already foreseen the outcome. Planning and deliberation are key. Magic is but one of the choices available to the cunning wizard. At every stage of the battle, there are 3 options a warrior may choose. The first choice is to curse his opponent. Kevin Murdoch pointed his wand at his drill partner and mimed a killing curse. Kapow! You're dead. That's what we've been waiting for, he said cheerfully. A wholesale and clumsy response, my friend, de Bellows said. Perhaps you'd like to try that technique on me? Murdoch's face reddened as he remembered the way de Bellows had dodged the myriad spells. He shook his head quickly, lowering his wand. De Bellows nodded once. Good choice, boy. You have just illustrated the second option a wizard may choose in battle, to wait and watch for his opponent to make the next move. The cunning warrior will be able to exploit his opponent's action and use it against him. If any of you ever see battle, you will likely find yourselves facing an untrained and undisciplined enemy, an enemy who believes that either bravery, power, or enthusiasm will be enough to see him to victory. Get the measure of this enemy, wait for him to make his move, and know it the moment he does. If you succeed in those things, then the battle is already in your hands. Trenton Block rolled his eyes, obviously unsatisfied. What's the third option, then? The third option, my friends, de Bellows said, raising his eyebrows, is to turn around and walk away. The third option is to retreat. Morgan Petunia asked, frowning. De Bellows shook his head, smiling grimly. Not at all. A true warrior never retreats. But a true warrior does know when a battle is not worth fighting. This might be because the enemy is too great, or because the enemy is too weak. Either way, there is no valor in such a battle. The sign of a true warrior, students, is knowing when not to fight. Inspiring stuff, Trenton muttered, unimpressed. James glanced at him, then back at de Bellows. He understood Trenton's annoyance, and yet, after the duel against Salazar Slytherin in the distant past, James realized he wasn't quite as quick to dismiss de Bellows' methods as he had been before. As spring began to descend on the school grounds, Neville Longbottom started taking his herbology classes on wandering field trips, teaching them how to identify certain magical plants and trees in the wild. The class slogged reluctantly behind as he led them along the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest and into the marshy shores of the lake. Many magical plants have adapted to Muggle environments by disguising themselves as something rather more innocuous, Neville called happily, kneeling by the edge of the lake. For instance, this breed of Spinoswort has acclimated to life in Muggle areas by disguising itself as stinging nettles, thus assuring no Muggles will attempt to pull it up or harvest it. You can tell the difference by the slight purple hue on the bottom of the leaf. Once the plant is pulled up, however, Neville gripped the stem and gently tugged it, drawing the root out of the wet earth. You can see the characteristic taproot of the Spinoswort plant, useful for any number of potions and elixirs. I'm not seeing the taproot, Ashley Doone said, examining the uprooted plant in her own hands. Just a big root ball. Neville looked up. Yar, That's because that particular plant, Miss Doone, is not so much spinoswort disguised as stinging nettles as it is stinging nettles disguised as itself. Yacht! Ashley cried, dropping the plant and brushing her hands violently on her robes. To the hospital wing, Neville announced, sighing. Madame Curio has a salve for repelling the stings, but you'd best hurry or you'll be smarting for hours. Ralph and James watched Ashley bolt off toward the castle, her robes flying. Ralph said to James, "Are we all set for defense club tonight?" "I guess," James answered. "I've barely seen Scorpius since the holiday. Frankly, I think he's running out of things to teach us." "You think so?" "I've learned loads of useful spells from him. That grandfather of his really must have known his stuff." "Yeah, well, that grandfather of his was one of the worst people my dad ever knew," James replied. "Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater. He's one of the few who never recanted either, even though old Voldy's long since dead. He's in hiding now, probably still waiting for the rise of the Pureblood Empire. He knew plenty of dark magic, including all 3 unforgivable curses." Ralph shrugged. "Well, wherever Scorpius learned it from, I'm glad he did. Considering what's going on with Merlin and this gatekeeper thing, I'm glad to learn as many curses and hexes as I can." "I don't know," James said, lowering his voice. "I'm starting to wonder if we're going about this all wrong." "What do you mean?" "I mean," James said, sighing, "what if DeBellows is right about what makes a great magical fighter? What if we're spending too much time just learning curses and hexes and disarming spells? Maybe we should start practicing some of those artis deserto techniques he's been showing us." Ralph shook his head. "I can't do stuff like that, James. Look at me. Zane was right. I'm a brick wall. You're no bigger than DeBellows, and you saw what he did, dodging all those spells, moving like he knew exactly where every bolt was going to be. He made it look really easy." "Yeah, I know about things that look really easy. Turns out they aren't." He said artis deserto was a lifetime study. "So what else you got planned for the rest of your life?" James asked, grinning. "You want to be great at something, or what?" Ralph smiled crookedly. "You think Scorpius can even teach us that stuff?" "Only one way to find out," James replied, arching an eyebrow. But neither Ralph nor James saw Scorpius for the rest of the day. As they walked to the gym for the defense club meeting, Rose was rather enthusiastic about using the club to practice artis deserto techniques. "You know he's hardly even teaching it to the girls," she fumed. "DeBellows is a first-class cretin when it comes to women in combat roles. Some of the best fighters in history have been witches. Hasn't he ever heard of Cloris the Cloggerer? Or Gia von Guggenheim? Or for that matter, Bellatrix Lestrange, and the woman who defeated her, Grandma Weasley?" "He may not have heard of Grandma Weasley," Ralph answered thoughtfully. "But you have a point. A woman is arguably more inclined to being good at artis deserto," Rose went on. "We're more graceful by nature. And more intuitive." "Maybe you should teach it, then," James said with a straight face. "Maybe I should," Rose replied, glaring at him. The 3 turned into the gymnasium and stopped. Most of the club members were cheering and shouting, gathered in a raucous throng near the line of clockwork dummies. Green flashes lit the group, but James couldn't see where they were coming from. James and Rose ran forward, pushing into the throng. James, being taller than Rose, saw what was happening first. The assembled students had formed a semicircle around Tabitha Corsica, Philia Goyle, and Albus. The 3 Slytherins were smiling happily as they fired green bolts at one of the mechanical target dummies. The dummy thrashed and writhed, spitting tiny cogs and springs, racking loose of its frame. "Stop it!" Rose yelled, her cheeks bright red. "What do you think you're doing? Stop it this instant!" Tabitha whispered an incantation, shooting one more spell at the dummy, and then raised her wand easily. She turned to peer back over her shoulder at the newcomers. "Good evening, Rose, James," she said. "Is there a sign-up parchment we should attend to? We'd hate to bypass any of the necessary formalities." "What kind of spells were those?" Rose demanded, planting her fists on her hips. "Calm down, Rosie," Albus said, pocketing his wand. "We were just having a little fun. It's just a dummy, you know." "You were using killing curses," Rose said, wheeling on Albus. "How dare you? You can't just come into this club and start using unforgivable curses, especially that one. You'll get us all expelled. The law is rather vague when it comes to practicing unforgivable curses on inanimate objects, Rose," Tabitha said, smiling indulgently. "Besides, what's the point of a defense club if you aren't going to practice useful defensive techniques?" "Killing someone is your idea of a defensive technique?" James spat. Tabitha blinked at him, adopting a puzzled look. "Can you think of a more effective one?" she asked. "She's right," Nolan Beetlebrick, one of Tabitha's fellow Slytherins, called from the crowd of students. "DeBellows is a numpty. He's not teaching us anything useful. I want to learn how to fight for real." There was a chorus of agreement. "We hardly wish to usurp control of your club," Tabitha said, pocketing her wand. "We are here to learn, as are the rest of you. But if someone doesn't teach the lot of you how to do a basic Cruciatus curse," Philia interjected, "how do you expect to deal with those who won't give a second thought to using a killing curse on you?" The crowd of students babbled excitedly. "That's right," someone said. "You have to be ready to fight fire with fire." "Are all of you Slytherins completely daft?" a voice declared. James looked and saw Joseph Torrance push to the front of the group. "That's the way your kind have always been, isn't it? Go straight for the dark magic. You lot are just a bunch of one-trick ponies." There was another babbled response from the crowd. A few people moved away from Joseph, as if they believed Tabitha might curse him where he stood. "If the one trick is powerful enough," Tabitha said, smiling her most charming smile, "it might just be all a pony needs." "That's enough of this," James called as the crowd began to get agitated. He raised his hands, turning toward the assembled club members. "We started this club, Ralph and Rose and me, and it's supposed to just be for first through fourth years," he said, glaring back at Tabitha and Philia. "DeBellows is teaching magical defense to the older years, like those two. This club was meant to be a place where we could practice the basics of defensive magic. It was never the plan to learn any unforgivable curses." "Why not?" Beetlebrick interrupted, his face stony. "Why is everyone trying to make sure we don't know how to defend ourselves?" A chorus of agreements and arguments erupted from the crowd. James called for order, but the noise of the babble was too loud. The group seemed about to dissolve into complete chaos. A loud crack echoed through the room, surprising everyone present. James looked up, trying to see where the crack had come from. A dissolving trail of smoke led down toward the main door, where Scorpius stood, his eyes narrowed and a small smile curling his lip. "You want to practice unforgivable curses, do you?" he drawled. "In case you've forgotten, I am the teacher for this club. You Slytherins are new, so I'll let it slide, but you surely wouldn't want anyone to get the impression that you were trying to take over." Tabitha's charming smile turned decidedly shark-like as she looked at Scorpius. "So it's true, first-year Scorpius Malfoy is going to teach us everything he knows. Does that include how to be a traitor to one's family values and traditions?" Scorpius sighed and walked into the room. "Not until next term," he answered breezily. "Although when it comes to underhanded tricks and backstabbing, I'd hate to repeat anything you lot already know. Maybe you can test out of that section." Scorpius threaded to the center of the group, moving between Tabitha and Albus, who stared at the pale boy with unmasked disdain. "Excuse me," Scorpius said, bumping Albus with his shoulder. He turned to face the group, pulling his wand from his cloak with a flourish. "You wish to learn the most powerful curses, do you? You wish to know how to defend yourselves, and even more, to take the fight to the enemy, is that it? Well, contrary to what you may believe, I won't stop you. We will learn such things. And I will be the one to teach them to you." Scorpius narrowed his eyes again, staring hard at James, as if daring him to argue. "I may only be a first year, but my family tradition, as Tabby has already mentioned, is rich in the deadly arts. I'll teach you just as I was taught by my father and grandfather." "You little prat," Philia hissed. "We've been practicing defensive magic for years. What can a greasy turncoat Gryffindor like you teach us?" "The first thing I can teach you is to shut up when the teacher is speaking," Scorpius said, turning to Philia, his face unflinching. "Outside this room, you may be a fifth year and I may be a greasy turncoat Gryffindor, but in this room, you are the student and I am your instructor. Or perhaps you're having second thoughts about joining this club." Philia's face had gone beet red with anger. "I'll teach you to speak to me that way, you." "Do stop, Philia," Tabitha interrupted, amused. "Scorpius is right. This is their club. We must abide by his rules. While we are in this room, let us see what he can teach us, since he has apparently been so well educated." Scorpius glared at Philia, daring her to defy Tabitha. After a moment, Philia's face hardened. She pocketed her wand and folded her arms. "Just as I thought," Scorpius said, turning to face the gathered club members again. "First things first. You must learn to defend, parry, and stun before you can learn to make good use of anything more powerful. Skip the basics and you will be target practice for any get with a wand. Fortunately, we are well on our way with those skills, and I can only hope that our new Slytherin friends can keep up with us. But later, once you have mastered those techniques, you will be ready to learn this." Scorpius spun on his heel and flung out his arm, aiming his wand at the broken clockwork dummy. "Avada Kedavra," he roared, baring his teeth. The bolt that shot from his wand was so bright and so green that it lit the entire room. It struck the dummy in the chest, and its arms and legs flailed full length, trembling violently. Then, with a clank and a rattle, the dummy fell off its frame. It clumped to the floor in a heap. Scorpius stared at it, his eyes slit and his teeth still bared. Nolan Beetlebrick stepped out of the perimeter of the crowd and kicked at the dummy with his foot. A cog tumbled out of it and rolled across the floor. "Well," the boy said, nodding, "you definitely killed it." There was a round of nervous, scattered applause. Rose looked over at James, her eyes wide and worried. Her expression seemed to ask, "What have we done?" James simply shook his head slowly. "This could be better than I thought," Albus said, nudging James. "Way to go, big brother." As they left the gym, a while later, James caught up to Ralph. "What happened to you? Where were you back there?" he demanded. Ralph glanced at James defensively. "What? I was there the whole time. You didn't say a word when Tabitha and Goyle showed up and started killing the target dummies." "Well," Ralph replied, shrugging and walking quickly, "it looked to me like you and Rose had it under control." "Under control? You call completely losing our grip on the club under control? Scorpius is planning to teach unforgivable curses." Ralph didn't say anything as he walked. James stared at him angrily, his eyes narrowed. "You want to learn them, too, don't you?" he demanded. Ralph pressed his lips together, refusing to reply. James turned in front of him, stopping him in the hall, but Ralph spoke first. "Don't, James," he said, dropping his eyes and shaking his head. "Look, you're my best mate in the whole school, but we come from two different worlds. You Gryffindors can be all sweet and courageous about things like the unforgivable curses, but frankly, yeah, it does make sense to me to learn them. I'm sorry. James' mouth dropped open. Ralph, there's a reason they're called unforgivable. We can't even use them to fight the Gatekeeper if it comes to that. That thing isn't even human. So there's no excuse for learning them. Isn't there? Ralph said. James knew Ralph hated confrontations, but the bigger boy forced himself to look James in the eye. Are you telling me you wouldn't have used an unforgivable curse to stop Voldemort from killing your grandparents? James backed up a step, speechless. He started to reply, but Ralph went on, cutting him off. What about when my uncle was getting ready to murder Ted Lupin's dad? Would you have used an unforgivable curse to stop him from doing that? Or even my own grandparents when they were driving my dad to a Muggle orphanage, telling him they didn't want him anymore? That no squib was good enough to be their son? What if someone had been there to imperio them, and force them to take him back home? And make them love him the way parents are supposed to love their kids? Are you telling me you'd have decided not to do it because only bad people use unforgivable curses? James stammered, shocked at the quiet ferocity in Ralph's eyes. Ralph, I know. I mean. Ralph shook his head and looked away. I can't blame you for not understanding that, James. But honestly, if using an unforgivable curse could bring back the people you'd thought were lost forever, wouldn't you do it? If it could return the things that were taken from you by people who were stupid and selfish and mean, wouldn't you? Ralph looked at James again, his eyes bright. Because I'd do it, James. I really would. Without a second thought. With that, Ralph pushed past James and walked into the dimness of the corridor. James knew there was no point in following him, but he was frightened by the things Ralph had said. He'd never seen such passion in the big boy before, but apparently, it had been there all along, just under the surface. Rose caught up to James, shaking her head worriedly. We'll have to corner Scorpius in the common room, she said. He's still back there surrounded by everybody. He's showing them how to do the Levi Corpus jinx. What's the matter? James shook his head, still looking after Ralph. I don't know, Rose. None of this is going the way it's supposed to. And to tell you the truth, I don't have any idea what I'm supposed to do about it. I'll tell you what you need to do about it, James, Rose said seriously. James glanced at her, furrowing his brow. And what would that be? Same thing you did last year when you ran into trouble, Rose replied, arching her eyebrows. Go ask for help from somebody who does know what to do. By the beginning of next week, James had still not spoken to Scorpius about his speech at the last defense club. It wasn't that he hadn't had the opportunity, it was more that he simply didn't know what to say. James knew Scorpius only well enough to know that if he demanded Scorpius not teach unforgivable curses to the club, Scorpius would probably begin the next meeting with them. He considered simply removing Scorpius as teacher for the club, but the fact of the matter was that Scorpius was a fairly good teacher, and he did seem to know an awful lot. The worst part was that James was unable to discuss the problem with Ralph since Ralph apparently wanted to learn the curses. James could sort of understand the things Ralph had said, but all the reasons Ralph had listed for learning the curses were already in the past. Learning the curses now wouldn't bring back James' grandparents or Ted's dad. Perhaps Ralph thought there were more such tragedies to come and he wanted to be prepared for them. Either way, it was worrying. Ralph had been moody and quiet ever since the conversation in the hall, and James decided it was best just to leave him alone for a while. Fortunately, James was completely distracted from all these things for a short while during Tuesday's Care of Magical Creatures class. Hagrid led the students around to the back of the barn, shushing them and keeping them behind him with one enormous hand. Grop's getting rather good at this, Hagrid whispered, but we don't want to distract him. It's ticklish work, walkin' a dragon. As the group crept around the edge of the barn, James peered past Ralph, struggling to see. In the near distance, just at the edge of the forest, Grop was walking very slowly, looking back over his shoulder. He seemed to have something like an iron door strapped to his left forearm, like a shield. A very thick chain led from Grop's upraised right hand, ending at a collar on Norberta's long neck. Amazingly, the dragon was ambling docilely behind Grop, sniffing at the trees and occasionally rooting her snout into the ground, snapping at something. Norberta likes a nice fat mole, she does, Hagrid whispered. And she can smell 'em right through the earth. She'd be great pest control if she didn't occasionally set the trees afire. Today's nice and wet though, so I knew it'd be safe to give VR a walkie. What happens if she flames on Grop? Morgan, Petunia asked. Is that what that iron door is for? Hagrid shook his head. She loves Grop even more than me. She'd never flame him. The shield is just an extra safety measure. Last year, Headmistress McGonagall insisted he always wear it when he took Norberta out. It's just habit now. Grop tugged at the chain lead as Norberta hung back, sniffing at a tree trunk. Ponderously, she leaned against the tree and rubbed on it, as if scratching an itch. The tree shuddered and groaned, leaning noticeably. I wonder who'd win in a fight, Graham whispered, grinning, the Whomping Willow or Norberta. That's stupid, Ashley replied, shaking her head. I'd pay to see it, Graham said. Battle of the Magical Titans. Just imagine it. Ashley rolled her eyes. I am imagining it, and it's stupid. Don't let her knock that tree over, Groppy, Hagrid called as quietly as he could, cupping his hands to his mouth. That's a Grimlock elm. Not many of 'em left. Grop tugged harder on the chain lead, but Norberta was stubborn. She rapped her tail on the hillside in annoyance, producing a perceptible shudder in the earth. She seemed to be sniffing at something just inside the perimeter of the trees. She clawed at the ground, pulling Grop and pushing the trees apart with her massive shoulders. She snorted a small burst of yellow flame. What's she after? Hagrid asked worriedly. Maybe yeah, Lot should head back around the barn again. Just for safety's sake. None of the students obeyed. Instead, they pushed forward, curious to see what was happening, although none ventured in front of Hagrid himself. Easy, Groppy. Hagrid called in a strangely small voice. Not too hard. Give her just a little slack. We don't want to make her mad now. What the? Something small and yellow had suddenly flown out of the trees, as if frightened by Norberta's rooting. It fluttered between her legs and arced up, streaking into the gray sky. Oh no, Hagrid said in a worried voice. I wondered where she'd got to. With a violent, serpentine lunge, Norberta spun, her entire body trailing behind her head and her open, snapping jaws. Grop was yanked entirely off his feet, refusing to let go of the chain. He landed with an enormous, muddy thump and slid along the wet grass, pulled by Norberta's wild thrashing. Everybody inside. Hagrid yelled, shooting out both arms protectively. It's a wargle I got from Victor Crumb, and Norberta's just daft about it. It got loose a few days ago, but I figured it'd be halfway back to Bulgaria by now. Grop. Hold down. Tom let go, no matter what. The ground shuddered as Norberta thundered after the yellow creature, pulling Grop along behind her. Great muddy streaks tore up the hillside in their wake. None of the students had budged. James stared at the spectacle, wide-eyed, unsure if it was amusing or frightening. The wargle was about the size of a cat but canary yellow and with 4 fluttering wings. A long, tufted tail trailed behind it, whipping the air. James thought the creature looked almost impossibly cute. Norberta thrashed and leapt, snapping her jaws wildly, barely missing the fluttering, swooping shape. Thumping along behind, Grop was heroically pulling himself up the chain, trying to reach Norberta's neck. "That's it, Groppy," Hagrid cheered, beginning to trot uncertainly out onto the hilltop. "I'll grab your tail if I can. You get by the neck." No. The Wargle suddenly angled upwards, streaking into the sky beyond Norberta's reach. With a massive flourish, the dragon unfurled her wings and brought them down with a single, thunderous thrust. She leapt off the ground, roaring and pulling Grop with her. "I thought she couldn't fly," Graham exclaimed. The students began to shuffle nervously backwards, moving toward the relative shelter of the barn. As if sensing a hiding place, the Wargle arced downwards again, angling toward the crowd of students. Norberta thrashed her wings and lunged. She was amazingly fast for her size, despite her injured wing. Students scattered in all directions as her shadow darkened the sky overhead. Hagrid ran back and forth, arms outstretched, as if he meant to catch the enormous dragon. "Hold on, Grop," he called to his half-brother, who swung gamely from the chain lead, leaving a trail of mud gobbets. "You've got Tom, let go." Norberta roared again, struggling to stay airborne. Her tail thrashed as she flapped, striking the chimney of the barn and obliterating it to flying bits of stone. The Wargle circled in a panic. Finally, the yellow creature seemed to sense that Norberta couldn't properly fly. It swooped upwards, aiming for the distant clouds. "Grop," Hagrid called suddenly. "Shield. She's going to flame." Norberta gave one last thrust of her massive wings, stretched out her long neck, and roared. This time, the roar produced a long stream of blue-white flame. Heat blasted out over the hilltop. James felt it ripple through his hair. And then, with a reverberating thump, the dragon landed on all four claws. Grop came down right next to her. He was covered in mud and bits of grass, but he instantly leapt up and threw his arms around the great dragon's neck, holding her down. The dragon didn't seem prepared to attempt flight again. She raised her head, full length, jaws wide open. A moment later, a small black shape tumbled out of the sky, trailing smoke. It fell straight into Norberta's gullet and she swallowed audibly. Hagrid shook his head. "Shame about that," he said. "Wargles is hard to come by." "I warned I did." "Oh well, so long as nobody's hurt." "Groppy, are ya all right, then?" Grop tentatively let go of the dragon's neck and stepped away, still holding the chain lead. He glanced back at Hagrid. "Grop got mud in nose," he said ponderously. "Sorry about that, Groppy. Let's go ahead and put the old girl back in. Eat our pen, eh?" He turned back to the students, his face red and imploring. "It's probably best if we kept that between ourselves, if ye don't mind." James glanced aside at Trenton, who had earlier threatened to write his parents about Hagrid's rather frightening menagerie. That, Trenton said, noticing James' look, was totally bloody awesome. As James and Ralph were heading back from the barn, they passed the greenhouses where Professor Longbottom's first-year herbology class was just letting out. James spied Scorpius. "I'll see you at lunch, Ralph," James called as he trotted away. "Places to go, people to see." Ralph didn't reply, and James knew why. The bigger boy knew what James was up to. Scorpius heard James coming and stopped, turning back. "I wondered when I'd be hearing from you, Potter," he said, staring up at the low clouds. "Yeah, well, I wanted to talk to you about Defense Club." "Of course," Scorpius smiled thinly. "Come to talk me out of teaching the hardcore spells, did you?" "Actually, no," James replied. "I've been thinking about it. I can't stop you from showing people what you learned from your family, and besides, if people don't learn those things from you, they'll learn them from Corsica and Goyle. I came to you because..." James couldn't quite bring himself to say it. He knew Rose's advice had been right, but he just hadn't known when or where he was supposed to use it. Now he did. Finally, he took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "I came to ask for your help." "My help?" Scorpius replied suspiciously. "With what?" "With getting Tabitha and the rest under control," James answered. "Look, you know it even better than me. They don't want to learn jinxes and hexes and curses to fight the bad guys. They just want to use them to be bullies and get power over people. The defense club was supposed to be a way for people to learn basic fighting spells and techniques, but I think it can be even more than that. I think we can use it to practice the things Professor DeBellows is teaching us about how to be real fighters. We can practice the artist di certo techniques he's showing us and get really good at them. Then we can put those skills together with the spells we've already learned, and later, when everyone is ready to know how to use them," James gulped, "you can teach the unforgivable curses, if you still want to." "Let's see if I understand this," Scorpius said. "You started the defense club because you didn't like the fact that DeBellows wasn't teaching any defensive magic. And now you want to turn the club into a place to practice the silly stuff that he is teaching us?" James sighed. "Yeah, all right. You make it sound totally stupid. But that's pretty much the truth of it. Either way, if Corsica and Goyle and even Albus keep coming to the club and killing the target dummies, they're just going to push for the unforgivable curses and bypass everything else. Maybe some people can handle knowing the unforgivable curses, but not everybody can. And definitely not without learning the basics first. So kick them out," Scorpius shrugged. "You run the club. You decide who's in it. It isn't my problem." "I can't just kick them out," James said, exasperated. "Anybody who wants to come to the club can. But you know how to talk to them. It was totally brilliant the way you handled them last club meeting. Your family understands the way Slytherins think. I need you to help keep them from taking over." Scorpius narrowed his eyes. "Just because my father convinced me to help get you through the Mirror of East, doesn't mean I'm your mate, Potter. I teach your club because I want to, not because you asked. Who are you to decide who gets to know the unforgivable curses or not?" James stared at Scorpius thoughtfully. "I don't think you even believe that yourself," he said. "You're just trying to make me mad at you, and I don't even know why. If you thought everyone who wished should be able to learn the killing curse, you'd have taught it last class, or let Corsica and Goyle do it. Instead, you spent your time distracting everybody with stuff like the Levi Corpus jinx. Admit it or not, you agree with me, Scorpius." "You're delusional, Potter," Scorpius said, turning on his heel. "Why would I agree with you?" "Because," James called, watching the pale boy walk away, "you're also a Gryffindor. And I think the Sorting Hat knew what it was doing." Scorpius didn't stop. He simply continued to walk away, heading toward the castle. James watched for a moment, then sighed and followed. He could only hope that despite Scorpius' attitude, he'd at least think about what James had asked. Eventually, Albus told James how it had happened. Thursday evening came and Tabitha, Philia, and Albus were on their way to the gym for Defense Club. While they were still several corridors away, Scorpius met them coming from the other direction. "Just turn around and walk with me," he said in a low voice, trying to put his arms around both Tabitha and Albus. "Remove your hand or pick it up wherever it lands," Tabitha said, pointing her wand at Scorpius' wrist. "Touchy, touchy," Scorpius replied, pulling his hands away. "And here I am trying to help you." Albus scoffed. "As if we needed your help, you prat." "Believe it or not, I am indeed saving you a bit of bother," Scorpius growled, looking Albus in the eye. "Your brother's little club is about to be disbanded, and I don't expect it will go well for those who are in attendance when it happens." Philia's face was etched with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Some concerned individual has alerted Professor DeBellows that students are being taught defensive magic and curses, all in an effort to undermine his teaching technique. They also allowed it to slip that some students have even been seen practicing the killing curse. Tabitha studied Scorpius' face. How perfectly devious. But tell me, why would you do such a thing? Did I say it was me? Scorpius asked innocently. He's lying, Albus said. He wouldn't do that to his housemates. You might want to step aside a moment, Scorpius said, glancing down the corridor. Voices were approaching quickly. DeBellows stalked around the corner, herding Rose ahead of him. She looked extremely worried. So you and James Potter are responsible for this, eh? DeBellows said gruffly. He's the son of the ministry's head orator, is he not? I should have known he'd be trouble. I understood that there were 3 of you, though. Well, Rose quavered, there are, in a manner of speaking. I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. You'll see for yourself soon enough. As DeBellows and Rose passed Scorpius, she gave him a wilting look. Scorpius grinned crookedly. As they swept on, Albus glared angrily at Scorpius. Why would you do that to my brother? Is this how you repay me for my warning? I guess blood is indeed thicker than water, isn't it? Why, Scorpius? Tabitha asked. You're only making things harder for yourself with your housemates. My housemates are a bunch of arrogant sissies, Scorpius growled. They don't have the spine to learn real magic. It became obvious to me last week that you lot are the ones I need to partner with. Yes, he said, raising his hand as Philia opened her mouth. I'm a Gryffindor. What do names mean? If names meant everything, little Albus would have to duel to the death with both of you. Slytherins and Potters have always been mortal enemies, haven't they? Obviously, we're past that, and for good reason. I'm not asking to be a member of your silly Fong and Talons club. I am merely suggesting that perhaps we start a new club, and perhaps it meet in the Slytherin casting range, where we can feel free to practice whatever we wish in secrecy. And you deign to teach us? Philia demanded, smiling grimly. I think not, Scorpius answered. The fact is I'd not be able to attend regularly. Besides, I imagine it as more a group practice session. We can all learn from one another, and no one will be there to tell us what we shouldn't know. I would, however, require access to the Slytherin quarters. It seems like small payment for today's favor. Besides, as you implied last week, Tabitha, my family does have a rather long Slytherin history. You little rat, Philia said. All this just because you hate that you've been made a Gryffindor. Having a Rinky does not make you a member of Slytherin House, Tabitha said, tilting her head and smiling. No Gryffindor can be allowed free access to our quarters. However, I suspect we can come to an agreeable arrangement. That's all I ask, Scorpius answered brightly. And now I should be running along. It will look rather suspicious if I am not there when the hammer falls on James' little club. We'll chat soon. Tabitha, Philia, and Albus watched Scorpius turn and trot off in the direction that DeBellows had led Rose. A few minutes later, Scorpius passed the closed doorway of the gymnasium. He could see through the pebbled glass window that it was dark inside. He stopped and listened. A moment later, he heard voices further down the corridor, echoing. He followed the sounds, turning left at the next passage. It opened onto a high hall with windows on one side. James and Rose stood with DeBellows in the center of the marble floor. They were all staring straight up, craning their necks. DeBellows had his wand upraised, aiming it carefully. Overhead, Ralph hung by his ankle, suspended high in midair. We were just trying it out, James explained. It's called the Levi Corpus Jinx. I didn't know it'd take a counter jinx to get him back down again. Hold on, Ralph. Rose cried, wringing her hands in a parody of worry. De Bellows shook his head disgustedly. This is exactly the reason I do not teach defensive magic to younger years, he snapped. No concept whatsoever of the consequences. It's a good thing you didn't accidentally learn the bat bogey hex. That was a favorite in my day. Libera corpus. De Bellows flipped his wand and Ralph spun upright. A moment later, he drifted clumsily to the floor. Whoa, Ralph said shakily. Dizzy? I apologize, Professor De Bellows, Scorpius called from the doorway. It's my fault. I learned that jinx from my grandfather. I should have known better than to show anyone how to do it. I've certainly learned my lesson. I should hope so, De Bellows said gruffly. If I was a less gracious man, I'd subtract points from whatever your houses are, but I'll take your word for it that it'll never happen again. He pocketed his wand and turned to Rose. You interrupted a perfectly good pipe, I'll have you know, young lady. But never mind. Are there any other magical mishaps I might address before I return to my quarters? All four students shook their heads enthusiastically. Thank you, Professor, Rose said breathlessly. It really is a pleasure to see someone of your stature at work. Well, De Bellows replied, smoothing his robes, of course, you understand. Good evening, students. And like I said, don't call me Professor. The name's Kendrick. Kendrick, Rose said, as if enthralled with the very syllables. Thank you, sir. Good night. When De Bellows finally left, Scorpius came alongside Rose, James, and Ralph. I think I'm going to be sick, he said. I'll say, Ralph agreed. You were supposed to act appreciative, Rose. Not like you worshipped the ground under his feet. It was nothing, Rose replied, as if she'd been complimented. I mastered that technique years ago with my father. James grinned. You're a little scary, Rose. Come on. Let's get to the gym. Scorpius, how'd it go with Tabitha, Philia, and Albus? As well as planned, Scorpius said, shrugging. They believed Mr. E the moment they saw De Bellows march past. They won't be back. James reached the door to the gym first. He yanked it open and stepped inside, lighting his wand. In the darkness, the club members sat in groups, whispering excitedly. They looked up as the four entered. All right, James said, holding his wand over his head. Hi, everybody. Like I said a few minutes ago, we have an announcement today. After last week, there was a lot of talk about learning the 3 unforgivable curses. Scorpius is the teacher, so what we learn is up to him. But before we get to anything really scary powerful, we're going to get better at what we do know, and spend some time practicing the techniques Professor De Bellows has been showing us in DAD8. Why in the world would we do that? Nolan Beetlebrick said, standing up. I thought the whole point of this club was to learn the stuff he wasn't teaching us. Scorpius answered, the point of this club is to learn defensive techniques and become the best at them as we can. Some of you just want to learn a few quick incantations and curses? Be my guest. But if you think you'll be able to duel half as well as the rest of us after we've mastered the kind of skills De Bellows showed us the other day, I think you'll end up very disappointed. Ralph surprised James by speaking up. I know it isn't very exciting to practice all the drills and exercises De Bellows has showed us. That's why we're going to keep working on the spells and magic too. But James is right. We have to learn it all together. It's the only way we'll really be the best we can be. But maybe some of you aren't happy with that. If so, remember it's just a club, not a class. You can go anytime you want. Nolan Beetlebrick was still on his feet. He saw that everyone was looking at him. He shuffled his feet a little. So who's going to be teaching us this artist di certo stuff? Him, he exclaimed, pointing at Scorpius. I doubt his grandfather taught him any of that. No, James said, glancing at Scorpius. We have another teacher for that. He didn't learn it himself, but he'll be working alongside someone who knows it very well. Together, they'll be leading that part of the club from now on. Yeah, Beetlebrick said, putting his hands on his hips. And who's that? Me, a voice answered. Beetlebrick jumped and took a step backwards as two ghosts flitted through the wall next to him. And her. James smiled as Cedric moved into the center of the room, emanating his own soft light in the dark space. Next to him, the Grey Lady floated gently. Beetlebrick sat down on the floor again, staring in awe at Cedric and the tall, pale woman. Rose cleared her throat. Maybe it'd be helpful if you explained a little background, Cedric. Cedric glanced back at Rose and nodded. Of course, he said to the assembled club members. I'm Cedric Diggory, and I guess you all know who she is. This is the Grey Lady. She says she'd prefer that I not tell any of you her real name. But the point is she knows artes deserto. Apparently, it was common for ladies to learn the defensive arts in her time, and, well, her mother thought it might be very helpful for her to be very well trained. The Grey Lady spoke in a thin, faraway voice. I was tutored under the very best teacher of martial magic in the world. He confided that I was one of his most gifted pupils. Most of those in the room had seen the Grey Lady flitting morosely around the halls, but few had ever heard her voice. Graham Warden raised his hand tentatively. Who was it that taught you artes deserto, miss? The lady looked at him and tilted her head slightly. My father. He invented the art. Look, Beetlebrick said, I don't mean any disrespect, but I have to ask. If you were all that great at dodging spells and curses like DeBellows did the other day, then how did you end up getting killed so young? The Grey Lady seemed unperturbed by Beetlebrick's question. She opened her ghostly shawl, revealing the front of her dress. An ugly knife wound stained the dress, still as red as the day it had been inflicted. As you can see, she answered, it wasn't a spell that killed me. James leaned toward Rose. You've got your wish, Rose, he whispered. We've got a woman teaching us artes deserto after all. I'm really enjoying the new stuff we're learning in Defense Club, James, Cameron Creevy said as he followed James down the stairs late Saturday morning. Whoever would have thought that the Grey Lady had a 7th-degree mastery of martial magic? She always seemed so calm and feeble, didn't she? And with Cedric Diggory's ghost helping her teach, I mean, wow. Who would have thought it? Yeah, Cameron, James said, walking as fast as he could. I'm glad you like the club. They passed a group of older students by the main doors, all of whom were dressed in jeans and jumpers or jackets, babbling excitedly. Professor McGonagall stood at the head of the queue, accepting and inspecting the small parchments each student handed her. Yes, Mr. Metzger, no point in making a show of it, she said as Noah flourished his permission slip. Off you go. And if I catch you with any more of those awful Peruvian ballistic beans, it'll be more than deducted house points, I can assure you. Who's next? Pity you can't come, James, Damien called as James pushed past the queue, heading out into the courtyard. Hogsmeade weekends, being only for 3rd years and older, you know. He waggled his eyebrows and grinned. Sabrina elbowed him in the stomach. I wish I could go to Hogsmeade, Cameron said wistfully, staring after the departing students. Still, I'm sure there's a very good reason younger years can't go. Yeah, James said, stopping at the courtyard gate and turning to the younger boy. Well, anyway, Cameron, I'm sure you have other things to do today. Don't let me keep you. Cameron shook his head happily. No, actually, I don't have a thing to do. I was sort of hoping that. James. Rose called, panting as she ran across the courtyard to meet him. Ralph's coming, He insisted on borrowing a sneakoscope from Trenton Block, the blighter. That warning from Zvane's sure got him on high alert, especially today, since Hi, Cameron. Hi, Rose, Cameron grinned cheerfully. What's going on? Rose glanced at James, frowning a little. So? What? Nothing. You know. Saturday, this and that. Same as usual. Boring, really. What's your friend Ralph need a sneakoscope for? James put his arm around Cameron, trying to steer him back toward the front entrance. You know, Cameron, today would be a great day to practice up on some drills and exercises. The gym's open all day. I bet you could even find some other club members to join you. Well, why don't you three join me? Cameron said, ducking under James' arm. Since you don't have any plans yourselves. Rose cleared her throat. It isn't that we don't have any plans, exactly, Cameron. They're just, secret, James interjected, at exactly the same moment that Rose said, boring. Secret, boring plans, James went on, nodding. Club stuff. Scheduling and counting members, and planning field trips. Rose added, brightening. We're going to go on a defense club field trip? Cameron asked, furrowing his brow. Sure, James replied. It's a secret, so keep it to yourself. But we're going to go to Rose chimed, the Forbidden Forest, with Hagrid, to practice artistry certo against some centaurs. James supplied. He nodded. Yeah, that sounds about right. Cameron looked vaguely puzzled. Centaurs know artistry certo? Sure, Rose said confidently. They practically invented it. I mean, they didn't really invent it, obviously, but practically. Anyway, it's a big secret, so don't tell anyone about it yet, all right? Hey, everybody, Ralph said as he approached, shouldering his satchel. We're all ready to go. To Hagrid's, James interrupted, nodding at Ralph fervently. To talk about the field trip. Yeah, I suppose he'll be expecting us any minute. So, anyway, see you around, Cameron. Cameron looked at James, Rose, and Ralph in succession, his eyes slightly narrowed, then he smiled cheerfully. Yeah. Sure. I'll keep it a secret. I've never seen a centaur in person. That'll be excellent. Centaurs? Ralph said, turning to James. You never said anything about. Cool. James interrupted. Yeah, thanks, Cam. Hush hush, right? See you later. Cameron nodded and backed away. Finally, he turned and headed back toward the castle entrance. What in the world was all that about? Ralph asked as the three students ran around the corner of the gate. James' secret admirer, Rose said. We had to come up with something fast so he wouldn't tail us around all day. Do you think you can remember the secret knot? James asked, changing the subject. Rose answered, Jennifer marked it with a spot of green paint. It looks like moss unless you get up close. Should be pretty easy to find if you know what to look for. As they crested the hill and came in sight of the Whomping Willow, James found a long stick beneath a birch. He smiled, showing it to Ralph and Rose. Rose nodded seriously. You're on secret knot duty, then, James, she said. Just give it a good poke. We'll follow you into the entrance between the roots once the willow goes still. James gripped the stick and approached the tree. The willow seemed to sense his intent. It reared slightly, creaking its roots, and whipping its thinnest branches threateningly. Stay low, Ralph called. You'll need to get just inside the shadow of the tree to reach the knot. The big branches can't reach you, but those little green ones might if you're too high. James hunkered as low as he could until he was crawling forward on his hands and knees. The tree swished and groaned over him. A whip-like green branch swung at him, trying to wrench the stick out of his hand. It missed, but James felt the breeze of its passage. "Careful," Rose cried in a thin voice. "Just right there." Slowly. James reached as far as he could, staring down the length of the stick at its wavering tip. He could see the spot of green paint applied earlier in the term by Jennifer Tellis. This close-up, he could see that she'd painted it in the shape of a tiny smiley face. The whomping willow creaked ponderously, and James felt its shadow leaning over him. He lunged and poked with the stick, striking the knot dead on. "That's it," Rose cried. James heard both Ralph and Rose running forward. He scrambled up, slipping on the wet grass. Clumsily, he hurled himself forward into the dark crack between the willow's massive roots. He landed with a thud in the mossy hollow beneath the tree. A moment later, he heard and felt the entrance of Ralph and Rose. They landed on either side of him, barely missing him in the damp darkness. James laughed in relief. He began to climb to his feet when a fourth shape hurtled through the entrance, bowling directly into James. A knee bounced off his chest, knocking the wind out of him. There was a chorus of angry and surprised shouts. "What the?" Ralph cried, scrambling up and snatching after the intruder. He caught the figure by the collar just as Rose whipped out her wand. "Lumos," she cried, holding it up. The wand light sprayed over the skinny shape of Cameron Creedy, held suspended by Ralph's grip. The boy had dirt and bits of bark on his face. He grinned gamely. "Hi, guys," he said, panting. "Some field trip, eh?" 15, out of Hogsmeade. "I couldn't help it," Cameron said as the four traipsed along the length of the tunnel. "I just knew you were up to something exciting. I saw you heading out toward the Whomping Willow, and I remembered reading that there had been a secret passage there, back in our parents' day. They say it was all sealed off after the battle, but still, I knew you three could find a way through if you wanted. So I followed along. I was about to call out to you, but then the tree stopped moving and you all ran toward it. I did the first thing that came to mind and ran after you. It was a near thing too. The willow came back alive just as I got under it. It swiped at me and barely missed." "Stupid, lazy tree," Ralph muttered. "Cameron, that was a very reckless thing to do," Rose said reprovingly, still holding her wand aloft to light the way. "Well, you can't blame me, can you?" Cameron protested shrilly. "I've read all the Harry Potter stories at least a dozen times. When I saw you sneaking off, I knew you were going on some big secret adventure. I just wanted to see it in person. I promise I won't get in the way." "Those stories are all rubbish, Cameron," James grumbled, not really believing it. "My dad says that he couldn't even read them all the way through. They make it all seem like an exciting romp, but it was mostly really scary and people dying and buckets of dumb luck." "So, I know," Cameron enthused. "Believe me, I understand all that. I know Revalvier's books are cleaned up a little bit. I mean, they were written to be children's stories. But still, my dad says they got the main parts all right. And your dad really did fight Voldemort and defeat him, all because of the protection his mum gave him when she died to save him. That part wasn't made up, was it?" "Look, Cam," James began a little angrily, but Rose cleared her throat and nudged him. "We weren't the only ones to lose relatives in the fight against Voldemort," she said softly. James remembered. Cameron's uncle Colin had been killed during the Battle of Hogwarts. James sighed. "All right, Cameron, I guess you've a right to come along today as any of us. But trust me, there aren't going to be any grand adventures." "There better not be," Ralph said darkly. "I told you, Ralph," Rose said, "the tunnel to Hogsmeade is technically a part of Hogwarts. It's under the protection Merlin gave the castle. We're safe here. Ralph didn't seem particularly relieved. Yeah, well, what about when we get to Hogsmeade? Are you going to tell me that somehow the whole village is technically a part of Hogwarts? Arguably, it could be, she answered. It's probably the last vestige of the fief that once surrounded the castle. But either way, there will be loads of people there. Not even someone really powerful would attack us with all those crowds around. Besides, no one has seen the headmaster for almost 2 weeks, have they? I saw him just yesterday, Cameron piped up. He was in the hall outside the common room, just walking along like he was on a stroll. James glanced back at Cameron. You saw Merlin in the castle? Are you sure it was him? I thought he was off traveling somewhere. That's what Professor Longbottom said. I guess he got back, didn't he? Cameron replied. What? I thought you all liked Headmaster Merlin. Sure, Cam, Rose said. We like him well enough. We just, wouldn't want to get caught sneaking off the grounds like this. Cameron grinned. So, you three won't get caught. That wouldn't make a very good story, would it? James was becoming rather annoyed with Cameron. This isn't a story, you know. Merlin knows when things are going on around the school. If he's here. Let's not spook ourselves, Rose said soothingly. We're not doing anything terrible. We just want to get a look around Hogsmeade, that's all. Nothing bad is going to happen. Cameron's probably right. It wouldn't make a very good story if we were all captured and horribly dispatched by some waiting enemy in the Shrieking Shack. Her voice trailed off uncomfortably. Would it? Depends on what kind of story it is, Ralph said gloomily. They walked in nervous silence for a while. Eventually, the tunnel began to slope upwards. It ended at a jumble of broken crates and bits of furniture, all covered with dust and cobwebs. Beyond was only thick darkness. We must be at the shack, Rose said in a whisper. James, can we make it through? Just barely, if we move some of this rubbish around. James gingerly began to stack some of the fallen crates. Dust puffed up at his efforts, clouding Rose's wand light. Spiders skittered on the walls. So we're at the Shrieking Shack, then? Ralph asked in a quavering voice. Should we be expecting it to, start shrieking? Rose answered, It doesn't do that, Ralph. It's a long story, but there's nothing to be afraid of here. At least, not anymore. Ralph gulped. Then, why are you whispering? There, James said, wiping his brow with his sleeve. I can see through. It's really dark, but if you duck right here, we can get into the next room. James led the way, clambering through the small opening on his hands and knees. He could see that the tunnel entrance had once been larger, but the Shrieking Shack had deteriorated quite a lot in the years since the tunnel had been used. Much of the wall had crumbled around the opening, and the ceiling overhead had partially collapsed. Whoa, Cameron said in awe as the 4 students dusted themselves off. This is where it all happened. This is where Harry Potter learned the truth about Sirius Black. I bet it was right over there that Black almost killed the rat, Peter Pettigrew. Thanks for the play-by-play, Cam, James muttered. Come on, let's get out. Cameron gasped, causing everyone to jump. It must have been right here that Voldemort ordered his snake Nagini to attack Professor Snape. Cameron said breathlessly. He probably died right where you're standing, Ralph. Can you, stop talking about who killed who in this very room, Cameron? Ralph exclaimed. It's not like the place needs any more ambience. So, Cameron said sheepishly. Yeah. Sorry. Slowly, the 4 made their way upstairs, stepping carefully through a strew of broken furniture and collapsed ceilings and walls. The deterioration of the shrieking shack was severe enough that James worried the place might simply collapse on top of them. Wind whistled and moaned through cracks in the walls, making the entire house creak. As they reached the main floor, broken windows let in enough daylight that Rose could finally extinguish her wand. "There's the door," Cameron said, pointing. Remarkably, the old door was still intact and fit snugly enough in its warped frame that the four of them had to pull the handle simultaneously to budge it open. "I sure am glad to be out of there," Ralph said, jumping off the sagging porch. "I think the only thing holding that place up is force of habit." James glanced back at the shack. "Let's just hope it holds up for at least a few more hours." "It occurs to me," Ralph said, looking at James and Rose, "that this is an awful lot to go through just to get some dribble's best blowing gum and say hi to Ted." Rose shook her head and trotted along the path leading toward the village. "So, come on, Ralph. Where's your sense of adventure?" "I think I used it all up last year." James smiled. "The worst part's behind us, Ralphinator. Come on, it'll be fun." "Hurry up, you guys," Cameron called, halfway between Rose and the two boys. "I have to use the toilet." Ralph rolled his eyes, and then grinned at James. "Come on, I'll race you." James, Ralph, Rose, and Cameron found their way to the high street and wandered along it, happily enamored by the various shops and bustling crowds. James and Ralph were debating whether to visit Honeyduke's or Weasley's Wizard Wheezes first when Rose exclaimed in delight, pointing. "Scrivenshafts," James said as Rose hurried forward. "You want to go to the quill shop first." "I know I won't be able to afford much of anything," Rose replied, pushing through the door and jingling the bell, "but I can't wait to see what the new Heddlebum self-inking dodo tips are like." "So, look. They have an actual working recalls-it-all pen. It remembers everything you write and can duplicate it perfectly." "Now that would be handy," James said, his eyes widening. "A pen that can take your tests for you." "How much?" Rose glanced at James disdainfully. "It's really amazing how hard you'll work to avoid the simplest schoolwork, James." "Yeah," James answered, "Uncle Ron would be proud." The four of them worked their way along the street, stopping in at most of the shops along the way. Cameron bought a new wand holder at Hiram and Blatchwat's Leathers and immediately sheathed his wand in it. He showed it to James and Ralph. "Protects the finish while simultaneously enhancing magical properties," Cameron proclaimed proudly, reading directly from the tag. "The inside is lined with suede and enriched with Wimnit's Wand Polish and Enchant Enhancer. It cleans and empowers my wand every time I put it away." "That's great, Cam," Ralph nodded. Looks really dashing too." "Thanks." Cameron grinned. "Hey, can we stop at the newsstand? I want to see if the new issue of Stupendous Stories is available." The newsstand stood on the corner of the High Street and Gundymutter Avenue, and it was the only two-story newsstand James had ever seen. A spiral staircase on the side led to a narrow wrought iron walkway that encircled the second level. The walkway was packed with wizards and witches browsing every type of newspaper and magazine imaginable. The very peak of the newsstand was a noisy miniature Olary, twittering with birds of all sizes. They seemed to be coming and going at every moment, each owl attended to by a small man installed at a round desk in the center. As each owl arrived, the little man spun on his chair to retrieve its parcel. Most of these seemed to be small strips of parchment, rolled like scrolls and inserted into brass tubes on the owl's legs. As the man removed the message, he'd turn to a speaking tube and read its contents. The speaking tube carried the man's voice through a complicated curlicue of expanding pipes and bellows, eventually broadcasting his every word out over the high street. "Breaking news from Turkey," the man read in a surprisingly deep, baritone voice. "The Grand Vizier of the Wizarding Caliphate, Roger Hasaja, has died unexpectedly, to be replaced in interim by his assistant, Ahmed Al-Mustafas. International Wizarding Bank authority to freeze all transactions with the Caliphate until said crisis is satisfactorily managed. Updates as events warrant. So, look who's on the cover of this month's Quibbler, Rose cried delightedly, pulling a copy off a shelf on the lower level. James leaned over Rose's shoulder, studying the tabloid in her hands. Daughter of Quibbler founder to wed. Read the cover headline, alongside a photo of Luna Lovegood happily accepting a ring from her new beau, Rolf's commander. The picture was obviously staged, but Luna's smile was genuine enough, and the look of happy affection on Rolf's rather bug-like face was unmistakable. In the photo, Luna took the ring, and then held it out to the camera. It seemed to be made of amber, with an insect embedded in it. That's been done, Ralph sniffed. Well, I'm happy for her, Rose said, replacing the tabloid on the rack. Luna's hoped to get married for a long time. She wants a family. How do you know that? James asked, furrowing his brow. I've known Luna all my life, and she's never said anything about that. Rose looked aloof. That's because you haven't been listening in on the right conversations. Overhead, the Ollery announcer spoke through his amplifying apparatus. In an update to previous reports, the mysterious sightings of swarms of Dementors throughout central London have only increased. Although no amount of investigation has been able to pinpoint the hive's origin or predict the locations of any future oppressions. Further, the range of the infestation appears to be increasing daily, reaching into neighboring vicinities at an alarming rate. Muggle reportage of the incidents is gaining precedent, although attributions of the effects are extremely varied. In a breaking development, the Ministry of Magic has announced the creation of an Auror subdepartment to locate and subdue the hive. Meanwhile, many concerned citizens of the magical world are departing this central London area until the unexplained oppressions are brought under control. Continuing updates as events warrant. Ralph's face had gone pale. I'd heard something about those Dementor swarms when I first went home for the holiday, but I didn't think anything of it. It seems to have gotten a lot worse now. Do you think this is connected to the descent of the Gatekeeper? It must be, James said, remembering his earlier conversation with the headmaster. Merlin told me that the Borleys were basically baby Dementors. Maybe the Gatekeeper is something like the ultimate Dementor. Maybe the Gatekeeper has assembled all the uncaptured Dementors and is using them to begin its work on the Earth. Rose shuddered. That's an awful thought. If it's true, James, then our parents might be in danger, since they work at the Ministry. Especially your dad. If he's in charge of that Auror subdepartment, he'll be chasing the Gatekeeper and he won't even know it. We have to warn them. James knew Rose was right. He nodded. I'll send Dad an owl as soon as we get back tonight. I'll tell him everything we know so far. But why would the Gatekeeper be using Dementors? Ralph asked. I thought it could affect humans directly. Rose answered, it can, but only a few at a time, for now. It feeds on fear and terror, so it's using the Dementors to get what it needs. But this proves that it hasn't found its human host yet. Once it possesses the host, it won't need the Dementors anymore. It'll become directly connected to the community of mankind. It'll be able to affect loads of people all at once, and nothing will be able to stop it. We need to get both halves of the beacon stone before that happens, James said fervently. Whoever has the whole stone can still send the Gatekeeper back into the void, right? We don't even know where Slytherin's half of the stone is, Ralph lamented. And the half that we do know about is on the finger of the most powerful wizard in the world. This makes stealing Jackson's briefcase last year look like a walk in the park. James was unperturbed. At least we know where Merlin's beacon ring is. We just need to find out who might have inherited Slytherin's beacon ring. Well, no problem, there, Ralph said sarcastically. We just need to trace some mystical black ring through 36 generations of dark wizards. That should be a breeze. What mystical black ring? Cameron asked, returning with a newsstand sack. Rose rolled her eyes. Nothing, Cameron. We're just trying to save the world here. We do this every day, you know. So, Cameron said, frowning a little. I just thought maybe you were talking about the Gaunt family ring Headmaster Dumbledore gave your dad. As one, James, Ralph, and Rose looked at Cameron. He blinked at them a little nervously. What ring, Cameron? Ralph asked. Cameron smiled crookedly, as if he was being teased. You know. The ring with the resurrection stone in it. It was one of the Deathly Hallows in the last book. Headmaster Dumbledore captured it and gave it to Harry Potter inside the Golden Snitch. You remember that, don't you? Rose, Ralph, and James exchanged looks. Rose said, could it really be that simple? James' eyes widened thoughtfully. Cameron, you know those books pretty much frontwards and backwards, right? Tell us everything you remember about that ring. Cameron looked at James, a little puzzled, and then shrugged. Well, according to legend, the ring once belonged to Death, so it allowed the holder to see and speak to dead people. It was passed on through generations of Salazar Slytherin's relatives until it came to the God family. Voldemort took the ring and used it as a Horcrux. Cameron whispered the last word as if it was a sort of swear word. He went on in his normal voice. Later, Dumbledore captured the ring and cracked the stone with Gryffindor's sword, making it useless to Voldemort. After Dumbledore died, he willed the stone to Harry Potter, hiding it inside his snitch. In the book, Harry uses the resurrection stone to speak to his dead parents when he's going to confront Voldemort in the forest. After that, no one knows what became of the stone. Anyway, when you said something about a mysterious black ring, I just thought that might be what you were talking about. My mistake. Cameron, Rose said seriously, I could kiss you, you silly geek. That's brilliant. Cameron blushed fiercely and hugged his newsstand sack, grinning. Ralph asked, do you really think the resurrection stone and the beacon stone are the same thing? It sure seems to fit, James replied. It was black and set into a ring, and it was passed on by Salazar Slytherin through loads of generations. Rose added, and it allowed the bearer to see and communicate with dead people because it came from the void that all departed souls passed through. Ralph shuddered. So whatever became of it? What happened to it after that night in the forest? It's just like Cameron said, Rose sighed, no one knows. If I remember right, it was purposely left out of the books so that nobody would be tempted to search for the stone again. It was presumed lost forever. Nobody knows where it is, or even if it still exists. James narrowed his eyes, thinking. He decided not to say anything, but he knew of at least one person who did know what had become of the resurrection stone. And James was one of the only people on Earth who could ask that person and possibly get an answer. Eventually, the foursome made their way to the Three Broomsticks, affectionately known among some of the older students as the Triple Sticks. They ordered butterbeers and had a light dinner. Hogwarts students packed the tables, talking boisterously and calling to each other. Sabrina, Damien, and Jennifer Tellis jostled through the door just as James was finishing his sausage. Damien grinned as they pushed their way through the throng. Made it through the tunnel, I see, Damien called. I'm a little jealous, you know. We discovered that passageway first. I was hoping to be the first to see the inside of the Shrieking Shack. How was it? Barely standing, James answered. You'll be lucky if it's still upright when you go through yourself. Where's Noah and Petra? Rose asked. Jennifer rolled her eyes. So, they're having a lover's spat over at Madame Pootifoots. I told them it'd be nothing but trouble if they started dating. They aren't really dating, Sabrina said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. They are just snogging. It isn't exactly the same thing. James glanced up sharply, surprised that he had somehow missed this development. How long have they been, snogging? It started about a week before Christmas, Sabrina replied. It's probably all that rehearsing as lovers for the play that did it. You can only pretend to fancy one another for so long before it leaks over into real life. James knows all about that, Ralph said, popping the last of his sausage into his mouth. James sighed. So what are they fighting about? Rose asked. Damien gestured dramatically. Noah saw Petra having some big, heavy conversation with Ted behind Weasley's. She was crying, and Ted didn't look too happy either. Noah's quite the jealous type, you know. He should have known what he was getting into, dating his best friend's former girl, Jennifer proclaimed loftily. It spells trouble any way you look at it. Sabrina said, I just don't understand what Ted sees in Victoire anyway. He was lucky to have Petra. Victoire's a bit of a stuck-up powder puff, no matter how you look at her. No offense. Rose waved a hand. Though, you don't have to apologize to us. We think the same thing most of the time. James felt suddenly hot and angry. He stared out of the window, confused at his own thoughts and emotions. Something about the fact that Noah and Petra were suddenly dating needled him mercilessly. He'd always liked Noah quite a lot, but now, all of a sudden, he wanted to go find the older boy and push him down. The irony of it was that he knew where to find Noah. He was sitting across from Petra at this very moment, just down the street in the ridiculously pink and fluffy Madame Pudafoots tea shop. Worse, James now knew for certain that Noah wasn't the main problem. Just as Rose had said, Petra was obviously still in love with Ted Lupin, despite the fact that he had moved on to Victoire. The whole affair was hopelessly complicated, and James was frustrated to realize that there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Eventually, the conversation moved on to other topics. James, Rose, Ralph, and Cameron said goodbye to the gremlins and made their way out to the street. The evening was cooling as the sun lowered, bringing a restless wind through the village. Bits of newspaper and candy wrappers skirled across the street as students began making the journey back to the distant castle. The foursome began to make their way to the Shrieking Shack, stopping only once along the way to pop into Weasley's Wizard Wheezes where they hoped to say hello to George and Ted. The old tunnel is open, George said, grinning over the front counter. That's excellent. Fred and I only tried that route once, since everyone was afraid of the ghosts in the shack. We didn't make it all the way through, but we got far enough to leave some graffiti on the walls, as I recall. Rose nodded. Yeah, I think I saw that. The drawing of Professor Snape was particularly amusing. So, those were Fred's, George said, sighing. He was a good one for a quick caricature. He said it was all in their hook nose. James asked, so how's business been? Oh, really excellent. Ever since we bought out Zonko's, we've been rolling. They had a pretty loyal clientele, you know. I've even considered making this Weasley's flagship location instead of the shop at Diagon Alley, but Ron says I shouldn't. He says the original location is still the best. Rose looked around, appreciatively. I bet Ted loves working here. This place is right up his alley. Yeah, George agreed. It's good having him around. He's a hard worker and he has some great ideas for some new products. Some of those new every flavor beans were his ideas, although even I drew the line at a flavor called guacamole. The blighter's been no use to me today, though. These Hogsmeade weekends are like a family reunion for him. He's been in and out all day doing who knows what. There was a loud snap. James and Rose turned to see Cameron shaking his finger violently, trying to dislodge something that had apparently clamped onto the end of it. You snapped it, You bought it, my friend, George said jovially as he came out from behind the counter. Just kidding, really. Those are the finger-snapping galleons. Always a laugh, those. Just lay one on the ground and wait for any unsuspecting person to come across it. They sure look real, Cameron admitted as George pried the fake coin off his finger. Up until the point that it chomps on you, I mean. That's great. Thanks. If you like those, you'll love our disapparating knickers bomb, George said, leading Cameron to another shelf. Now with an expanded effectiveness range of 3 meters. Great for parties. As James browsed around, he peeked through the backroom curtain and saw Ted sitting on a pile of crates. Lately, he had taken to using his metamorphosis skills to change the appearance of his hair again, just as he had when he'd been a baby. He had made it quite long today. It hung in dark curtains, partially obscuring his face. James thought he looked a bit like the long-departed Sirius Black. Hey, Ted, James said. How's everything? Ted looked up, although James still couldn't see his face. So. Hi, James. It's all right. How's practicing for the national Quidditch team coming? Ted said. So, yeah. It's all right, I guess. I've been really busy here at the shop, but other than that, yeah, it's fine. Ted, James said, slipping past the curtain. What's going on? Ted's voice was strangely flat. What do you mean? I mean, with Petra. I know it's none of my business, but... What do you know about it? Ted asked, a little sharply. I know Metzger's all in a tizzy about it, and the rest of the gremlins are probably talking it up, but I didn't think you'd be in on it too. In on what? James asked, stopping just inside the backroom curtain. Look, whatever everyone is saying, it's all rubbish, James. You lot just need to leave Petra alone, especially Metzger. And you can tell him I said so. Ted, James began, but he didn't quite know what else to say. Ted stirred, climbing to his feet. I see, you've got Dolohov with you. You're still chumming around with him, eh? James looked hard at Ted. You mean Ralph? Yeah. I guess. Why? So, no reason, really. After all, it wasn't his people that killed your parents. James shook his head. Ted, you can't blame Ralph for that. He wasn't even born then. His father was just a kid when the battle happened. Ted sighed wearily. Don't tell me who I can and can't blame, James. Look, I'm sorry I brought it up. I'm not in a very good mood tonight. Maybe you and Rose and your friends should get back to the tunnel. It's getting dark. James nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess you're right. He turned to go, and then looked back. See you later, Ted. Ted waved. See you around, James. Be careful. By the time the quartet came out of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a fierce orange and purple sky behind it. Quickly, they made their way back toward the Shrieking Shack. The protective fence around the property had long since fallen into disrepair. James led the way through the same break in the fence they had used earlier in the day. At the top of the hill, the ramshackle shack stood in black shadow, looming ominously. I was really hoping to get through this part before it got dark, Ralph said fervently. I can't even see the front door. It's right there, Rose said, lighting her wand and pointing it. Just like we left it. Rose's voice trailed away as her wand light played over the front of the shack. In spite of her words, the door didn't, in fact, look exactly as they'd left it. I thought we pulled the door closed again, Cameron said curiously. Didn't we pull the... Yes, Cam, James interrupted. We sure didn't leave it like that. The front door had been shoved open so far that the top hinge had broken. It leaned awkwardly inside its frame. Beyond the entry was impenetrable darkness. "Does that look like someone was going in, or coming out?" Ralph asked, trying to keep his voice even. "What does that matter?" James asked. "Well, for one thing, it tells us if we were followed or if we're walking into a trap," Ralph answered reasonably. Cameron asked, "Who'd try to trap us?" "Nobody," Rose replied firmly. "Come on. It's probably just an animal or something. Let's just get this over with." She climbed onto the sagging porch and shone her wand light into the dark doorway. James clambered up next to her, his heart pounding. Together they walked through the doorway with Ralph and Cameron following close behind. The interior of the shack had obviously been disturbed. Some of the old furniture had been shoved aside, leaving scrapes on the dusty floor. Worse, the stairway leading to the cellar looked all wrong. The doorway was splintered and bowed, and the stairs beyond seemed unusually steep. "Wait," James said, grabbing Rose's arm. "This isn't right. Look, down there." All four students hunkered and peered down the rickety staircase. By the glow of Rose's wand, they could clearly see that the room below was virtually gone. Broken hunks of wall and sections of collapsed ceiling choked the stairs, completely blocking them. "How could that have happened just today?" Ralph asked, breathlessly. "I mean, it held up for 20 years and then decided to come crashing down right after we came through. Maybe we dislodged it somehow," Cameron reasoned. James shook his head. "No, someone did this on purpose. Someone knows we're here and is forcing us to go home by another route." Cameron looked at James, smiling quizzically. "Why would anyone do that?" "Because they want to keep us out of the tunnel," Ralph answered in a small voice. "Because the tunnel is part of Hogwarts." "Come on," Rose said quickly. "If we hurry, we can catch up with some of the other returning students." Cameron looked alarmed. "But we'll get caught when we go back," he exclaimed. "Professor McGonagall will see us coming back with the older students. We'll get in trouble." "Let's seriously hope that's the worst that happens, Cameron," Ralph said, following Rose back out of the decimated front door. As quickly as they could, the four retraced their steps back along the high street. As they walked, James could occasionally see the spires and turrets of Hogwarts Castle, looking teasingly close against the darkening sky. A cross street at the end of town seemed to angle in the right direction. James led the troop down it, toward a stand of intervening forest. "This doesn't look right, James," Ralph worried. "Isn't there a path that leads straight through to the castle?" James answered, "Yeah, we have to be getting near it. Watch between the cottages." "I wonder where everyone else is at," Cameron commented, looking around at the narrow, deserted street. A dog barked nearby, and something squeaked in the cooling wind. "Shouldn't there be other students heading back along this route?" "Hogsmeade weekend officially ends at dusk," Rose said quietly. "They were already heading back by the time we stopped in to see George." "What was that?" Ralph suddenly asked, spinning on his heels to look behind him. "What?" James whispered, his hair prickling. Ralph's eyes darted over the street. "And I thought I heard something behind us." Rose shook her head. "Get hold of yourselves, you two. It was probably just a dog or something." "I heard it too," Cameron said. "It came from over by that alley." "Come on," Rose said firmly, pulling the bigger boys by the sleeves. "You're spooking me out, and I was spooked enough already. Let's go." A few minutes later, the side street turned a sharp corner in the wrong direction. James peeked between the cramped cottages, looking for some sign of the castle. "There's a little footpath," he said. "It winds back through some trees." "Is it the path to the school?" Ralph asked. "I don't know. but it's going in the right direction. Let's give it a go. James led the troop between the cottages, past a tiny fenced garden, and into the darkness of a stand of trees. The trail wound between bushes and tall grass. "Boy, this is just getting worse and worse," Ralph said quietly. "I thought the whole point was for us to never be alone." "We're not alone," James said as he plodded further along the path. "We have Cameron with us." "And whatever was following us back there," Cameron added cheerfully. "Cameron," Rose said warningly. James was growing increasingly worried. The path was winding deeper into a stretch of forest that separated Hogsmeade from the grounds of Hogwarts. The trees blocked the light of the dusky sky, reducing the path to a dim patchwork of shadows. Occasionally, James thought he heard the sound of footsteps along the path behind them or further ahead of them, but he determined not to call attention to them. He pulled out his wand and illuminated it, holding it up as high as he could. The wand light starkly lit the nearby trees, but only made the deeper depths seem all the darker by comparison. No one spoke for several minutes as they walked. Finally, thankfully, the path turned toward a thinner patch of trees. Through them, James could see the indigo of the evening sky and the pale yellow face of the full moon. "Look," Rose said, pointing, "just beyond the edge of the trees. I think that's the main gate. I can see the silhouette of the two boars." James squinted. He didn't have his glasses with him, so he couldn't quite make out the distant shapes in the darkness. "Yeah," Ralph said, "I see it. Wow, that's a sight. Come on." As the four students trotted forward, the trees parted overhead, revealing the night sky and a scattering of stars. The moon shone its pale yellow light all round. Sure enough, the ancient wall and the open gates stood nearby. The two famous stone boars arched their backs at the sky, baring their tusks. James breathed a great sigh of relief. In a few moments, they would be safely within the grounds of Hogwarts again. "Head," Cameron laughed nervously. "See? I told you there would be a great adventure. Wait until my dad hears about." Cameron's voice cut off as a noise of running feet approached swiftly. The boy turned to look back, his face curious. Something large and dark loomed out of the darkness, flying low over the ground. Rose screamed, lunging backwards and reaching for her wand. Ralph and James ducked as the figure hurtled over them. It landed on the path between James and the gate, skidding on the dirt and turning back to face them. A low, ferocious growl came from it and it began to advance. "Stupefy," Rose called, pointing her wand, but it was too dark to aim properly. The red bolt struck the ground in front of the creature, lighting it for an instant. James saw teeth bared along a narrow snout and bright, terrible eyes. "It's a wolf," he called, scrambling backwards. The wolf responded to his voice with a loud snarl. It lowered, coiling close to the ground, and then pounced. James covered his face, shielding himself from the teeth and claws, but instead of being mauled by the beast, he was knocked roughly aside by it. Then, directly behind him, there came the noise of a violent struggle and a scream of pain. It was Ralph. James scrambled to his feet, reaching for his wand. With a gasp, he realized he'd dropped it when the beast had attacked. "Stun it, Rose," James called. "I can't," Rose cried, pointing her wand wildly. "I can't tell them apart. If I stun Ralph, it'll kill him." The wolf rolled with Ralph as he wrestled it. It seemed to have his wrist locked in its jaws. It shook its head violently, tearing at Ralph's arm. Ralph screamed again, trying to kick the enormous beast off of him. Without thinking, James lunged at the creature. He threw his arms around the matted fur of its neck, pulling as hard as he could. Suddenly, intensely, James' phantom scar burned. He squinted against it, willing himself not to let go of the wolf's neck. The beast scrambled and thrashed, still not releasing its grip on Ralph's arm. James could feel the muscles pulsing beneath the wolf's fur, could smell the dank smell of its pelt. Suddenly, it got a paw on James' chest. It dug in its claws and swiped, tearing ragged strips in James' sweatshirt. He felt something hot and sticky immediately soak into his shirt, but there was no pain. Instead, the pain in his forehead throbbed and pulsed, distracting him. The wolf thrashed again, knocking James loose. He scrambled after it, but it was too fast. The paw swiped, barely missing James' face. Suddenly, there was another voice calling out. "No, Ted. Stop. This isn't the way. Let him go." James rolled and got to his knees. He looked around wildly, squinting past the throb in his forehead, and saw a tall figure lunging onto the wolf. James was too stunned to immediately recognize who it was. The newcomer pulled at the wolf's ears, forcing it to release its grip on Ralph. The beast flailed its head back and forth, snapping. "Stop this, Ted," the newcomer cried, and James finally recognized it was Petra. "You don't know what you're doing. This isn't the way to fix things. Not here, not now." The wolf lunged mightily, hurling Petra off, but it didn't renew its attack on Ralph. The beast snarled at him, and then leapt away, snapping and slavering its bloody jaws. It seemed confused, almost as if it were at war with itself. Finally, it threw back its head and howled, long and loud. It chilled James' blood because he could sense the humanity in that howl, almost as if Ted's voice was buried under it, crying out in anguish and despair. Petra climbed to her feet and slowly approached the great wolf. Remarkably, she knelt next to it and stroked its fur. She spoke to it quietly, soothingly. "Ralph," Rose rasped, dropping next to the big boy. "Are you all right? How badly are you hurt?" Ralph moaned and rolled over, struggling to his knees. James scrambled over to him. "I think my arm's broken," Ralph said with remarkable blandness. "It feels all loose and hot." James could see the mangled mess of Ralph's wrist. Blood soaked through his shredded sleeve. "Ralph," James exclaimed, "you look awful." "You look pretty horrible, too," Ralph said. "Are all your guts still inside?" "I think so, I hope," James replied, looking down at his bloody chest. "Let me look at your wrist, Ralph," Petra suddenly said, kneeling next to him. Ralph held it up. Petra gingerly peeled back the torn fabric of Ralph's sleeve, revealing his forearm. "Artemisi," she said, touching her wand to the cuts and punctures. "That'll stop the bleeding until we can get you to Madame Curio." "What are you doing here, Petra?" James asked as she turned to examine his chest. "I was walking back by myself," she answered. "I was just coming up the path when I saw what was happening." Rose was trembling visibly. "But how did you know that the wolf was? It's a full moon, Rose. And Ted and we talked a lot. He told me about his condition." Petra performed the same technique on James' scratches, which, she assured him, looked a lot worse than they were. Finally, Rose and Petra helped James and Ralph to their feet. "Where'd the wolf go?" Ralph asked, shaking. "Is it gone?" Petra nodded, looking back toward the forest. "He's gone." Rose gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. "What about Cameron?" she said through her fingers. A cursory search found Cameron lying on his face in the grass, the bag from the newsstand covering his head. He had a very large, muddy paw print on his back but was otherwise completely unhurt. "What happened?" he asked woozily as they dragged him upright. "I think I fainted." "Did I really faint?" "I missed the whole thing." James sighed, finally feeling some pain in his chest as the wounds stiffened. "We'll tell you all about it later, Cam. Let's just get back to the castle." Limping and bloody, the group of 5 made their way through the gate, heading toward the welcome glow of the castle windows. After a minute, James trotted back, holding one hand over his chest. He looked around for a few moments, cursing under his breath. Finally, he found his wand in a tuft of grass. He tucked it into his jeans pocket and ran back, yelling for the rest to wait up. In the dark distance, somewhere between the gate and the village of Hogsmeade, a wolf howled a long, sorrowful note. 16. Unexpected confrontations. Just as Cameron had feared, Professor McGonagall was awaiting the returning students. She sat in a portable chair with a cup of tea and her tartan shawl, a long parchment across her lap. Petra climbed the portico steps first. McGonagall looked up as Petra came into the light. "You're rather late, Miss Morgenstern. Yours is the last name on my list." "Perhaps you'd..." The professor's voice cut off as she saw the others climbing slowly up the steps. Her eyes widened, immediately taking in James' bloody shirt and Ralph's mangled wrist. She leapt up, spilling her tea. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Deedle, what in the world is the meaning?" she began, and then stopped herself. "Miss Morgenstern, please collect Madame Curio from the Great Hall and ask her to meet us immediately in the hospital wing." "It was Ralph began, holding his wrist in front of him. "Some sort of wild animal," Petra interrupted. "It came out of the woods while we were on our way back. It's all my fault, Professor. It probably smelled the half-corned beef sandwich I was carrying home from Madame Poodafoot's. I should have known better." "We'll determine who should have known what later, Miss Morgenstern," McGonagall huffed, herding the troop toward the hospital wing. "For now, please hurry. Madame Curio." Madame Curio met them shortly after their arrival. She clucked her tongue as she gave James' chest a cursory look, and then turned to Ralph. "Miss Morgenstern, you did a very satisfactory job halting the bleeding on these boys," she proclaimed in a businesslike manner. "Would you be so kind as to assist me? By the time my nurses arrive, we'll probably be finished. Hand me that bottle of Arthrocet and that box of Dermamend bandages, please. And perhaps you'd be so kind as to clean Mr. Potter's wounds." Petra scrubbed her hands and filled a basin. James hissed through his teeth as she began to gently sponge off his scratches. "You mustn't tell anyone about Ted," Petra whispered as she worked. "The world isn't a very forgiving place for werewolves, even half-werewolves like Ted." "I know," James answered quietly. "He told me about it last year. But wasn't transforming then. He was just getting really restless and hungry around full moons." Petra nodded. "He still doesn't transform very much. He's only got half the blood of a werewolf. If he'd been a full werewolf, I'd never have been able to talk him out of attacking Ralph. He only looks fully lycanthrope because he's also a metamorphomagus, like his mother." "You mean he purposely transforms himself to look like a wolf?" Petra shook her head, but more out of confusion than denial. "It's very complicated. I don't think he really means to. Usually, he can control it, but when a full moon comes, part of Ted really wants to change into a wolf, even though his father's blood isn't enough to force the physical change. Since he's his mother's son though, he can transform himself. And the more upset he is, the harder it is for him to keep it under control." James sighed, and it hurt his chest. He was about to ask why Ted had only attacked Ralph, but he knew the answer already. Ted had made it very clear when James had talked to him earlier in the day. Ralph was a Dolohov, even if he hadn't formally taken the name, and it was a Dolohov who'd taken Ted's parents away from him. Quietly, James asked, "Do you think it was Ted that destroyed the tunnel entrance in the Shrieking Shack?" Petra shrugged slightly. "It might have been. He had reasons to be upset today. I'm afraid I reminded him of his loss, although it wasn't what I meant to do. I just needed to talk to him." James studied Petra's face, but he could tell that she wasn't going to say any more. Truthfully, James didn't want to talk about it any further. His forehead still throbbed worryingly, and what he wanted to do most of all was simply rest. Madame Curio insisted that James and Ralph spend the night in the hospital wing, sleeping on the wonderfully charmed beds. Neither boy minded, since it meant breakfast in bed the next morning. It also postponed the inevitable meeting with the headmaster, whereupon they would have to explain their unsanctioned misadventure. James' chest had been bandaged rather densely, but he could tell that the werewolf's slashes were already healing swiftly. They itched as the skin knitted together. Living in the wizarding world was a remarkable thing, he thought. Nevertheless, despite all their magic and potions, he reminded himself that Grandfather Weasley had still died of a stupid heart attack. James would have gladly dealt with weeks of slow, painful healing if the alchemists who'd invented dermament skin knitting bandages had spent their time instead working on a magical cure for heart attacks. "What are we going to tell Merlin?" Ralph whispered to James the next morning as they ate their breakfasts in bed. James shook his head nervously. "The truth, I suppose. Except for the part about Ted. Like Petra said, as far as anyone else is concerned, we were attacked by some wild animal. That's all." Ralph shuddered. "I thought he was going to rip me to bits." "It sure looked like he wanted to," James admitted. "Ralph, Ted wasn't in his right mind. He was all wolfed out, half because of his dad's werewolf blood and half because of his mum's metamorphmagus blood. I mean, like Petra said, he was still Ted inside, but without any of Ted's self-restraint. He wasn't really trying to kill you. He was trying to avenge his parents. You're just the closest thing he has to somebody to blame." "I know," Ralph answered sadly. "Really, I don't blame him. But still, does this mean I'm going to turn werewolf too?" "No," James replied. "Ted isn't werewolf enough to fully transform without using his metamorphmagus abilities. He definitely isn't werewolf enough to spawn any more werewolves. You got off lucky." Ralph nodded thoughtfully. "Still, I think it'll be pretty awkward next time I see him. How do you get along with someone after they nearly ripped your arm off with their teeth?" "Deal with that when the time comes, Ralph. We've got enough to manage at the moment." Late that morning, Madame Curio pronounced James and Ralph fit to go back to their dorms, although they'd have to return the next day to have their bandages removed. No sooner had they left the hospital wing than they met Rose. "We've been summoned to the headmaster's office," she said, her face very pale. "Right now. Come on." Silently, the three made their way through the castle, finally approaching the gargoyle that guarded the spiral staircase. "Password," the gargoyle said, as if bored. They just changed it," Rose said to James and Ralph. "Professor Heretofore told me the new one when she told me we were summoned. Let me think. Oh yes. Careth Winworth." "Blimey," Ralph said as the three climbed onto the rising staircase. "I'd never remember that." Rose nodded gravely. "I guess that's the point." "Maybe it won't even be Merlin," James whispered hopefully. "He's been traveling all the time lately. Professor McGonagall's been filling in for him." Rose just looked at James, a little hopelessly. She rapped on the huge wooden door leading into the headmaster's office. "Enter," a deep, rumbling voice answered. James and Ralph both gulped simultaneously. The door swung ponderously open, creaking slightly. James tensed, waiting for his phantom scar to burn, but it didn't, or at least not much. He resisted the urge to touch it. Merlin was seated at his massive desk. In front of him, sitting in the only chair, James was surprised to see Damien Damascus. Damien looked chastened and meek, but James couldn't be sure whether the look was sincere or an act. "Mr. Damascus and I have been discussing yesterday's unscheduled departure," Merlin said, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together. He has been so kind as to come to me of his own accord, claiming some degree of responsibility for your actions. Is it possible that you three will corroborate his tale? James began, looking from Merlin to Damien. Yes. Merlin nodded slowly. Do go on, then. Tell me your version of the story, Mr. Potter. Merlin's eyes bored into James, and yet James couldn't recognize any specific malice in that gaze. James cleared his throat, glancing at Ralph and Rose for support. Rose nodded at him, eyes wide. James said, well, we just wanted to see Hogsmeade, sir. We knew we weren't of age to go on Hogsmeade weekends, but we didn't think. I mean, you didn't think that the rules applied to you, Merlin nodded. That is the crux of your story, is it not, Mr. Potter? James swallowed past a large lump in his throat. His face heated. I guess so, sir. Tell me, Merlin said, sitting forward again in his chair, how did you manage to find your way to the village unseen? James glanced at Damien again. Damien's face remained a mask of chaste repentance. Suddenly, James remembered what Damien's role in the Gremlins was. They had discussed it at the very beginning of term. Damien was the official Gremlins scapegoat. Up until now, James had not quite known what that meant. Damien showed us a way, James said, still looking at Damien and frowning nervously. He found the secret passage. Right? Merlin sighed. Yes, that is the way Mr. Damascus tells it. Damien nodded miserably. I teased them, sir. I told them they didn't have the guts to sneak into the village next Hogsmeade weekend. I simply wasn't thinking. I should have known they'd get caught. I should have known they'd get attacked by a wild, ferocious beast on the way back, all because of an innocent half-corned beef sandwich. I am just sick with guilt. Damien crumpled, burying his face in his hands and sobbing with woe. Merlin simply stared at Damien, his piercing eyes mild, his brow raised slightly. After a long moment, he returned his gaze to James. Regardless of Mr. Damascus' purported challenges, the three of you should have known better. I am not inclined to go lightly on you. This sort of careless behavior cannot be tolerated in an institution that prides itself on order. Merlin looked down at his desk again, ticking his quill over some notes. James glanced at Ralph and Rose. They would certainly get points deducted from their houses, and while that was bad enough, it wasn't the end of the world. Damien looked at James sideways, still managing to look stricken with guilt. Without looking up, Merlin said, your punishment shall be the dissolution of your so-called defense club, effective immediately. James boggled at Merlin, his mouth dropping open. Rose spoke first. You can't do that, sir, she exclaimed. That would be punishing all the members of the club as much as us. As I recall, you convinced a first-year member of that club to accompany you in yesterday's debauchery, Merlin said, glancing up sharply. Cameron? Ralph said. He followed us. We tried to get rid of him. In either case, this does not incline me to trust your leadership abilities for such a club. James frowned angrily. But it isn't fair to the rest of the club. Fair is a strange concept which this age seems to prize above all else, Merlin said, sighing. In the age that I come from, a fair was a place where farm animals and servants were bought and sold. You may choose to remember what the word means to me before bringing it up again. But sir, Rose began. Merlin silenced her with a raised hand. That is my final word, he said flatly. You may go. That includes you, Mr. Damascus. Rose turned away, and Ralph followed. Damien got up. He looked as if he wanted to say something to the headmaster, but then thought better of it. As he turned to leave, he gave James a warning look. Merlin watched James, his face inscrutable. Finally, James also turned around and walked toward the door. James, a mild voice said from the rows of old headmaster's paintings. James glanced up. The portrait of Severus Snape was empty, but the portrait of Albus Dumbledore had raised its head. Dumbledore looked at James through his half-moon spectacles, smiling a small, curious smile. "Wait just a moment, if you would. I believe the headmaster wishes to speak to you alone." The office door thunked as it closed, making James jump. He turned around and Merlin was right behind him, towering over him. "I've been meaning to have a little chat with you, my boy," the big man said, his voice low and dreadful. "Your friends may believe they know what is happening, but I suspect you agree that the main question exists between you and me." James didn't know what to say. He stared up at Merlin's impassive face, his heart suddenly hammering. Merlin went on. "As you no doubt suspect, very little happens within these halls that I do not know about. You've been through the Ancestral Earth, and I can only imagine that you've learned much about me and what has happened in this castle. Thus, you have me at a disadvantage, for while I have been to and fro throughout this new age, learning much and loving little, the one thing I cannot be sure of is your convictions and intent. You worry me, my boy, and that is no doubt. Not because I fear you, but because I fear what you might choose to believe. There is only one thing that keeps me from stopping you in your tracks this very instant. Would you like to know what it is?" The question was rhetorical. James didn't bother to answer. "It is this," Merlin rumbled, raising his hand and pointing directly at James' forehead. "Yes," he nodded, "I can see it. I know not from whence it comes, nor by what art it has been conjured. Perhaps it means you are my ally, strange as it may seem. But perhaps again, it marks you as my foe. It is that question, and that question alone, that stands between us, James Potter. That question, resting like a lever on the fulcrum of one very small stone. And do you know what that stone is?" James didn't. He started to shake his head, but then he remembered something. Perhaps it came to him directly from the headmaster's eyes, since it was a memory of another time he and Merlin had stood like this, talking in private. It had been in the cave of Merlin's cache, after the test of the golden cord. "Trust," James said, his voice very dry. It sounded right. Merlin nodded slowly, meaningfully. "I will be watching, James Potter. As you know, I have eyes everywhere." He looked aside, indicating the empty portrait of Severus Snape. "Trust only lasts until the final evidence is revealed. I will be watching for that evidence." There was a soft click and the headmaster's door creaked open. James glanced at it. He was dismissed, but he couldn't quite bring himself to go yet. He looked up at the headmaster, steeling himself. "Is it true that you can't harm anyone inside these walls?" Merlin smiled very thinly at James. He turned back toward his desk, gesturing toward the Ancestral Earth, which sat in its frame, covered in the thick black cloth. "Ask Lord Hayden," he said, crossing the room. Then, in a lower voice, he added, "or Lady Judith." The black cloth suddenly flew off the mirror, revealing the swirling mercury smoke. The smoke began to clear as the pages in the focusing book suddenly riffled of their own accord, flipping past as if in a hard wind. "Run, James," the portrait of Dumbledore whispered harshly. "You do not wish to see this. Run." James turned as quickly as he could and bolted out the door. It slammed after him, shaking the hall. He stopped at the top of the spiral steps, panting and frightened. He was completely confused by the things Merlin had said. The headmaster seemed to think James might be his enemy, and yet he wasn't sure. It was certainly a terrible thing to know that the only reason Merlin hadn't attacked him yet was because of the protection of the castle and the mysterious phantom scar on his forehead. Somehow, Merlin could see it, and he didn't know where it was coming from. But if Merlin wasn't causing it somehow, then who was? And what was it trying to tell him about the headmaster? "James?" Rose's voice called up from the bottom of the spiral stairs. "What are you doing? What's taking you so long?" James glanced back at the headmaster's closed door. He didn't know what it all meant, but he had a dreadful feeling that it was all going to become clear very soon. That fact alone scared him more than anything. Thinking that, he ran down the spiral steps to join his friends. That night, James sat at a table in the corner of the common room and took out a sheet of parchment. He dipped his quill, thought for a moment, and then began writing. "Dear Dad. How's everything going at home? I hope Grandma is having fun staying in my room. Make sure she doesn't look under the bed, because that's where me and Dad'll hit all those doger pillars we found, and I don't think we ever got them all cleared out. Also, tell her not to look on the top shelf of the closet. In fact, if she stayed out of the closet altogether, everybody will probably be a lot happier. I heard the news about the dementia attacks going on all over London, and I heard that the ministry is starting a new order department to go put a stop to it. Look, it's too much to explain in a letter, but that job is going to be a lot more dangerous than it seems. Something really evil called the Gatekeeper came back with Merlin, and we think it's using the Dementors to feed on people's fear. If you want to know more about it, ask Cousin Lucy. She looked it up at the Wizarding Library for us, so she knows loads about it. You just need to watch out for it because it's really, really powerful, way more powerful than any regular old Dementor, and it's looking for a human host to give it all the power it needs to stay here for good and ruin everything. That reminds me, Dad, do you remember a ring that Dumbledore gave you? It might not have been a ring, but a stone. I think I've heard you talk about it. From back when you had to go into the woods to fight somebody here says he read about it in those books that came out about your life, and he says it was called the Resurrection Stone. Anyway, I need to ask, what happened to that stone? Rose and Ralph and me think that it might be really important for getting rid of the Gatekeeper. I promise not to tell anyone. Except Rose and Ralph. And maybe Zane, if we think he can help. And maybe Cameron Creevy, since he's the one that remembered about it in those books. But nobody else. Okay? Thanks, Dad. Love, James. P.S. Have you and Mum found the M-map and the eye cloak and my voodoo doll yet? James sealed the letter into an envelope and began to stuff it into his satchel. He stopped, suddenly wondering if he had time to send the letter tonight instead of tomorrow. He checked the clock and saw that it was only 9. He had time to get to the Olery, and he knew he'd sleep better knowing that the letter was already on Nobby's leg, winging along to his parents' house. Rose had already gone up to bed, and Ralph was down in the Slytherin rooms, so James decided to go by himself. He stuffed the letter into his pocket and climbed through the portrait pole. By the time James ascended the narrow steps into the Olery, the moon had risen to a huge, full orb. Its frosty face illuminated the interior of the Olery with silvery light, bright enough to see by. James found Nobby and paused to stroke him. They feed you all right up here? James asked. Nobby clicked his beak and ruffled his feathers luxuriously. James noticed that the corners of the Olery floor were cluttered with the bones of rodents. I guess you get along just fine up here, don't you? James said, smiling. The great bird seemed to agree. He ducked his head under James' stroking hand, preening. After a minute, James took the letter out of his pocket. He attached it carefully to Nobby's leg with a bit of string. This is really important, Nobby, James explained. Get it to Dad as soon as possible, all right? And wait to see if he writes anything in return. If he does, bring it with you when you come back. Nobby clicked his beak again and shuffled on the perch, obviously anxious to depart. As soon as James released his leg, Nobby spread his wings. He balanced for a moment, and then thrust upwards, flapping toward the Olery's huge windows. He circled, disturbing some of the other owls on their perches, and then, with a flick of his rudder-like tail, he was gone. James felt much better. He retraced his steps out of the Olery and down the narrow stairway. When he got to the corridor below, he stopped. The halls had been almost entirely empty during his walk to the Olery, but now someone was standing in the dark corridor, looking out one of the tall windows. James thought this was particularly odd, since the Olery was nowhere near any of the common rooms. The figure was in silhouette against the low full moon outside the window. James could only tell that the figure was a girl with long hair. He had a strange, fleeting hope that it was Petra, but he didn't think so. James made his way along the hall, and the girl didn't move as he approached. He had almost passed her when she spoke, without turning around. A little late to be sending post, she mused. Must be rather important, James. James' blood cooled. It was Tabitha Corsica. What's it to you? He said, not breaking his stride. He meant to leave her with that, but her next words brought him to a halt. The gatekeeper won't be stopped, you know, she said idly, half turning to look at James over her shoulder. No matter who you tell about it. It's too late for that. James was stunned. His mind was racing so that he didn't know what to say. How could Tabitha know about the gatekeeper? Neither James, Rose, nor Ralph had told anyone about it. But even as he wondered, he realized that the answer was all too obvious. Tabitha knew about the gatekeeper because she was part of the plot to control it, to unleash it on the earth. There was simply no other explanation. Tabitha turned back toward the moon. She leaned comfortably on the stone windowsill. You believe you grasp what is happening, don't you? You've convinced yourself that you understand the full implications of the curse of the gatekeeper. She laughed lightly. That's what I love about you Potters. You all see the world in the plainest terms. You somehow manage to miss the essential details and the big picture. Never has it been more obvious than now. James started to speak, but his voice was hoarse and frightened. He cleared his throat and tried again. Are you here to stop me? Stop you? Tabitha replied, still not turning around. Stop you from what? Didn't you hear me? It's too late to stop anything. The descent of the gatekeeper is accomplished. Its day is at hand. There is only one more task to complete, and that task is very nearly done. I'm only here now to gloat, James. I wanted to see your face when you found out that your world was about to end. Finally, Tabitha turned fully around. James took an involuntary step backwards. He'd never seen Tabitha this way. Her hair was lank and her face looked very pale, even gaunt. Her eyes were tinged with red, avid and hungry. Yes, she breathed, leaning slightly forward. That's the expression I was hoping for. You see it now, don't you? The curse of the gatekeeper is finally at hand, but it isn't a curse for everyone. It will end your world, and the blighted world of the Muggles, but it will not be a curse to those who've remained pure of heart. It will be a blessing to us. Salazar Slytherin knew it in his time, when he orchestrated this day. The descent of the gatekeeper harkens the age of pure blood perfection. No longer will we be shackled by the laws of weak governments, no more will we live in the shadows of the Muggle drones, hiding like beetles under a rock. For us, the gatekeeper is a harbinger of supremacy. James took another step backwards, wilting in the ferocity of that mad gaze. You can't really believe that, he stammered. No one controls the gatekeeper. It'll bring doom to everyone and everything. Even its human host will be killed by it in the end. Tabitha smiled slowly. How curious that you believe no one can control the gatekeeper. And yet I know why you have clung to that belief. You persist in trusting Marilinus Ambrosius, whose very presence in this age is your doing. You convince yourself that, in the end, he will not side with us. This offers you a shred of hope, doesn't it? James nodded. He hadn't known it until this moment, but Tabitha was right. In the deepest part of James' heart, he did trust Merlin. He didn't know exactly why, but he did. Despite his doubts and fears, and despite all the evidence to the contrary, James simply didn't believe that Merlin would use the beacon stone for evil. He believed that Merlin would use it instead to battle the gatekeeper, even if it was a losing battle. Tabitha's smile grew indulgent. "Cherish that hope as long as you can, James," she said, almost whispering. "And when the gatekeeper is ours, when Merlin hands the stone over and joins us, I hope I can be there to see the light of that hope die in your eyes. I really do." James finally began to feel some anger. He drew himself to his full height and took a step forward. "You're lying," he said firmly. "You're just trying to scare me. You know that your plans can still be stopped. It isn't too late, no matter what you say. You can tell whoever put you up to this that you've given me your message, for all the good it did. But I'm not going to back down. We'll find the other half of the beacon stone." Tabitha's smile vanished as James said this. She looked at him with something like open bewilderment. And then, slowly, the smile resurfaced, dawning on her face like a sunrise. "The other half of the beacon stone," she said in an amused voice. "You don't yet realize it, do you? No wonder you've been so full of vim and vigor. My dear James, we already have the other half of the beacon stone. It's been in our possession for years. We used our arts to seek it out. It wasn't particularly difficult, you know. Your father simply dropped it in the Forbidden Forest. He left it for anyone to find if they had an inkling of where to look. I was there on the very night that it was pulled from the earth." Tabitha laughed again, lightly, and yet James heard a tinkling madness in it. She stopped, inhaled, and shook her head. "How dreadfully unfortunate for you, James. But, oh, that's what that letter to your father was about, wasn't it? You were asking him where the stone had gone. Though, I really am so sorry that you've wasted your time. But now you do see how precarious your situation is, don't you? It really is only a matter of Merlin's rather famously fickle loyalties. How deliciously exciting this must be for you." James' anger hadn't abated in the face of this revelation. If anything, it had intensified. "I don't believe you, Corsica. You'll say anything just to keep me from working against you. It won't work. Even if your people do have half of the beacon stone, Merlin won't join you. I won't let him. So tell your cronies that I got your message, and that I told the lot of you to stuff it where the nargles don't bite." With that, James turned on his heel and began to stalk away. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back. "And I'll tell you one more thing, and this is just for you, Corsica. I know you think you've got my brother wrapped around your little finger, but if you get him involved in this in any way, I will personally come for you. Don't think I don't mean that." "Albus?" Tabitha said, the smile now gone from her face. "I think he's big enough to make his own decisions, don't you?" James narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "You bet he is." As James turned again and stalked off, Tabitha called after him, her voice echoing in the corridor, "Cherish that hope, James. Cherish it for as long as you can." James was shaking by the time he climbed back through the portrait hole. The encounter with Tabitha had completely unnerved him, despite his brave words. It was all too overwhelming. Was it true that James' dad had simply dropped the resurrection stone in the forest before his confrontation with Voldemort? If Tabitha and her secret cohorts did indeed have half of the beacon stone already, what hope was there? James now realized that, in spite of everything, he did trust Merlin not to side with evil. But was it that Merlin was trustworthy, or that James simply couldn't face the possibility that the famous sorcerer might betray them? With a shudder, he remembered that Judith, the Lady of the Lake, had also trusted Merlin, right up until the point that he'd killed her. Strangely, in the face of all of this, all James wanted to do was go to bed and sleep. He climbed to his dormitory, stripped off his clothes, and fell into bed. The moon shone in through the small window across the room, needling at his eyes. James rolled over, pulling his pillow over his face. It wasn't until he was almost asleep, just as all of his racing thoughts were finally quieting, that one final, strangely worrying question popped into his head. James sat up, staring out the window at that bright, silvery moon, while the question repeated itself in his mind. How had Tabitha Corsica known that he was at the Oley? James stared hard at the moon, but it offered no answers. He flopped back onto his pillow. Finally, eventually, he fell asleep,